switch, so he brought Pelipper immediately. That meant he didn't have to switch it in on a turn and take any damage. He could immediately start the mind games of, will I click wide guard? Will I click the weather ball and do a lot of damage to your Incineroar? I think Ryan, the second half of this game one, just had all the momentum on his side.
Even regardless of a call or not, it's something that pairs up into the Pokemon over on Adi's end really well once you are done with that Raging Bolt. If the Rillaboom was brought, this is a choice band one. It's not the Assault Vest. It's not going to appreciate a Hurricane. Oh, you're staring down this Incineroar? Well, it's not going to appreciate a Weather Ball either. It swapped out of that into the Clefairy, and the Clefairy didn't take the hit well either. So really showing why this Pelipper was a Pokemon that was really something that players did kind of build towards, especially paired up with this Ice Rider. I think as well, the late game Trick Room coming out from Ryan, what a wonderful choice. When you have these Trick Rooms coming on out on these teams.
Yo, hello, hello.
Have a little bit more of a one-dimensional team.
What's up, everyone?
Trapped towards. But having the survivability at the end, setting it up so that Adi
pretty good. I just got back from the gym, basically.
Now, Adi is no stranger to restricted formats, Sierra. He did top cut Vancouver region.
Missed a little bit of the start of day 2. They got started a little bit earlier, right? Because of
was Hypnosis Gothitelle. So something similar to that on his team.
Because of the delays yesterday. That's fine. We only missed some Swiss rounds.
About that same Clefairy. That's a Trick Room counter.
This Clefairy, I think having Sing on it is really
Oh, true. It is Sunday.
5% of the time you can just get bailed.
My notifications is Saturday. I need to Sunday morning.
A spread damage move, you might as well click it because it's not like really a follow me is going to help you out there. If your game plan is leaning on hitting this 50%.
Good afternoon. Good morning, guys.
Hey, he's probably clicked it once or twice this weekend through 10 rounds of Swiss. We'll see if he can click it one more. There is
Oh, it's the Clefairy team. This is a Wolfie made, right? For the online big online tourney he won.
Something that I definitely like it kind of leading as opposed to the swap in. The swap in I got KO.
Aditya, yeah, I think he's Indian. He goes by Adi. There's a lot of Indian VGC players, to be honest. I have a bracket. I think the pairings might be. Check this. The pairings might be here somewhere.
Very unnecessary damage. As well, if you're staring down these Pokemon and you don't feel too threatened on this turn, you can just try and go set up, but no way.
He hasn't clicked it in, so we're not going to get too excited yet, but it might be
I don't think one copy.
He locked it in. Okay. Ryan has no idea what's about to come in his direction.
Okay, well, the link's not loading. It's supposed to be here normally. But it's just not loading for some reason. And check the description here for the link. I'll drop this for you.
Into that fire typing, getting rid of that ghost weakness that would come from an Astral Barrage hit. Adi on his end will click Calm Mind, so this is really nice for him since Raging Bolt does so much damage. Boosts his special defense up one stage. Clefairy gets paralyzed.
Oh, we got parried.
The breakthrough paralysis and hit a 55% accurate move. He might not even get the chance because Glacial Lance is so strong. Clefairy gets knocked out here on turn 1.
Wait, did the speed drop from Para not let him cast?
And with the Sing, as cool as it would have been able to see that fire off, and as unfortunate as it is to be taken down by that chilling Nay, you had that Calm Mind boost.
Coach Joe's record, is he 10-0? I would assume so. I mean, he was undefeated until we watched him.
If you could redirect both of the Glacial Lances your way, that would be a little too broken. Now you have an option of bringing in a Pokemon that can pressure a lot more. In the Urshifu Rapid Strike, now they've gotten the Terastallization out of the Calyrex, there is no redirection over on the opposing end, and that can be dangerous. Even if they're already up a Thunderclap on the opposing end, it is Focus Sash over onto the Urshifu, so you would be able to at least survive that hit on that 1 HP, and the amount of damage that you could be dealing back out with the Surging Strikes as well as the Astral Barrage is huge, so no wonder that Calyrex is getting out of there.
Yeah, does not want to take any damage from Urshifu. These are two really powerful Pokemon on the field right now for Adi. So Amoonguss is a nice switch in because of that Rocky Helmet. So if Urshifu targets that...
Oh, he crit the Amoonguss. This game is so much hacks. I mean, he got his para luck back. And he did click Surging. I mean, maybe he clicked it on the Raging, right? He probably did.
Rough turn for Ryan. That's a massive amount of damage from Calyrex.
My God. First the para, then the crit on the other side.
Turns the tides of the battle.
That's our game. He's 9-2. Okay. I mean, he top cutted after his on-stream game, right? So unlucky.
But you've now set the rain, and the Urshifu on the opposing end is so much damage. You're just going to be boosting that. We're going to just do a heap load of damage into the Calyrex.
Well, today's Swiss rounds are continuation from yesterday. This is like day 1.5 right now. Technically, day 2 is like the bracket stage, right? Which hasn't started yet. So right now, a lot of the players are playing for seeding, basically, right? Which is important, right? I know how important it can be.
Using Stellar, Tera, and the Rapid Strike using Tera Poison.
It was going to Cali now, Among Us. How do we know, though? Kiramino. How do we know he didn't click left? Tera Stellar.
So he doesn't get KO'd either.
Making sure that you're doing the most amount of damage since you are the Sash. Instead of the Mystic Water, you got the Rain, you got the Stellar, Tera, Calyrex on so low health. Taken down immediately. The only thing now left in Ryan's corner is
Day 2 is always more Swiss? Oh, okay. My fault.
Really crashing to an end.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, they ended early yesterday is what happened, right? So they played even more Swiss rounds today than they normally would.
Even without Clefairy singing, right? Getting that opportunity, the battle's going to be canceled. And we're going to move on to game 3 here.
I mean, this game was full hacks. To be fair, though, if his Clef didn't get Terra, it would have moved before the horse, right?
The Clefairy isn't meant to be dealing the damage and being the star of the show. It's the support.
But it might have missed. He clicked Sing or whatever, right?
Barrage, this Calyrex Shadow Rider. And sure, you lose a Pokemon for it, but that Calm Mind and being able to just...
Cali was fire, so that makes sense. I know, but wouldn't he be anticipating the guy having Among Us in the back? Isn't it really, really risky to click Surging into the Cali in this spot? But see, look, when he gets paired here, isn't Clef faster than the Ice Horse? Naturally, I mean, before the para, I mean.
And the damage that you're doing to the Calyrex,
I don't know how the speeds work, you know, but I think that para would really set him back. But then this crit right here. You don't believe so? I mean, we could just check really easily, right? I mean, I can pull it up on my other monitor. Pokemon Showdown.
Gets the paralysis, but gets KO'd as well on this.
Fable.
For Ryan, if you want to stick with your Raging Bolt,
because is base 60. Cali Ice is base 50, yeah. So I mean, it would depend on their speed investments.
For any sort of trick room, something that
but I think I'm pretty sure it would have been faster.
Not even an option here in this game 2. Now Ryan really has to think about this game 3 and where exactly that he.
Oh, did I check Clefables? Hold on. You might be right. My fault, G. Yeah, it is a Clefairy. You're right. Base 35 speed. Maybe it. I mean, I don't. It might have been. You're right. But he could be max speed though, right? If it's max speed Clef into no speed Ice Rider because he's like Trick Room, he might have still been faster.
At this point, not gonna be a Clefairy to
Inder, what would you do if your dad was Jennifer Lopez? I'd be balling in money. I'd be streaming from Dubai. Yep.
Stop one of these Pokemon in its tracks. Again, Intimidate not going to be able to affect the Ice Rider on the opposing.
Booster energy.
Thanks to that clear amulet.
Special attack.
With the ability to lock down one of these Pokemon, it can just be another Calm Mind over on Adi's end. You aren't going to have that same amount of sponging up damage thanks to the Clefairy not being there, but at least making sure that one of these Pokemon can't attack could be great.
Yeah, and we saw in game 1 that Incineroar
often Cali would underspeed Clef. That's what I just thought intuitively, for sure.
Later on in the match, use those intimidates, use those party shots if you can get rid of that crucial held item.
Yeah, this Terra Fire is important, right? Because if the Ice Horse gets Willowed, it's like pretty much like really bad, right?
Gonna Terastallize it into a fire type. Calm Mind boosting a Shadow Rider special attack and special defense on this turn. So if Raging Bolt goes into that slot, it's gonna do less damage. But no, it's towards the Incineroar. Pretty much exactly half HP. No paralysis this time, so Incineroar gets to swap out.
Parting shot into the Raging Bolt.
That was a good parting shot, right?
As a calm line set up from the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and a chance now to pivot out into something else. If you do have that the Clefairy in the back, you could bring it out to sponge up damage from a Glacial Lance. Since Ryan didn't go and protect on that turn, Urshifu would also take the hit pretty well, but you wouldn't want to be breaking that sash for free, especially when you're staring down a Raging Bolt. So Clefairy, the great friend, to make a reappearance. Glacial Lance coming on out.
This Friend Guard ability is so broken, no? I love Friend Guard. I think it's so cool.
Yeah, the other times Clefairy got double targeted every turn, so now this time when you only get hit by one attack, your Clefairy's looking a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, this is
that's like the only reason why they run Clefairy, right? Is Friend Guard
over on the opposing end. This is where you can again play a mind game with the hey, am I going to be
and then Eviolite.
Even just something like this helping hand. If you're
and it's shiny, just like ours. Our 2-3 emote. Art Guard. Uninvested Clef beats full min speed Cali. Yeah. It just seemed like it would, and I feel like the guy wouldn't keep his Clef in if it didn't, right? So the para really messed him up. I mean, he could have missed his thing still, to be fair, but
here is the Astral Barrage into Calyrex on the other side. The opposing horse for a one-hit KO brings it down into the red. Now the Glacial Lance in response. Clefairy's at half HP.
Friend Guard diff. Actual Friend Guard diff.
The Raging Bolt would have been taken.
Raging Bolt has T-Clap here though, right? So I mean, he could follow me the T-Clap and then click Astral. But he's gonna lose his Clef either way, right?
When you have a priority move on something like the Raging Bolt, the threat of a Thunderclap is absolutely immense. But if there is a follow me over on the opposing end, it would be redirected, and since you wouldn't then be attacking into an attacking Pokemon, all of a sudden the move is going to be for naught. So the speed over on this Pokemon is going to be great. So seeing the Protect coming out from the other end, not too much of a surprise.
Yeah, Calyrex does not want to get knocked out. Ryan.
So when a spread move gets protected, does the other target take full damage? No, right? It still spreads the damage.
Which is redirect an attack away from Calyrex, and Raging Bolt, even if it had a chance to attack, wouldn't be able to hit Calyrex. Instead,
like it still spreads it for the sake of calcing it, right? Okay.
Here is the Thunderbolt. Of course, Clefairy so low on HP, more than enough for the KO. But this does allow Adi to bring either his Incineroar in on this turn or that Focus Sash or Shifu.
And if you bring out the Incineroar here, you do have that fake out then.
No, I know it still damages through follow me. I meant if one of the two spread targets presses protect, the damage that the single target takes isn't the full damage, right? It's the spread calc damage. That's how I was pretty sure it worked, but I was just checking.
Just protected, that could be a really good hit into it with the Astral Barrage. And even if you want to be bringing out the Urshifu, this is something that still pressures a lot over onto the opposing end, but it does mean that you are opening up the possibility for the priority move.
All right, here's the Giga Chad move, right? We swap in Urshi and we taunt right side. We taunt right side, dodge the T-Clap, and we anticipate the Amoonguss swap in and taunt it on the switch. Oof.
Where it is a safer play is that you do get to stop one Pokemon on this turn. Where it's maybe not so much is the Raging Bolt here, since it isn't the Assault Vest, can just protect through this turn. All of a sudden you have burnt your fake out, and you can just go for the Thunderclap on the next turn, and that is still just going to be pretty safe across the board here, since the Calyrex is so low on its health. The eyeing up for the Draining Kiss, that's not going to be really too much damage that you're going to be doing.
He's scared of the Thunderclap though, right?
So low, which means it's also the most that you are healing up. But considering you do have that special defense boost, any way to try and be mounting and bringing.
Wait, Thunderclap's probably way more broken in singles, right?
Boost your energy on the opposing end. That's going to be kicking off the turn.
Yeah, this is a crucial turn for Ryan if he wants to come back in this match. Fake out goes into the Protect, so Incineroar does not stop any attacks on.
I thought about how that would work.
Now Shadow Rider
oh!
He resists the Draining Kiss and just
barely
just enough HP to get a Glacial Lance in response, KOing.
Oh, buddy, oh, buddy, oh, buddy.
That KO to be kicking things off in such a low base power move. Well, that is the Chilling Nade. That is your restricted gone, and that is now limited to 2 final Pokemon over on Adi's end. Hasn't even made his way through the lead coming out from Ryan. If there was something like that Tera into the Fairy type, you could have picked it up, but you'd still just then be using your Tera just for that sliver of health. But even looking at it, it could have been an option to maybe try and be stopping that. This Urshifu does still
He
have
didn't have any
that
boosts. What is the thing, right? Like,
but considering we've known that the Amoonguss was a Pokemon over on Ryan's end,
I thought it had a
shouldn't be
+1 from
problem
Calm
here,
Mind
but
though.
still steals
Oh,
so
maybe he didn't
much.
Calm Mind this game.
Still just a tough
That was last game.
blow coming out.
Yeah, what a crucial survival from Ryan's Calyrex Ice Rider on that turn. The Tera.
You won 6K from the Zapdos Cup?
For most of the set, he's used it all 3 games. It really is to stop Will-O-Wisp on Incineroar's end so you can't get burned. But
I don't know what the Zapdos Cup is, but congrats, bro. 6K like dollars? That's lit.
Not a lot of hit points to work with between the 2 Pokemon.
Coins. What's the Zapdos Cup?
Towards Raging Bolt to get that KO. Definitely fine lowering your defenses when you only have 1 HP remaining.
And at this point, the restricted over on the opposing
Channel points? I mean, channel points are worth more than dollars, we all know that. Non-stab 50 base power move to resist, yeah. I mean, it's still close, right? I mean, he has, if it's a Mungus in the back, it's going to be tough, right?
And even something like this Pelipper. But we'll get the confirmation in half a second.
Shifu.
There is Shifu, his own Rapid Strike coming on out.
Oh, there's no Mungus. Oh, wait, Pelipper is still scary. It's still really scary, right?
When Adi's Pokemon are so low HP already.
Oh, and is she first? Okay, yeah. Maybe Mungus would have been better, actually. Oh, it's the in-game Unite tourney. Oh, okay. GZ, bro. GZ. Good job.
The Fire Tera proves crucial in the end to win this set 2-1.
Absolutely so well done here. The adjustments coming on out, I think, really well.
I mean, that Draining Kiss not killing. Wait, why didn't he just Tera Fairy, though?
With that Draining Kiss not being able to do nearly enough damage.
Yeah, what a
I mean, obviously he thought it would just kill, right? I guess. He just thought it would kill.
9-0, so obviously that is.
He didn't use his Tera that game. I don't don't understand the Tera Stellar on a bunch of these Pokemon. Every time I've seen Tera Stellar on anything that isn't Terrapagos, it's looked very useless, no? I mean, maybe it's just biased in terms of the games that we've seen on stream. I mean, obviously these guys are cracked. This guy's 9-1 going into this game. He knows what he's doing. I'm not questioning his decision. But an observation, if you will, is that Tera Stellar just seems so bad that you don't get a defensive one. Like, not being able to, like, especially on her Shifu, right? Like, don't you just get farmed by Raging Bolt if you're not Tera Grass or Tera Fire?
This thunderclap coming out from this Raging Bolt was huge. It was something that Adi had to play so much around.
But Tera Stellar is exclusive to Terrapagos? No, but the mechanic is exclusive to Terrapagos, how it works for him. That it changes his move to a spread move or whatever, right? What's Stellar type do? I think it makes it so your next attack is always super effective, right? No matter what. I think that's what it does. Nice on Urshi, so you can extend kill range with close combat and surging strikes. Yeah, I mean, I imagine the damage is nice, right? But I just mean, every time I've seen it on stream, it hasn't done well. Maybe it's just like an unlucky thing.
Could have been really different, but if you were saving it for something else, you thought you were picking up that KO, it's definitely a little bit of a tough situation.
Explaining Tera is like 5 minutes of yapping. Oh.
Live, laugh, learn going on.
It makes it so you get boosted damage for each unique type once. Okay. There, that's what it is.
And live, laugh, and learn. But I mean, Ryan's a great player. Like, we see him just kind of go on a tear.
And for Terrapagos, super effective effect on other Terramons. Okay. You get boosted surging strikes, then boosted close combat, but then your next attack won't be boosted on either, right? Okay. And then it's neutral to everything else.
Into the psychic type, but by being able to turn into fire type, kind of neutralizes the matchup.
I don't know. I think I've seen it on Urshi twice now, and both times I feel like it's made the Raging Bolt matchup like so bad for the Urshi player.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Ryan, who.
Whereas, like, I see a bunch of Urshis have a defensive Tera, and it helps them so much.
It kind of sucks because I had like my lunch just completely ready to eat. I started eating it. They're like, "Oh, you're going on." So, you know, double-edged sword, but...
I mean, as long as a Groudon or a Miraidon doesn't...
We saw yesterday. Yeah, on Zacian, it was the same thing, right? Like, the Zacian just got the...
Yeah, I don't
Especially for physical attack mons, like, the ones that normally are in Terra Fire,
Let's talk about that match
to not get willowed feels bad. I mean, I just want to see it do well, is all I'm saying.
Has done very well with that. You made a couple of adjustments. Can you talk us through them?
Yeah, so the main one that might stand out is I dropped Protect on Pelipper for Helping Hand.
Yeah.
I ended up running into my buddy Kareem on the ladder, and he beat me like 3 times in a row, and I'm just looking through every single move, like how can I just change it a little to win this Lunala matchup, and I'm running some calcs, and I see Helping Hand Surging Strikes in range just barely gets the knockout. So then I play him with that, surprise him, and I win. I'm like, I'm just keep running this. Got some other cool calcs like Close Combat on Miraidon's usually a knockout. So Helping Hand's been really good. I've clicked it a few times this tournament.
Cool, and I imagine that also probably helps with the Zamazenta matchup a little bit too, right?
Yeah, it's an option.
Yeah.
Extending damage range to cover a wider range of matchups could be a bit stronger. Makes sense. I'm sure there's a reason for it.
Matchup, as I feel like Calyrex Ice Rider versus Calyrex Shadow Rider is very fitting for the Sword and Shield matchups. What was your plan going into that?
So generally I've played that team a few times, and I find Fire Calyrex Ice kind of just gets to click buttons.
Yeah.
There's not that much immediate threat on it. He had a really cool adjustment with the Sash Water Ursh.
Yeah.
Because otherwise Raging Bolt would just thunderclap it, but that kind of kept me at bay.
The Sash helps, right? The Sash helps a lot, I guess.
After I realized he's dropping Raging Bolt, I just need to all in on the fact that he's not going to bring Raging Bolt, so I'll just bring my Waters. He ended up clicking Draining Kiss on the turn that Calyrex should have gotten knocked out.
Yeah.
But because he didn't have bolts in the back, I think I still had it locked up with Weather Ball Surging Strikes, so I felt really good making
The Sash makes it a lot more understanding, right? I don't think he would be Stellar Terra without Sash. No way, right?
Here
on
in
Urshi.
Los Angeles. Have there been any matchups this weekend in particular that you've really struggled against?
No matchups, honestly. Like maybe the Gothitelle Koraidon stuff. I haven't lost to it, but it's a fight every time.
Yeah, well, I imagine you have to be a little bit creative with Gothitelle, given that it makes things a little bit complicated when you can't switch around.
Yeah, it kind of makes the game really more mindful. I like to be more static in what I do. I know I just talked about like calling the lack of a Raging Bolt, but I only play that way when I have to. I feel like. And Goth makes me play that way, not by my choice.
For sure, for sure. Now, Ryan, one thing I've been asking a lot of people is that because this is our last regional of the year, what has been your favorite memory from the 2024 regional circuit?
Honestly, it was... I went to EUIC. I didn't get to play because of the registration. You know, everyone kind of knows about the fiasco, but it was the hangout on Saturday night, followed by having like 60 VGC guys in like the most famous club in London till like 5 a.m. after that. That was the highlight for sure. Just seeing like the world champion dancing, and that was awesome, honestly.
Yeah, that sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
I'm not a party guy.
Burns, Z, Coach Victor, all the people that helped with the Cali Ice prep.
In the Unite parties, like I'm just.
And big shout out to Shrey,
who not for me.
And then also got me my lunch. I haven't been able to eat it yet, but I appreciate you picking it up for me. So.
All right, well, I'll let you go find that sandwich, and fingers crossed no stray Miraidon or Koraidon got to it first.
I sure hope so.
Casters, back to you.
Was he talking about me dancing?
For that victory, and, you know,
I used to be much more of a demon, and back in my day, you know.
22% of the field. I wonder what the split of terastallizing is. He's kind of
But I grew out of that phase. Nothing wrong with it. I'm not. Not
kind of right.
It
clapping at anyone.
You're trying to pick buttons in, because having that constant threat of the Tera Fire, first off, not taking fire move, but as
it depends on the company you have, right? Like if there's people you like,
if you're in a Turkum situation, I mean, the
then parties are fun.
Because you don't want the
but genuinely, like there's only a handful of people I really like in Unite, guys. Like I can't stand most of the Unite players.
As well.
I'm just
a little bit more on the decline because
I just don't feel like I resonate well with most of the community. And I'm too hard-headed of a person to put that aside me and to have fun with people.
I have a quick sidetrack question here. Do you like apples?
What is okay, yeah.
Because there's 4.
And I just don't like partying that much.
How do you like them apples? Let's go to caster predictions.
I don't like drinking anymore.
Which of these casters on this crew has been the best at predicting the metagame at the Los Angeles Regional Championships?
Most of the 100 years pro players? No, I mean like the competitive community.
I've been control Fing or control plus F on my phone, cornerstone, Ogrepon, every single round to see how many are remaining in the tournament. Yes, Sierra.
All right, wait, it's only round 11, and we'll see how that.
I wonder if we'll see any Wicked Blower She's. I really like Wicked Dark Bear.
And looking across the board,
I like Dark Bear a lot.
Representation, I'll give you that, but you're kind of slacking on the rest. You picked a strong restricted because.
What was the moveset I saw in Dark Bear that I really liked? It was Poison Tera Dark Bear with Poison Jab. That shit looks sick. Like Poison Jab, Wicked Blow.
I thought some people would be inspired by, Michael Zang,
Post Combat Sucker Punch. Poison Tera.
Latios team has had over the last couple of weeks. I was wrong in that spot, but the ruinous Pokemon sans the Tinglu, like Chiyu's had a really strong showing. Chien-Pao's been pretty strong on stream too.
Yeah, except it kind of didn't make the top 12 day 2 graphic because it didn't have the greatest conversion rate. So,
it's been on stream.
So you picked.
Poison Spencer with Poison Tera Jab. Yeah. I think it was banned. I didn't see it on this stream. I saw it on like ladder, or no, not on my ladder, but I was watching some other like good player ladder. I don't think it was Joe, someone else, but yeah, I saw them play it and it looked really good.
Hey,
well, your Landorus has 100% win rate.
I haven't had a drink in 6 years. Alcohol, yeah. Yeah, I mean, everyone has their preferences, right? Like, no judgment from me.
Technically, we got to see 2 of them, and then unfortunately, only one of them.
I'll still drink if I'm hanging out with the homies. I
do like what everyone's.
I think sometimes some people get to an age, and I'm talking like I'm a boomer, like I'm not even 30, but you get to like an age where
that's another really strong special attacker in this.
Sometimes like drinking with strangers or like acquaintances isn't enough for you anymore, and I think that's where I'm at. Like I'll have a drink with someone I like. I'll have a couple of drinks with someone I like. If any of you guys that are, regulars or whatever ever meets me at an event and you want to buy me a drink, I will sit and have a drink with you. I'll enjoy a nice cold drink with you for sure. But I mean like going to a party, getting smashed, right? And like waking up the next day sore and hungover, like that life is not beyond, that life's behind me for sure. I did that back in my day. Did it a lot.
Yeah, I think Lunala is so deserving to be in the grand finals here. The most underrated restricted community.
But that's me.
As voted by our super wonderful, always right Twitch chat. But they are, I definitely think right.
I mean, Lunala's winning this thing, right?
It can be built in a variety.
I played some ladder last night with the Lunala team, and there's so many Lunalas on the ladder. I no longer like it. I no longer like Lunala. Everyone's playing it. I played like 4 Lunalas in a row last night.
It's been very underrated going on in this. And considering it now has an 8% usage here in our day 2, and a couple of the people that are making runs with it, and
the regional effect? It's probably a combination, right? Like some of the Lunalas that came here probably were people trying Lunala behind closed doors a little bit, right? And then the regional effect on top of it multiplies it.
It went up to 8% because it was very much not predicted to be
Zation is just bad now. I don't know. It's not bad, right?
A lot of people have been sleeping on it, like, oh, it's just Incineroar bait and Intrepid.
Problem, I guess, with Zation though is I feel like the AD restricteds normally want to run Clear Amulet, right? And you don't get to run Clear Amulet on Zation, so you just get Incineroared, which is kind of cringe.
We can make it work, but Zacian is out here doing the things, and Ho unfortunately just isn't quite for this weekend.
Ho is theorizing when Zacian's actually implementing successful strategies,
100%.
I feel like every single physical damage restricted I see runs Clear Amulet though, right?
Yeah.
Like Cali Ice, Koraidon. I mean, Zamazenta doesn't, but he's like defense body press oriented, so the intimidates are like slightly less worse or slightly less effective on him, right? I don't like the Zam anymore though, because people don't run iron defense on him. I like Zamazenta when he would click like 1 or 2 iron defenses and it'd be sick. But I guess you can't afford to do that because there's too many special attackers, right? Okay, so the Pokemon I want to see that I think are really cool competitively, not like they're aesthetic or anything, but it's, I want to see Wicked Blow Shifu, like Dark Bear. I want to see Dark Bear, and I want to see Walking Wake. I want to see Walking Wake Sun Team. Walking Wake is so cool. Like Hydra Steam is such a cool move. Boost a water move boosted in the sun. Like how broken is that? I mean, I get there's so many other broken photosynthesis mons that it's like, it's just a matter of like opportunity cost or whatever. But my god, it would be so cool to see a Walking Wake. I like body press. I would have like Stakataka. Ooh, yeah. I like body press because I remember seeing a iron defense body press Garganacl, and at the start of the form, like start of Scarlet Violet. And since like it was, I just fell in love with that idea of that and that mon. I really like Garganacl too. I remember the first tourney, like the first VGC regionals, the guy, I don't think he won, but he did really well with Garganacl, right? He had like the Poison Tera Garganacl or something. It was so cool. I know that mon, Salt Cure and its passive also are so broken, right? Just like in isolation, especially its passive. This takes half damage from Ghost and can't be statused. My god.
This Fluttermane is about to enter a world of hurt. Fake Out and the Moonblast is enough to drop it in turn number 1.
If you
oh, that was Joe.
Into a water type to avoid taking
you beat Joe with stock once? That's OB.
It's important to know when it's ideal to terastallize.
In an alternate universe, there's a VGC stream where the VGC guy is talking about Unite, and then someone in his chat is like, yeah, I beat Indy with Charizard once. It's just a funny alternate universe reality there. Yeah, I beat Indy with Wigglytuff once. No, you know.
The Indigo Disc took a different approach.
It's fun. I mean, I'll take it on the chin. It doesn't offend me. It's funny.
Exclusive type, unlike any other. Stellar Tera retains all of its defensive weaknesses, meaning this mechanic is utilized for offensive purposes. You get a 1.2 times boost to
1.2 boost.
Your original typing, and a stronger 2 times boost if it is a move of
Oh,
your
2x boost to your original typing. I see. Okay, so I get the idea on Urshi. He gets a 2x boost to his first surging and a 2x boost to his first PC. That's kind of good. And then usually, like, you get to get 2 hits because he's sashed as well. Makes sense, right? Makes sense.
Giving it 100 base power while being super effective into any other terastallized Pokemon. This can lead to some cool interactions, such as an Urshifu single strike being able to deal with the Tera Fairy Fluttermane it originally couldn't knock out.
Oh, that's cool.
However, Stellar Tera Blast does come with the drawback of lowering the user's attack and special attack at one stage.
Okay, yeah. What if you're on Expert Belt? Stellar Tera.
There are so many ways to utilize this mechanic, with players constantly innovating on its many uses. How will you take advantage of terastallization to help push your way to the top?
Garg's the most broken mon with no usage for sure. He's just so cool. Like, he's just so cool. I really just like toxic stally Pokemon though. That's just, I've always liked Pokemon like that. One thing that you guys don't know, I mean, maybe some of you know if you're here for the stream like 2+ years ago, but before me and Palace were dating, she had like, I used to have a thing on my Metafy where you could pay like 20-25 bucks and play any game with me, and she got that to play VGC against me, and literally the entire time all I did for like 30 minutes straight is just Umbreon stall in like one game. Like I didn't even know how Pokemon worked really, but that's all I like to do is just stall. I love the stall, guys. When I played Yu-Gi-Oh, I used to play mill decks sometimes or burn decks. It's just the idea of pissing my opponent off is so funny to me.
but Sierra, the VGC is not the only thing we show here on the Pokemon
You guys ever seen me play Sableye and Unite? And the way I play it, I don't play it as a scoring guy. I play it as a more so piss my opponent off, have optimal vision, you know, constant feint attack pressure. Like, because the thing is I realized at some point that I can overcome the idea of getting tilted by an opponent's annoying type of character. Like, an enemy Sableye will never annoy me. An enemy Jungle Invader will really never annoy me. My own teammates will annoy me more, right? But I have the ability to overcome being tilted by what's in front of me, but other people don't have that. So if I can get in their head, it's so funny. I don't think it would work at the highest level in VGC because the players are a lot more level-headed, right? And it just is just generally a weaker way to play the game. But it's just so funny to me. Hey, Goof, to teach me a mill deck and PT. I would be down if the game wasn't so boring to stream, PTC, like the card game, I would play a mill deck.
Who doesn't love watching the Pokemon anime along there? But the previous show should be definitely.
I used to go to locals and play this mill deck in Yu-Gi-Oh, or this burn deck in Yu-Gi-Oh, and I was the most toxic player to be against, man. I would just sit across the guy and be like, "I'm sorry, bro," you know, like try to calm him down. Like, man, you should have had that. You had that one, man. I got lucky, bro. Like, being nice to someone as you mill them or as you burn them is just, oh, I know how annoying it can be.
But being able to go 10-1 with a different team archetype after making
Wait,
something that was
where's Joe?
It got top 8 at Indianapolis as well as.
I don't see Joe on here.
I mean, very impressive team building going on so far into Regulation G. And a lot
Is Joe not top 16?
We have been following even just this weekend and even past events.
That's not our Joe in second. That's a different Joe.
Down Indy with a Maride on team.
Yeah, and Grant Weldon with the Regidrago that we talked about yesterday, sitting at 9-2 right now, so having some pretty solid chances of moving on into the top cut if they perform well in these latter rounds. But there's some great names on here. There's some names that we also don't see.
Wait, Joe's not guaranteed
compared to others, so that's always
guaranteed in yet.
Yeah, stars in the making. You
Joe Ugarte, yeah. Where is he?
Only showcase a certain amount of games.
That's my coach.
Here, but people that have been attending events and have been up there and grinding in the standings. So it would also be awesome to see everybody that we could.
Can someone check the pairings and tell me where Joe is? Joseph Ugarte and Alex Underhill. Oh, there's Joe. Joe's 9-2, so he's probably just on the cusp, right? Oh, and there's Alex Underhill. Okay, never mind. I see him.
Up against Joseph Selmer, and that's going to be a really.
I see him there. Okay. Let me have that loaded.
In general, when you're looking at this.
Yeah, that should be a really exciting match. But we'll start to preview that a little bit. We'll talk a little more about some of the other players.
So Joe is top 16 according to this.
He's facing another fantastic player in Jay.
And then Alex is top 40. So Alex has to win, right? I mean, they both have to win, right?
Rep the same region now that Alex is a West Coast player, so that's gonna be that's gonna be like a team knockout essentially at 8-3. That fourth loss would get you would mean
Alex is playing against Giovanni Costa.
That's always the painful part.
No disrespect to Gio. I don't know the guy. I'm sure he's a very good player. Very, very respectable guy. If I ever met him, I would shake his hand. But I saw him using his phone in the middle of his games yesterday. And I hate rule breakers.
Obviously, many trainers across the whole country. It's not like just your.
So I don't know what's up with that.
The region that you're in is the players you root for, because I have friends from from Seattle. I have friends from Orlando. I'm in New Jersey. This is one of the
PayPal the Wi-Fi people.
Is that you can become friends with a player in Missouri,
no.
Oklahoma, and that's a great friend that you can team build with. Talk about strategy.
No one took you up on the Joe Mama. You got to be more creative in this stream, bro. These nuts Joe Mama jokes are accepted, but you got to dig a little deeper, you know? Dig into these nuts. Yep. Joe's coaching me tonight. I did one coaching session or two with Joe, yeah. It's more of a meme that I just call him my coach. But yeah, no, he's my coach. He's my coach.
So, from your perspective, you used to play the trading card game all the time, where you guys have a lot of very long rounds and very arduous days. Maybe you would be performing well today because you have that mental mindset for those long rounds.
That would be assuming that I perform.
You go X2 and better in the first 9 rounds.
So I DT'd my one regional.
Then X.
But There's a reason
All
I'm
X2s
sitting
play
behind
normal
this,
Swiss for
talking about
5
games
rounds to
as
decide a
opposed to
top
being
8.
out there.
Oh.
Be out there competing.
I thought it would just be like a bunch of Swiss into top 16, and then it would be the bracket from there. Makes sense,
I am
though.
not Len, unfortunately. So
Unfortunately, none of us are Len, if you think about it.
it's tragic, honestly.
Man, that's rough. It's hard to top in this game,
I don't know, like, what behind the scenes way to get here, but like,
especially with so much variance and RNG. You really don't get to make mistakes if you want to win.
Are accidentally matching it. It's kind of a blue day in LA because I think like 75% of the casters are wearing blue.
I like how you're going to talk about us talking about how many casters have actually had regional wins and top cuts, and you're like, wow, we're all wearing blue, guys. This is
more
so
important
cool.
to me than winning.
This is so cool. We're all wearing blue. Let's not talk about all the regional championships that some of the other casters have amongst them. That's whatever.
I mean, if you add all of our titles, Len still has 2 more regional championships than we do.
Yeah, but that's why we're including him in the caster group. So as a
But
collective,
if me, Sierra, and Len combine all of our regional titles, then
Gonna
we
go
all have
12-2 or better. My God,
that's how Turin works.
that's tough.
That's how the match.
What's up,
how the
RF?
math works, but now it's time to see how the match is going to work. So we can head over to the stage for this matchup.
So it's more important to not drop sets early on, right? I imagine your resistance would be better if you go like 9-0 and then 9-2 instead of 0-2 and then 9-2, right? I mean, I guess it would depend on who you placed, but definitely losing later on is way better than early on.
In the sun and setting the sun in the past, but it's a Pokemon that definitely has high potential and definitely showing that off right now at that 10-1. One of the things that has really been holding it back on top of its typing and the fact to be intimidated, which does get negated because of that clear amulet, is the precipice blades. When it hits, oh well.
Do people ever throw for their friends?
It is not the most accurate,
Or do people ever accuse of throwing? Get accused of throwing?
Restricted Pokemon with more accurate spread damage moves, that can hurt a little bit. But the drought being able to set up Pokemon
Precipice Blades, Groudon made it pretty deep.
Boosting the damage output of something like this Chi-Yu is great, and I love the build of this Chi-Yu. Burning Jealousy is a move that
Burning
we don't
Jealousy?
necessarily get to
What's
see
that
the
do?
most often, but if there is a stat change, a stat boost specifically over onto the opposing end that turn, well, the Chi-Yu then burns that Pokemon. So when you are looking at high damage Pokemon out there in the format, especially a lot of boosting Pokemon, it's a really good way
Happens
to
all the
slow
time.
down and
Unlucky.
This is a fun fact from Joseph Selmers, and you see the Tatsugiri plushie on the stage. This is the first tournament that he has not used Dondozo.
Damn, he's on our Dozo, bro.
An evolving player. We love him. We love to see a trainer decide, no, I'm not going to be one. No, I'm not going to use Dondozo for every event for the rest of my life. Let's switch it up.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to prove it, right? This is the issue.
Honestly, respect. And not bringing the Dondozo definitely been faring him well. Now we have to
Galarian Moltres. This guy looks. Oh, Shandy.
Still running the Zamazenta, but a little bit of a twist.
Chandelure.
Latios that we've gotten to see on the previous iteration of the team. Swapping over to the
Right. That was Latios. I remember. This is the team that
So I'm really intrigued to see how that is going on forward.
that Michael won with, right?
A really difficult Pokemon to stop here in this meta, considering its body presses.
With the Latios
Off of your defense, and that defense is chonky.
in
This
Stockholm.
Pokemon definitely hits hard, but we're really intrigued with this matchup and something to keep an eye out for.
Oh, and there's a Flutter Mane, right? There was. I don't think there was Flutter Mane before.
Burning Jealousy, since burn will negate the damage from the body press. If you get that turn right, the Zamazenta.
But it's like similar, the similar Rilla, right? The choice band, high horsepower Rilla.
Burn it on that turn. Something that Michael definitely has to be a little bit careful about in this match.
Guy who passed Michael that team for Stockholm. Nice, nice.
The team that very cool set with foul play to punish the strong physical attacker.
Right. This he did well with it before in the. At Indianapolis, he got top 8, right? I think.
The same time, but that Chandelure that is on Michael's end, it's using one of the most iconic terrestrialization interactions, which is Terra Grass Flash Fire. You're now no longer, you got rid of.
Chandelure is cool though.
100%, which I think is a really, really cool part of the team building.
Why Groudon over Koraidon? Is it just better into Miraidon, maybe?
With this Terra Psychic Tyranitar. So
Yeah.
always been a
There's a different guy who got
really
a top 8. I see,
skilled
I see,
team builder,
okay.
but really used to these high defensive Pokemon. And the Como, I mean, Zamazenta kind of just one-ups it in every single way. So this
We
is
got 2
definitely
admins
something
here.
that
Yeah, we
I'm
got to
not
be
uncomfortable
careful.
with whatsoever. And being
Got to
able
make sure no one
withstand
takes their
all of
phone
it
out.
now with this powerful restricted, something that he has already paved the way for with the team building going on. I'd love to see that he is having the same success here with that Pokemon at the 10-1.
Yeah, definitely. Michael is a really innovative.
I mean,
trainer,
I guess
but
Groudon
he can also
goes better
use
into
things
Raging
that
Bolt
were other
and
people.
Miraidon, right?
There's a certain shelf life for some of their strategies. Is like, no, I'm just gonna switch Kamolo's body press into Zamazenta.
You're told Groudon was a fraud. That's what I've been told too.
Some of the other things, but kind of keeping the core idea around. And it's
But
working out
Groudon,
as
being a ground type, actually helps a lot, right? Into
between Michael Zang,
Miraidon and Raging Bolt, which are like really popular mons right now.
to Jianpao, Zamazenta, Michael
You
Zang.
immune the electric type moves and you hit them with Precipice Blades. This guy is running Thunder Punch on his Groudon though. That's kind of cool. Oh, Burning Jealousy will burn Zamazenta. That's sick, no?
Considering neither of the Pokemon would appreciate a hit going off on this turn. Both super effective, definitely
Wait,
feels good and a little bit more.
is this lead legal if the other guy is Chi-Yu? Isn't this scary? Oh, he could wide guard it though, right? Never mind.
Like a body press could be great,
Wide guard.
but at the same
This is
time,
mind
you
games now,
can be
no?
equal to something like a sucker punch coming out from that Qianpao. So you have to be so careful on where you're going on forward.
And as I'm looking at Joseph's team, you can really understand how fire-centric or sun-centric.
He's going for it. He's ripping it. Is there a wide guard? Oh, I'm nervous. Or the Zam could Tera, right?
Find out in this matchup how crucial Groudon can be, but not now because Chi-Yu is going to Terastallize into a ghost type here on turn 1. Going to be really.
Why Tera Ghost?
Depends on what Michael went for. Zamazenta's just
Protect.
gonna play it safe, though.
Yeah, make sure that you're not going to be taking this Burning Jealousy, not taking this.
Oh, so he doesn't die to
not
body
taking
press?
any damage on this turn. Only Pokemon that opts to protect as Tailwind comes on out. Burning Jealousy, not a fan of what's going on here. I am jealous, and I am going to hit you so hard for that, bringing Qianpao down to Focus Sash.
Yeah, that is 99% of Qianpao's HP gone in a flash, but Icicle Crash does connect onto Tornadus. It's super effective. That is a one-hit KO.
Oh, they got the one-hit KO. Ding Ding's back. Ding Ding.
The speed up there for the rest of the team, which Groudon, of course, is going to appreciate, but he has lost his Pokemon.
That's okay. It's a Tornadus. You set the
It's used to get
Tailwind.
knocked out.
I'm eyeing up the Fluttermane and the Groudon in the back, and these look so powerful going on forward. The Fluttermane, you do have to be a smidge.
But he has to be careful of
Definitely
wide guard, right? He can't just Groudon and click Precipice Burning Jealousy.
If Zamazenta is able to be holding on through that turn,
Or what he could go into the Groudon and then overheat.
but at the same time,
But then the
Fluttermane
Zam could
offers
Tera,
a
right?
lot of
And that would be
effective
bad.
the opposing end. And this one, it is going to be the choice.
What Tera is his Zam? Is it water?
Moves, including a Dazzling Gleam that can actually just take care of the Qianpao and do a good amount of damage into the
Oh, it's
Zamazenta.
Dragon?
Since the Chi-Yu
Everyone's
doesn't
running
have
Dragon now, I guess.
It can't be changing into a different move. You can eye up that overheat for the extra damage coming on out, and it's risky.
He's scared of the wide guard, right?
Yeah, the Fluttermane deciding what he wants to lock into on Joseph's end, but Zamazenta in a really difficult spot.
Does he get one-banged by Sucker Punch?
As you mentioned, variance of Zamazenta is going to be pretty strong, and you can't Terastallize out of the weakness because Michael Zang's Zamazenta is Tera Dragon, so you'd still be very.
Oh, his Zam's just gone.
The Fluttermane. Michael understands.
And forcing the Zam to switch is not bad, right? It's not going to get its boost back.
To swap in.
I love this.
Oh, he's
The
Sash,
Fluttermane
right,
move
okay.
coming out. Well, it's gonna take that so
There's the
well.
sucker.
Chi-Yu gets hit with a sucker punch, and that sucker's being brought down to 1
Oh,
HP.
Candle is
That's
nice
going to
too, because it
activate
still has the
good
fire
damage
resist,
to
right?
Qianpao,
That's
getting
cool.
that final little bit of HP to take that down, making first KO there.
So is
over
Shandy like a
Michael's
bulky
end of the
mon?
board. Now with the Chandelure,
I saw it was running
he's
Trick Room,
already
too.
targeted into the slot.
Oh, he's Flash Fire.
Yeah, that is.
Oh, wait, Flash Fire is really cool, actually.
No damage whatsoever, and it boosts his fire attacks.
It's a glass cannon? Okay, I mean, that's more like Unite, so I'm glad.
Chandelure, if it decides to click
It's bulky? Okay,
heat wave, it's gonna
never
do
mind.
Even more damage. Chi-Yu, excuse me.
I thought it'd be bulky because it's a Trick Room, right? Like,
boosted fire damage either, and he gets Chandelure on the field without taking damage.
Flash Fire, Terra Grass, that's so
And
sick.
at this point, too, the Chi-Yu just down to the 1. There is still 2.
That is
more
actually
turns
so
of,
cool.
Tailwind over on Joseph's end of the board. Fluttermane
Yeah, there's
over
so
on
many
Michael.
ghost
This is
guys.
the booster energy variety, and it is going to be that speed boost. and something to watch out for going on forward. The Chiyu does have the option of protecting.
Yeah, I want to see some Dark Bear though. We get some Dark Bear in this.
And you've already used your Terastallization, so you can't get out of that ghost type weakness that you're gonna have, which doesn't look good against either of these ghost type Pokemon over on Michael's end.
Yeah, Moonblast though from Joseph's Futtermane hits the opposing Futtermane, bring it down to around 10% HP. And it's going to be 0 as the double target into that slot knocks out Futtermane before Michael can.
What's Ghost weak to? Other ghosts and Dark.
Chandelure, but Chiyu dodges.
Chiyu dodged.
Futtermane gets one hit KO'd, but Chiyu does not.
Ding ding.
The Life Orb Chandelure so much
ding ding,
but the one little hit point of damage it needed into the Chiyu, and that is going to be a huge miss. Still 2 Pokemon now for Joseph, and a swap coming out from Michael's end, also down. And to these Pokemon, that's going to be the sun coming on out, and that's
yo, Groudon is a big boy. They cannot add this guy to Unite. He's actually too large.
Yeah, and I think
look at him.
Kind of, it's fine with when the Futtermane took all that damage and got knocked out, because you can likely anticipate Groudon was the 4th Pokemon. So if you have your opponent kind of helping boost your damage on your side with the drought, you're okay with that trade.
Yeah, there is.
Yo, this Chandelure is so cool though. Flashfire is sick.
Over on the Chandelure as well as the Zamazenta, so you can just be protecting.
Terra Grass Flashfire is so cool. Does Candle learn Grass type move too?
Feels pretty safe. Zamazenta,
like Energy Ball or something?
Yeah, Chandelure saying, no, I don't want to take any damage on this turn. Chiyu saying, count your days, Chiyu, because you're just lucky to be here after the Heat Wave missed on the prior turn. Groudon opting for the Thunder Punch, but no
Energy Ball. I mean, is he running it though?
Groudon said, right, Thunder Punch might be able to change certain
okay,
matchups.
Tailwind's done now. I mean, that made sense, right?
Is going to be moving faster.
Yeah, the Thunder Punch maybe not going to be stealing the same amount of damage, but it's going to be heaps more accurate than something like a Breathless Blades here at this point. Now Tailwind is done, and this Chiyu, you got to figure out
Blast Grass
going on forward.
Yeah, but what is he running? Anyone know?
Coming on out, and the Groudon definitely doesn't have too much speed over on its end, and since you have spent Terastallization, it's still.
If Zam is faster than Chiyu, Michael probably wins. Well, is it?
Still full HP for Joseph, and it's obviously this team composition, as we mentioned, how much it revolves around getting the sun up and trying to utilize Groudon. It's such an important Pokemon on his team. We'll see if Chiyu and Groudon can pull this one back against.
I click his name and show the team sheet. Oh, okay.
Michael can Terastallize.
And that is going to be the Chandelure dropping that fire type, going into the grass type, making sure
protect Trick Room Shadow Ball. Okay, he's knocked them.
Well, it's gonna be
Yeah, there's Terra Grass. This is sick though.
Isn't this speedy Pokemon coming on out? Groudon, protect this time around.
And the Dark Pulse weakness as well as a Ghost type, you're able to get rid of that.
Okay, so Zam is faster.
Zamazenta is easily able to clean up that Terra Ghost Chiyu with the 1 HP.
I mean, this Chiyu should have been long dead, right? But yeah.
Groudon taking no damage this turn, but still 2 full health Pokemon on Michael's and in a really strong spot. And the drought kind of to his detriment, because it could be boosting the damage from Chandelure.
Yeah, Groudon in this position definitely looks worthy of that participation award, since coming out on here, the Chiyu has definitely impressed me with the damage.
I mean, it's just over, right? Like, the Groudon can't win from here, and he could also, like, this Chandelure actually just fully walls this Groudon with Wide Guard. It's like, what is he supposed to do here? Didn't he, like, heat crash Zam or something? But then, I don't know, he just, yeah, it's game over, right?
Joseph kind of reading the room here.
He's just getting one shot anyways.
Let's start moving on to game 2, and Michael Zang with a pretty.
The Chandelure tech is good. Yeah, it's good, right? It's so cool.
Yeah, the Chiyu, the amount of damage it did was really, really nice. But when I'm looking back at that match as well, it was a Chiyu that maybe shouldn't have been sticking around, since it was because of that instrumental Heat Wave miss from the Chandelure over on Michael's end. Something that you would normally expect to see actually coming out.
Wait, how does this guy actually deal with Terra Grass Chandelure?
Tailwind was nice when you had it, but unfortunately you weren't just doing enough damage, and because you didn't have the sun with the.
You actually can't deal with it, right?
See this Choice Specs Moonblast coming on out. It wasn't enough to KO the Fluttermane over onto the opposing end. So you would really like to have.
Well, what is Joseph supposed to do?
With the choice specs, it could maybe be a photosynthesis for that special attack. That's something that would have really been helping that damage. Won't have confirmation until we get to see that in a baby game 2. but at the same time, not picking up that KO.
Has to keep his Torn alive, maybe?
Could have been targeted into the other slot with the Dark Pulse from the Chandelure.
It's hard for his Torn to live, though, right? It's not Sash, and there's a Chien Pao.
Knockout Tornadus, so Heat Wave missing, kind of the trade-off you have there. But I do think what's important for Joseph's team in the Groudon, you talk about the
and then the Chien Pao existing also baits the fire type moves. The flash fire on the candy, like it just seems tough. This team is just cool.
Because Tailwind had already essentially almost expired by the time it got there. So Joseph needs to find a way to, this team is very much protect the president composition, right? Protect Groudon. It's all.
And then like Precipice Blades, not only is it inaccurate, but it also gets wide guarded.
In the beginning of the match.
I think there's definitely a lot of different damage potential threats over on Joseph's end. It's just when you're looking at the Groudon, first off, being able to protect it so it can be firing off very powerful Precipice Blades. Definitely would.
He also needs the Tailwind, though.
Also the ability.
So I mean, it just seems hard for him, no?
So the Chiyu does more. The Fluttermane gets its photosynthesis and kind of enabling the rest of the Pokemon. So when you lost your Tornadus over on the first turn,
Michael's team has 3 guys that have fire weakness, but then flash fire candle. How sick is that? That's just so cool.
KOs here. The Groudon then coming in could have been a potential change because you would have gotten the Sun on that turn.
Well, Joseph's going to try to adjust here in game 2, and it's going to be a tough task with Zamazenta Fluttermane on Michael's end compared to a double fire type lead with Chiyu and Incineroar.
And looking at this, you do have the potential fake out into the Zamazenta. Intimidate, sure, it's going to negate.
And Zamazenta's going to protect, right?
Really going to matter. And offhand, I am just seeing 2 Pokemon over on Michael's end of the board that can go ahead and protect and get rid of that fake out. You do have pressure going on forward from that turn, though, since even if there is the protect just on this turn coming on out, this Incineroar, something.
Oh, I mean, he could still wide guard too. It's tough, right? It's like this is a tough call.
Into the Zamazenta to be cutting the amount of damage it does output for the rest of the match.
And I'm looking at, Michael's Pokemon are crazy fast right now. Zamazenta, a very traditionally very speedy Pokemon. Fluttermane has the speed boost from the booster energy activating. So Tornadus is not on the field. We get the ability to see it's in the back for Joseph. So for at least this turn and until Joseph can
holy shit, he's just Tera grassing. We're tweaking right now.
Right.
I know when there's 2 seconds left on the clock, it's a tweaking angle. It's a play random. This is where the coach calls play random.
That comes in and sets the Sun. Since it was a booster energy over on the other end, you're not further setting up the Fluttermane over on Michael's end, which is definitely.
Alex lost and dropped. No.
Grass type for the Incineroar.
Terra Grass here on Incineroar. Let's see if Michael was prepared for this option. There's a lot of damage. You can think about the fake out. You can think about
what was the Terra? I mean, he just didn't want to get body pressed.
With a protect on this turn. Fluttermane does not protect though. It's the Thunder Wave into Groudon, who, as the name would suggest, is a ground type, immune to Thunder Wave.
Oh my! The Sun boosted Flare Blitz. That's a ding ding.
What a Pokemon to get rid
okay, play random.
Here in this game too. A nice little chunk of recoil, but being able to.
I freaking love that ding ding. I missed it yesterday. They didn't have it.
The Flare Blitz as well. Another Pokemon that can be enabled. Now the
now what?
Will be a swap in, so no more fire type attacks into that slot. Just so nice. And the Groudon swap in as well to make sure the Thunder Wave couldn't be affecting anything, slowing anything from Joseph's end down even further was really, really nice to see. Notably, Joseph still doesn't have speed going on in this turn.
I mean, can we just Willow the Zam? Is that allowed?
Here. But you do have to worry about the Zamazenta from Michael's end. That's the one that I'm eyeing up as a way to potentially
or Flare Blitz him.
A lot of damage. So the Incineroar can definitely threaten that in a lot of ways as well.
Yeah, especially with the Sun, you're essentially giving Incineroar extra damage. Imagine
this candle is so scary, man.
The Sun is up, boosting the damage of Flare Blitz. Body press from Zamazenta will go towards Groudon's protect here. So
okay, not bad.
Groudon nice and healthy. Here's the Sun boosted Heat Wave from the Chandelure. It's not going to hit the Groudon, but will it connect?
Does it kill Incin? Oh, it does, right?
Wow.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Too often, Incineroar getting knocked out from a fire attack, but when he turned into a grass type,
if he didn't Terra Grass, he was fine though, right?
Zamazenta from being the victim of a very powerful Flare Blitz on this. Now Chiyu coming on.
It's 5 candles, true.
And can still be pressuring with a powerful fire type attack into this Zamazenta. We haven't seen terrestrialization come out, Michael.
Yeah, that wasn't a
Zamazenta
ding-ding.
does
He
have
was
the
already
ability
hurt
to be
from the
resistant
Flare
to
Blitz
that, since
recoil.
it is the dragon type
He was scared of
terrestrialization.
press, yeah,
So
but
if you are worried about fire types being a
I think he had to
target,
read that the Zam was protecting to not get Chiyu'd there, right?
looking at a couple of these different moves, it wouldn't be super effective
On the
damage,
lead.
and you would be avoiding being hit super effective by a Precipice Blades as well.
The other option, Chandelure, Terra Grass with Flash Fire, it's kind of a perfect option for him because you resist Precipice Blades if you turn into Grass type, you're immune to Fire Punch, and you would resist the Thunder Punch as well. That means Groudon really can't damage Chandelure if you terrestrialize.
It's what Pokemon you're prioritizing on your own end.
In hindsight's, you know,
the rest of this
a million,
and
so.
Zamazenta has been eared out as the key or something you want to be staying safe.
But he would have been in a good spot if he didn't Terra his
You're
Incin.
going to be resisting the Fire, Water, Grass core.
Obviously.
Protect in a different way with an actual protect.
And it does make a lot of sense to go to the Dragon typing while the sun is up. You're going to be taking boosted damage from it there. Brings Chiyu down to its focus sash. So Chiyu did stick around for quite a number of turns last game at 1 HP. So who knows how long Joseph can keep it on the field.
It's, yeah, he lost. He lost. It's over.
Protect there. And the Precipice Blade
It's Drover.
not the most accurate move.
Michael Zang is too OP.
If it does connect, yes, Joseph gets it to hit into the Zamazenta, but he's so tanky on that.
Oh, and it missed on the candle?
Does anything.
This being just a normal hit as well. The defense rate is the natural defense the Zamazenta has. I mean, it's just making this Groudon not look too great.
And you can't go Fire Punch or
Oh, candle protected. It protected. I looked away for a second.
Point too, the Zamazenta
Right, did protect it.
So much pressure, already hitting a body press into the Chiyu to bring it down to
Even if he didn't predict it, would have missed. Trust me, okay? I know the odds.
If that is going to be the final Pokemon left in this, is not really something that offers too much
World
damage.
Champ, Unite, VGC, TC. Bro, I gotta get it in Unite first.
Later to get the speed, so you can be pressuring.
Gotta play in a VGC tourney at some point.
Chiyu is done.
Zamazenta gets that KO, just the 1 HP remaining, and he picks it up. So now Joseph's down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Insane matchup diff.
Does connect onto both, gets the knockout onto Chandelure, so no more shenanigans.
Maybe,
The Chandelure this time around, and Michael, but Zamazenta is definitely perfectly okay taking.
I mean, he just can't deal with the Zam either, though, right? Like Terra, Dragon, Zam.
Damage output that I want to see coming out from the Groudon, and with the Chiyu going down, Tornadus hits the field. You have the option of now setting the tailwind, getting the speed on your end, and Qianpao over on Michael's end would not appreciate a Precipice Blaze either. It does have Sash.
The one sad thing about VGC and Unite is that VGC regionals always happen during the same weekend that we have our monthly cups or our monthly cup qualifier turn weekends. So there's very few regionals I could even play in even if I wanted to.
Pokemon so far has not really been doing the most out here.
This is why I want to like play in as many as I can afford to go to in the Unite off season.
What to do because these turns are so crucial. There's not a lot of room for error when you get to moments like this. With
Yeah, Sagen Park season 1 chose Unite, right? Even though he got his invite in a different game as well. I'm pretty sure.
We'll be able to stick around the next turn. Here's a +1 body press into Groudon. Does like 75%, but he crashed in the sun. Will bring Qianpao down to its sash. Michael's okay with that trade because any turn you try.
I mean, this Zam just can't die, right? This game isn't this game like guaranteed over.
The Zamazenta not targeted, Qianpao down to 1, but the amount of damage done into the Groudon, the Qianpao can kind of go for whatever it wants at this point. If you think the Groudon is again going to be going on to the offensive here, a Sucker Punch into that is a definitely way to be cleaning that up. The Tornadus, if it wants to go for a Bleak when to pick off that last little bit of HP on the Qianpao.
World's best Pokemon player of all time. Yeah, I mean he's done it all, right? It's pretty cool.
Crash. Well, all of a sudden you have the Groudon against the world in an unwinnable match when you're facing down against the Shield Dog over on
to be fair, him and his team in Unite were not good. Like, I mean, they qualified in KR, which was like a really, really weak region season 1. But he's the GOAT. He's definitely the GOAT.
Yeah, this is certainly the turn that Joseph is going to need to come.
But if you go back and watch their games, even for the time, it was not. It was not good.
It doesn't matter anyway.
He had some funny rollout moments for sure, but.
Michael kind of covering both of his bases.
And he's like great. He's great.
But to what end, as none of the Pokemon are remaining, the team.
Yeah, they would sub him out. Yeah. That's funny.
With the Bleak Windstorm being the only attacking move from Tornadus and a wide guard.
Yeah, this game's over.
There is nothing this thing can
I mean,
do
this matchup.
Yeah, I see though.
I mean, his only way to win is if game 1 he didn't Terra Grass, right, on his Ensign.
11th victory of the weekend here in LA.
I feel like that's one of those things where if you look back, right, you gotta be like, even if I win turn 1 off Terra Grassing, like even if the turn played out the way he thought it would have, where the Zam clicked body press into his Ensign and he picked up the KO, the sun boosted Flare Blitz on the Flutter main, it wouldn't have been a good outcome for him, right?
And then all of a sudden it was always down to, okay, well, you have to.
But like the Grass Terra just doesn't make any sense to do. Not even in hindsight. Like I guess, I mean, he was running out of time.
So really, really well done there.
He was definitely just running out of time, right? But
out of options.
Yeah, honestly,
even if that body press connected, it would have been bad for him. Like the game state would be bad, right? Like here, if the Zam didn't protect and body press the Ensign, it's still doomed, right? It's doomed if he has to Terra on his Ensign.
Because his defense is so high, and that defense boosts the Dauntless Shield.
Like the only way he could win this game is if the Chandelure gets forced into Terraing and he has like and he's ahead and the Torn can kill it. So that way he can actually deal with the drag. Like he doesn't have to deal with Dragon Terra Zam. I figured it out, guys. I'm a super genius. Don't mind me.
Well, then the Zamazenta will take care. So it was definitely a really.
That's my professional analysis.
Joseph credit though, 10-2 with Groudon. Maybe this necessarily wasn't the match where we could see the most coming out from that restricted, but there was 10 other matches where this Groudon surely had performed. I couldn't imagine leaving your restricted at home, or else why are you building restricted around that Pokemon? So definitely kudos for that run. Yeah, absolutely. Joseph deserves a lot of credit for this team composition because he had some different ideas, I should say, like Sunny Day on Tornadus. A lot of people don't want to go for the Sunny Day, right? They want to click Rain Dance and make sure Bleak Windstorm is 100% accurate. But no, kind of building his whole team. The Burning Jealousy on Chi-Yu is really cool. I love that. Too. I love that Incineroar play with the one-hit KO from Flare Blitz into the Flutter Mane. So Joseph definitely played well, but Michael Zang, regional champion and a great innovative team builder. Somebody get Adam Doricott on the phone because Chandelure is back in the meta. Maybe it's his time to play. We'll have to see if it gets adopted by players other than Michael Zang first, because remember, this is Sacramento champion with Tera Psychic Tyranitar. Won a regional and nobody ever played it again because it's kind of a Michael special. So we'll have to wait a little bit, think about the Chandelure. If other people start picking it up, then I think you can call Dawes. I think until then it's just like a pass-by conversation. Hey, guess what we saw? It's like, hey, just so you know, don't do anything yet, but there's a chance Chandelure we might be going back to black and white at this point for the meta. But I just think the Flash Fire Terra Grass, it's something we've seen sparingly throughout the last 2 years, but it is so effective when it comes up. Of course, I want to know how Michael came upon this Chandelure and how his run has been going. So Gabby has him in our lounge for our post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Michael Zang, who not only built the team that won Stockholm last weekend, or a couple weekends ago, is still running Zamazenta, but you really put your own spin on it this time around. So tell me more about the team you're running this weekend.
Yeah, so I had originally had the Latios and the Pelipper as the members of the team, but I felt that the Groudon matchup especially, which I expected to be very popular this weekend, was a little weak. And also there were other trends, and also I just wanted to experiment a little bit at this regional. I was really looking forward as like Worlds and NAIC are coming up, and so I wanted to have different experiences with different Pokemon. So I knew that team, the original team, and I still do believe that it's very strong, but wanted to try some different things.
Yeah, and I really do love how you're trying some really unique Pokemon. I mean, I know Galarian Moltres has had a couple of appearances, Latios as well has had a couple of appearances. How do you find confidence in rolling up with a team that has those unique picks, knowing that, you know, maybe it won't find the meta necessarily where you expect it to be?
Yeah, honestly, most of the ideas that I have don't even come to tournament. Like, I have so many ideas, and like my motto on it is that there's no stupid ideas. Everything is worth trying, and so I always want to give everything a try, and then if I have like a pretty good feel for when things like the idea ends up being like something that's worth pursuing. So in this case, like I've used Latios in the past, Galarian Moltres. I really like these Pokemon. Like that's why I originally have the ideas to try to use them. And then when I use them and I think they actually are contributing members to a winning team, then I start to refine it down and think about using it at a regional.
Do you have like a process that you go through when you're evaluating a new Pokemon? Do you try it on ladder? Do you talk to friends?
I do both. Like I talk to friends about it, but a lot of people don't really like to hear my ideas, to be honest. Like it's just like sometimes it's too crazy for not everyone wants to be cooking all the time. So I think trying it on ladder is ultimately where I make that decision of where if that idea is just something that I should leave at home or if I should actually bring it to a regional.
All right. Well, you mentioned just now that Groudon was one of your biggest fears coming into this tournament. I'm curious how your run has been relative to that expectation.
Yeah, I've played 3 Groudons, actually the most of any restricted. I played 2 Groudons as well, which was a little bit of a surprise, but actually the overlapping counterplay helps there, and I've won all 5 of those games against the Sun restricted. So, I mean, the changes were very positive. I think some people might look at the team and be like, oh, you took off Pelipper. Is that really going to help the Groudon matchup? But, or like the Sun matchup, I guess. But it is actually just being less reliant on Pelipper was important for me to improve the matchup.
Yeah, I was going to ask, you dropped Pelipper. Was Chandelure like the direct replacement for it?
In some ways.
Okay.
So, like the approach I wanted to have is that I wanted to try a different Tera on Zamazenta. Before with grass, you needed Pelipper because otherwise you have no way to reduce the fire type damage. So now with Dragon, it means that I don't have as much reliance on changing the weather, reducing fire type moves, and so there's a lot less counterplay in that sense. And so I can explore other options for that slot. And so Chandelure was a Pokemon that I saw Jamie Boyd try, and Aurelian also in Stockholm was using Ceruledge, which is a very similar idea, and so I wanted to pursue that idea because it seemed very interesting to me. And I like Chandelure a lot as a Pokemon.
Yeah, it's kind of wild seeing
and it's in Unite.
We're doing well this weekend, Whimsicott doing well this weekend. It feels like we're back in the black and white days, to be honest with you. Let's talk about that last matchup. So what was your plan going into Team Preview Game 1?
I knew I had a great matchup. Chandelure was going to be great at walling out a lot of his pieces, and then also I had great speed.
Casually, knife are nice.
It was impossible for him to easily remove the Tera Dragon on Zamazenta. Basically, I knew that since he had Burning Jealousy on Chi-Yu, all I needed to be careful about was not getting burned on my first turn with Zamazenta. And then other than that, Tera Dragon Zamazenta was going to really take me home. So as long as I played it cleanly and I make very few risks, which ended up happening, I was pretty confident in the matchup.
As one of the more, I'm going to say, inspired team builders of 2024, you had your regional win earlier on in the season with a very unique team. What is your advice to anybody at home who's trying to get into team building maybe for the first time?
Yeah, like I said, my motto is like, there's no stupid ideas. Like, the only way that you can find something that is really like off meta or like other people aren't exploring is that you have to try it yourself. And so like, if you just go with the established meta, like you'll probably do pretty well, and you can improve your playing ability. But if you really want to build an innovative team that nobody else is thinking of right now, you have to try it yourself. Like you can't just follow other people in that sense.
For sure. And do you have a favorite memory from the 2024 regionals season that you'd like to share?
This season, actually earlier this weekend, today, I played against one of my good friends, Alex Underhill, and we were just laughing about it a little after because we both had flutter mains and we just went for the speed tie on turn 1. We both opted into it. We talked about it earlier this weekend about whenever there's a speed tie, we just go for it. And so we just turn 1, went for it, and then I ended up getting the luckier side of the flip that time. So big shout outs to Alex and all the other people who have helped me throughout this process.
For sure.
Damn, he just killed his boy like that, huh?
Want to give as well?
Yeah, shout out to my family and Tub Nation and people in seeding, and there's a lot of people who've supported me across the.
He just killed his boy like that.
Competing, so all those people, they know who they are. So
isn't that messed up?
all of them.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate your time, and casters, throwing it back to you.
Just killed his boy.
Thank you very much,
That's
Gabby,
messed up.
and Michael, congrats on the victory. Really cool to see how he's kind of using the same core, right? You have Zamazenta, but it's with a different terastallization type, and Moltres is still there, but then you have Chandelure take the Pelipper place. Like, I love when top level trainers are able to explain that thought process of how they evolve their teams.
I love the thought process of like, yeah, I always go for the speed type. You go for the speed. All right, we're going for the speed type. That one's just more funny.
When are they gonna shout out Inder? I haven't done anything for these guys.
More so unconventional Pokemon that are obviously doing really, really good. I think it's really, really cool, and it kind of pushes the, okay, it doesn't have to be the
My
same
only
Pokemon.
VGC input is
Pokemon are
play
top for a reason,
Garganacl.
But you can be rounding out with something that's a little bit lower on that usage chart, basically like almost not
Play Garganacl.
existent, but if it works with the team, it can still be a good Pokemon and a good choice.
Yeah, and it's like it's good because of the utility the Pokemon brings to your team inherently, right? But then also the lack of preparation your opponents are going to have. They're going to be playing hundreds and hundreds of matches, you know, on their way to LA this weekend. And how many of those matches were facing a Chandelure compared to a Pelipper? They're way more prepared for Pelipper.
Yeah, all of the testing that I've seen players do, they were not testing against Chandelure. So, yeah, Michael definitely got them beat on that one. But as we're waiting for our next round to get
I hope we get to see more of Michael's team, because I want to see how they use what they do with the Rillaboom.
What is happening here?
Well, John went 0-5. It'd be like that sometimes, Sierra.
That is rough. I mean, sometimes it just really do be like that.
Rough.
It's like, it's Charizard and Pikachu, like the two faces of Pokemon, right? It's like, I have failed you. I'm sorry, I went 0-5, Charizard and Pikachu.
The way he's laying on the ground, it literally looks like it was drawn from the scene of like some animated show or whatnot, after someone just gets like comically punched and they instantly hit the ground, and it's like, yeah, they got hit in the face, but like their legs are just like broken on the ground, splayed out his arm behind his back. I mean, he committed, honestly. I respect
Play Garganacl.
Hey, you know, cheer up, John. There's always next time. You'll get him next time. Don't worry about it. 0-5, that's a thing of the past. We better next time. Here we have our tweet from Pokemon Lab showing the daycare. Look at all these cute little
that's cute.
hanging out at the daycare, waiting for their trainers to pick them up later.
Honestly disappointed that it's a little Larvesta as opposed to the, not even life size, it's like bigger than life size.
Oh, I really like the
Larvesta plush that they have announced.
what is this from?
Still super,
Pokemon
super
Quest?
So
Is that where it's from? I really like this Pikachu. It's so cool.
You just have a plushie and you go drop it
I
by
want
so
that.
they can take care of it, and you go back in a little bit and all of a sudden it's gained some experience, you pay some pocket money, and you get it back.
And if any of the Pokemon are, you know,
Pokemon Quest, yeah, I didn't know they had Pokemon Quest merch. That's so cool.
You gotta walk around for the plushie to hatch there. But I do see the Mousehole family, Tandem Mouse, Mousehole, whatever. Production told us that there's actually a Mousehole doing
no
really
eggs
well.
in the daycare. Sus.
They get 10 and 2, so that's kind of cool. That's
they yoinked them.
Last year's season.
It definitely is. We're seeing a lot of kind of, oh, okay, well, our meta was built out before, and we've adopted this Pokemon back in. Mousehold was kind of one from the get-go.
The figures, too. I like the plush.
The mouse never goes anywhere, I guess. Another one coming out. Hope everyone has an electrifying day, too, at the LA Regionals.
Oh, that's Iono cosplayer. That's cool.
You know, caught your eyes in my electric, like, because she introed the stream going on an Iono quote. Maybe she got inspired and saw this wonderful cosplay while she was walking in.
There you go. Yeah, shout outs to Toki MP3. What's about it or whatever. I know Rosemary always loves saying Iono's catchphrases, and in the anime, Iono actually has some pretty cool animations and stuff. But this is a really cool cosplay. Great job by them. We have one more social media post to showcase here in this moment, and it's from Nimbasa City Post. Congratulations to Dorian, the Lima special event champion. Dorian, a great player. We saw Dorian at LA.
One with Terrapagos.
Well, so earlier.
Oh, it was a Terrapagos mirror. And both sides had Volcarona too. That's crazy.
On this. First off, congratulations, because that's wonderful.
Terrapagos Volcarona mirror.
Brought to each match, and I'm seeing Volcarona on both sides of the field here. I think that is also amazing. Another one of those Pokemon that maybe if we haven't gotten featured as much, has been kind of kicking out there around in the field. It has been something that has been talked about, and obviously being able to take down a special event. A couple of people that are on this, not as cool as Slither Wing, but still a really, really powerful Pokemon, so kudos.
Well, I mean, kind of a weird conversation here, because Slither Wing wouldn't exist without the Volcarona, but then also Slitherwing existed before Volcarona, so it's kind of a weird moment.
You can call it a paradox. Pokemon.
Yes, you definitely can.
Oh,
Tweet out
bars.
your thoughts on social media using the
That was
hashtag
bars.
Pokemon, just like those people did.
What we want to see is the hashtag play Pokemon with your favorite Slitherwing art. Let's bring the Slitherwing to the LA Regional Champion stream and give the people what they want. And then get our Twitch emote.
Yeah.
Let's go. This is the real story
has
here,
been
friends.
on this hill for I don't even know how long at this point. I hope one day she finally Slitherwing pulls through. Maybe that's the rule you make with Pikachu. You like sign a contract. If Slitherwing wins a regional, we'll give you an emote.
I'd be so down for it. But no, for real, if you're watching, we want to know how you're enjoying as well. Click the notification button so you know when we're going live on all the channels. Be sure to follow.
Yeah, for sure. It's always fun when we hear from the community and see cool cosplays and seeing the plushes and everything like that. But it's been an exciting first 2 matches of the day. And as we get set up for our next match, we actually had Gabby catching up with the junior champion earlier on today, winning the first regional championship claim today. So Gabby, take it away.
Oh, juniors is done already.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with now 4-time junior regional champion Layla,
4-time.
who just won the Los Angeles regional championships. How's it going this morning?
Good.
Good? You happy?
I am.
What team did you run this weekend?
Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Calyrex Shadow Rider, and what other
This guy would
Pokemon
kick
were
my
on that
ass
team?
in VGC.
Raging Bolt, Whimsicott, Rillaboom. My brain's blanking. I can't remember the last one.
It's okay. It's very early in the morning, and I'm feeling that too. You were just telling
Well,
me.
no,
that
I'm saying he would
you
kick
were
my
on
ass.
Friday. So coming into this tournament, did you feel prepared?
I did. He didn't, but I did.
All right. And how did you feel prepared, even though it was a new team?
I used the same archetype in Indianapolis, and I won with it.
All right. So if it
Damn.
isn't broken, don't fix it, right?
If it isn't broken, don't fix it.
So tell me about some of your battles that you had today. What was your favorite battle of the weekend?
My favorite battle of the weekend was against Kevin Hahn in finals because he always beats me, and I beat him in 2 games.
Nice. And do you feel like
Okay.
he's your rival at these tournaments?
He is.
Nice. Well, NAIC is just a couple of weeks away. Are you ready?
I am.
You think you're
He's
gonna
ready.
run Calyrex Shadow Rider again?
I don't feel comfortable saying.
All right.
Let's
Well, we'll just have to
go.
watch and see
He
how you
knows.
do at the North
He's the
American
GOAT.
International Championships.
Don't give up any info.
Anybody?
Charlie.
All right. And Charlie helped you build your team, right?
Yeah. Kevin Hahn, my parents, and my grandparents.
Nice. Well, congratulations on your 4th
Savage,
win,
yeah.
And best of luck at NAIC in a couple weeks.
He knows. He knows not to
You better
reveal
save more
info.
Pokemon
He's a smart kid. I mean, no shit. He won regionals 4 times this year. He's a gamer.
Yeah, I first started Pokemon in 2007, and I started VGC in 2019, and I've been playing until now. My earliest memory about Pokemon was beating the Elite Four in Diamond and Pearl, and I remember it being such a challenge. I had to try over and over again, and finally did it after like 10 tries. And my favorite starter Pokemon would probably be Chimchar. That was the first starter I ever chose.
Okay.
Originally, I started competitive play because once I beat the games, I wanted to see what more there was, and I love strategy games, so it was a natural transition for me to move into competitive Pokemon because
Cynthia's pretty tough.
Opponent, but also the
I don't blame him.
I loved as a kid.
I remember wiping in Diamond 4, Elite 4 many times.
That you will learn as like a competitor is that
Farming up,
the difference between, like, top
going in with a
players
bunch of
and
revives,
your average Joe is
season with
not only
items.
understanding of the game, but a lot of it is that more than anything else, confidence is how you win games.
Another stomping tantrum into Como, no protects. Not another critical hit. Como survives body press. Michael Zang is advancing to the finals here in Sacramento, California.
I've always liked to use unique teams, and being recognized for that, and when other people are able to have some fun with the unique teams that I've built, that's always been a standout moment for me throughout the course of playing Pokemon.
Michael is just
So if you think about it, Michael Zang is kind of like Metro Boomin, you know?
I wouldn't say there's just one person that I respect a lot. I think
He makes a lot of beats and music, and other artists pop off. But you know, he's got his own thing too.
Into the scene during like 2020 and whatnot. One of my best friends, Vishy, has also been a huge inspiration.
Michael
for me.
Boomin.
He was someone
That's
who
his new
introduced me
nickname.
to VGC, and that's the reason why I got into it.
Metro Zang. No, Metro Zang. That's cool.
And Michael Zang takes down Riley.
I had originally not even thought about winning a regional, so you know, coming and winning a regional, I'd have to reevaluate.
You know, he elevated a bunch of other players with his teams, and now he's killing it.
A2ing worlds or making top cut of worlds would be fantastic. That would be my goal for now.
Sabrina and Pokemon Stadium messed you up. I think I didn't play Pokemon Stadium, but I remember pretty much every Elite Four messing me up and just having to. I didn't want to farm my levels, but I rather would want to. I always had a bunch of money in the end, and I would dump all my money buying revives, buying hyper potions, and just cycling. You know, sending out a filler guy, reviving my main guy.
That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad.
Full cheese.
Be live all the time.
When I was a kid, obviously.
I spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X pra usar como deck, porque eu
Not Miraidon.
até pra questão de ataque.
Not Miraidon.
Look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held what they are playing in their locals all the time. So you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
First try was Charmin on red version. Mine was Pikachu in Pokemon Yellow. I think I owned Pokemon Blue, but I don't remember playing it as a kid. My first memory is playing Pokemon Yellow. I think I might have been too dumb to even get to the part where you have to like collect a Pokemon in Blue.
Practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Or I just didn't have it. I don't remember. It was way too long ago. Definitely my first memory is playing Pokemon Yellow though, because I enjoyed that game so much. Because it was where the Pikachu would follow you around, and I was so sad that it didn't in Gold and Silver. Oh, it's a Yeet fan. I saw Yeet fan. Yeet fan kind of looked like Tatsugiri. He has the Tatsugiri face. Yeah, I remember I didn't like Gen 2 that much as a kid because I was sad how Pikachu wasn't there following you around. But then Generation 3, because it was on the Game Boy Advance, the graphics and like were just so much better, I remember, for the time, that I spammed Sapphire so much. I played so much Sapphire. By the time Pearl came out, yeah, I mean, I was still very, very, very into Pokemon then. I played a lot of Pearl. And I remember Platinum dropped after, and it was like, it's the same game. I didn't want to ask my parents to spend money on it. And then after that, I just wasn't into Pokemon anymore. I kind of was, I only played free-to-play games then. Oh yeah, the sound too. Yeah, the music was the soundtracks were so much better. For me, actually, it was. I mean, it's not a thing you can even notice anymore, but it was going from Game Boy Advance to Game Boy Advance SP and having the backlit screen. Like the backlit screen made the and the rechargeable and that you didn't have to have batteries anymore. Because like that was actually a limiting factor. I remember like constantly having to ask my parents to get new batteries for my Game Boy Advance was like so annoying. Like I just didn't like asking for stuff as a kid. So like once we got the SP, I played it so much more. And I just remember it feeling like a handheld, it felt better, the light felt better, the recharge felt better. It was such an innovation for its time. But that's really that made the difference, was the SP. Got rechargeable batteries? I got rechargeable batteries for my Wii remote. That's what I remember.
For some more Pokemon action. We're already well on our way through our day 2 second round.
It's crazy that the Wiimote used batteries, right?
Yeah, we're deep into day 2 now. Things have really picked up since last time we were here during day 1. A lot of impressive matches already underway. A lot of players with 10-2 records ready to try to punch their ticket into the top cut pretty soon.
Oh yeah, and that top cut is going to be really difficult to get through when it does.
All right, Michael Zang.
Bracket, but here are a couple of players
Joe.
well within that
There's Joe.
we just saw Michael
Those two that I'm excited about. Rajan Bell, he won Indianapolis. He's cool too. I like that guy. He seems like a cool guy. I don't think I've ever spoken to him, but he seems like a cool guy. Zachary Thornburg, I don't remember why, but I remember his name from yesterday because I kept saying Zachary Thornburg. And then James Beck, that guy makes YouTube videos, right? I've seen some of his YouTube videos before.
And I'm really excited to see how far those players can go, but as we look at our
So many names with J, yeah, on the left side especially, right?
For all of these players, you can see all the 10-2 stacked up against each other.
Grant Weldon, Dominic Giliatis, Guyat. He used Encore and Bet. Okay, that's that guy. I'm dead. Okay, Zachary's the guy with Scream Tag. Yeah. Okay. That shit killed me. Okay. I mean, I just want to see some good games. I don't want Joe to win. Obviously, he's my coach. He's my master.
Since the Black and White era, was a successful player in those days and is trying to
revisit Black and White 2. I try to play the OG Pokemon games, man. Maybe one I haven't played before will be more interesting to me. But the pacing for how my brain is now doesn't add up, man. I had way more patience as a kid. I don't have the attention span to play.
Such a unique take on the meta.
Play the older games.
But it's also surrounded by this Zacian who we feel like has been very
Regidrago.
So far.
Yeah, we've seen more
Zacian.
in past tournaments.
This is Tera Ground Zacian though, right? I like that.
Team. You have the Whimsicott with Focus Sash ready to set up Tailwind and support the
Citrus Berry Among Us with Sludge Bomb. No Pollen Puff.
That as a big physical attacker when you
Scarf Chiyu.
And then also have the Rusted Sword +1 attack boost as it switches in. It can deal a ton of damage. And there's no Intimidate on the other side.
Tera Ground, Tera Blast Zacian. It's kind of cool actually.
Unconstrained. But to deal damage, you have to be first.
That helped. It's probably for the Miraidon matchup, right? And Bolt.
Probably Tailwinds on both
I mean, yeah.
And lots of fast special attackers. So I think the name of the game is going to be finding windows for Pokemon like Regidrago, Zacian, and Chiyu to get attacks off.
Well, Grant certainly has the experience when it comes down to that Pokemon.
ROM hack with Modern XP share.
Regidrago this year.
I have the mental illness where playing ROM hacks when I want to play an original game is like, it doesn't work for me. The only ROM hacks I'd be interested in are like the higher difficulty ones, you know, like the ISO games. But just ROM hacking like a base game just to make it go better, I don't know. It just feels weird to me. Okay, Smeargle, Wide Guard, Faint Smeargle, Scarf Urshifu with Ice Spinner. That's cool. Volcarona won the Latin America tournament, right? That was cool. Oh, it's Rage Powder Volcarona. Rocky Helmet, that's cool. And then Specs Shadow Rider with Pollen Puff. Wait, Pollen Puff and Expanding Force, but he has no one to put the Psychic Train down.
The Chiyu on the other side is holding a Choice Scarf, meaning it's going to be faster than Calyrex Shadow Rider, will be a consistent thorn in Dominic's side. But the Urshifu could try to rival that. resisting Chiyu's
Plays the saxophone.
and trying
True.
to outspeed and surging strikes KO, but Grant has plenty of support to try to prevent that. There's Ogrepon, Whimsicott, and Amoonguss.
If you ROM hack, you got to make you unique with a new story. That's how I feel, right? That's how I feel too.
Similarly, though, I think
Exactly.
we have to draw our attention
I just feel like it has to be more different in just quality of life improvements.
that flame body ability. We talked about
And it's a personal thing. It's definitely just a personal thing.
But what if you just burn it? That redirection is so powerful, and you could just get the burn too.
Volcarona is going to be a very difficult Pokemon for Zacian to play into because that burn.
His Volcarona seems tough.
The attacks that Zacian would like to use are going to be resisted by Volcarona. Both
Follow me, Rocky Helmet,
and Sacred
with
Sword.
good typing.
Volcarona, it can redirect those moves into it and then threaten the burn of Flame Body. Or if you're not attacking on that turn, Volcarona can just go out and overheat and one-hit KO Zacian. So you have to be weary of both directions.
He has Terra Ground, Terra Blast though, right?
So something that both players are going to need to keep in mind is speeds. Do we see the
I mean,
tornado
that'll
strikes
help into the Volcarona.
How do those tailwinds actually match up against
Regidrago.
We're about to get our answer.
I've never seen this Pokemon be played before.
Users on for either player, and it's all about the offense here as Grant has the Regidrago and Dominic has the Calyrex.
It has some weird signature dragon move, right?
Tailwind setter on the field combined with
I don't know if that's the good one or not, but I know I think it does.
The challenge for Grant here is that Calyrex is faster. A Dragon Energy that comes after a Choice Specs Astral Barrage is not going to do that much damage. Now you can still try to trade it away.
Water Spout with Dragon Type, that's what it is, yeah. He's not running it though, right?
And then Draco Meteor back for a ton of damage.
Or is that Dragon Energy?
You can pivot around and find something like the Chiyu out of the back.
Oh, it is Dragon Energy, right?
Switch into an Astral Barrage and then be naturally faster than a Calyrex Shadow Rider if you're assuming tailwinds from both sides.
Dragon Energy, okay, okay.
It's a crystallization for the Calyrex Shadow Rider. No worries about the damage into Regidrago if you add the offensive Ghost Crystallization on top of that Astral Barrage damage.
Yeah, at least with the Regidrago protecting, you can scout out what this Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to lock into with those choice specs. But Grant gets a chance to get this Tailwind up and running first. So does Dominic decide to match that? Or
Oh, he did. He didn't. He matched the Tailwind.
The Tailwind, so you know that these speeds are going to be evened out, and these Tailwinds will expire at the same time.
How much does Astral do?
The Astral Barrage. This Whimsicott does have a focus as
Oh, he protected. He protected.
for not much longer after this Astral Barrage.
I mean, he's going down to 1, right?
Yeah, that Focus Sash is now going to be spent. Both of these Pokemon are going to be in KO range of that next Astral Barrage. And Dominic has...
So what's the play here? He can threaten on... Oh, he doesn't have Encore. Wait, what's Cotton Spore do?
Just has Moon Blast, Cotton Spore.
Do you have to channel it and then it knocks him up and does some damage and the plus upgrade gives defenses?
Regidrago could find a window in that way.
A lower speed. Oh, is it kind of like Electro Web?
It is going to be tricky, and it's a hard call to make.
Wait, it's a para move?
So many other offensive pieces in the back, but I am super intrigued to see how Grant might play around this Cotton Spore.
It does stun you, actually. Lol.
Advantage. This Regidrago, though, still has the same problem as you were talking about before. Good news, though, is that there is no wide guard available right now because Smeargle is not shown itself quite yet. But Calyrex Shadow Rider kind of got what it wanted. And it's
Iron Hands? Okay, so he's gonna eat the Cotton Spore on one side.
as the Cotton Spore comes through, so both the Tornadus and this Iron Hands are going to have...
Oh, no, wait, it doesn't para. It's just -2 speed.
Allowing this Regidrago to outspeed, and that Dragon Energy...
That's better. That's better here.
...is going to bring that Tornadus so low.
Oh, it's better here, not better in general.
Super well.
The good news for Dominic is that Whimsicott is gone. Spent one turn taking an Astral Barrage, spent another turn taking a Bleak Wind Storm. The speed drop doesn't matter that much on Iron Hands, and with a game that could go this fast and be this based on who has the speed advantage at which situation, having Tornadus outlast Whimsicott, be able to threaten a second Tailwind possibly in the game, or just make sure that Whimsicott cannot get itself a second Tailwind or another Cotton Spore, could mean that the Calyrex Shadow Rider is well positioned in the end game to sweep. But the other big obstacle for the Calyrex Shadow Rider is this Choice Scarf Chiyu going to be naturally faster and can throw dark moves at the Calyrex Shadow Rider. We already saw the Trastalization used and is not a defensive Trastalization that helps with dark moves coming from Chiyu. And so with so much of Iron Hand's health bar, we had another way you could have dealt with Chiyu, been able to tank a hit and then try to drain punch the Chiyu, but that health bar was spent kind of bailing Calyrex Shadow Rider out of the previous position, which means both of these Pokemon are just totally vulnerable to Dragon Energy. No Protect available from Tornadus on the other side either, means you can't try to stall your way through this turn.
It's so tough as well because I think, like, if you're Dominic, you're really hoping...
There's a fake out. Is there... Where's this guy's wide guard months?
The Regidrago, and you can help set up the Rain Dance. So it's going to mitigate some of these fire-type attacks from this Chiyu if it decides to go for that.
That's good rain for him, right?
Whirlwind options are now off the field for our trainers. But Dominic gets a free switch back in. This Calyrex Shadow Rider could come back in and not have that -2 speed drop. Or Dominic might have that Rapid Strike Urshifu in the back that you could have set that Tailwind for. Or that Rain Dance for.
Yeah, what does he have in the back?
One is really going to be critical here for Dominic, because if Shadow Rider comes in now, it's just going to be
Oh, it's Shifu.
a Choice Scarf Dark Pulse. So Urshifu, a much better option, is going to resist that Choice Scarf Dark Pulse and threaten a ton of damage to either side. I think a really well-reasoned turn from Grant on the prior turn. Throws the Dark Pulse at Tornado.
Well, that's Urshifu's scary, no?
Goes for a Drain Punch, well then Regidrago will get a chance to KO Iron Hands. And if it doesn't and just fakes out Regidrago, well then Chi-Yu is still safe on the field. So despite Chi-Yu not itself ensuring that Iron Hands can't get a Drain Punch off, that turn was safe to prove that no Drain Punch was coming. But no Drain Punch doesn't mean no Rapids, no Surging Strikes from this Urshifu Rapid Strike. This is going to be another position where Grant's going to have to play carefully to not lose Chi-Yu, because as soon as Chi-Yu goes down, there may be no backstop for that Calyrex Shadow Rider from just sweeping through your team.
Yeah, and with
It's Blue Bear. It's Blue Bear.
as well, once these tailwinds expire,
It's Blue Bear and Rain is up, so the Surging Strikes will hurt.
We see Chi-Yu actually retreat for now. Wants to know that that Choice Scarf is available. You can also lock into something else later, maybe even when the rain expires. And this Zacian going to finally hit the field. Gets its attack boost with the Intrepid Sword, but is it going to be able to actually hold its own at the close combat?
I mean, the crit didn't matter, right?
To be able to knock it out. The good news for Grant is that this Urshifu is going to become a little bit easier to
Oh, he's locked into CC now, right?
And the special defense if you're looking at that Chi-Yu. But the
Are they allowed to give their mons nicknames? I don't. I feel like I haven't seen any nicknames this tourney. My guess is no.
On the special defense drop from the close combat, really crucial that Grant now has the knowledge that the Urshifu is locked into close combat.
But I feel like before I've watched, they have allowed, so I don't know. I have no idea, actually.
Immune to close combat. Force the Urshifu off the field. The only thing that come in instead is the Calyrex Shadow Rider. We've talked about the problems that has. So this could be a couple turns of kind of unwinding this position if Grant goes for the Ghost Terastallization. Of course,
The software they plug their switches into removes them. I see. Yeah, there's something weird happening, right? Because
gives a good amount of health up for the Drain Punch
the
hands, but definitely worth.
trainer avatars have been the same every time, or they were yesterday.
If Chi-Yu had just taken a Drain Punch instead while trying to Dark Pulse one of these targets, things would look a lot more difficult for Grant, and of course Station can now threaten great damage into this Iron Hands.
Ooh. Well, is actually going to double into the Urshifu here, so covers for the Urshifu potentially staying in with the drops that it has, should be taken out by both of these attacks, but you also know that you cover for the switch if that Calyrex Shadow Rider were to make an appearance, locking into the Dark Pulse. But the Terastallization gets spent, and that is going to be
a
the
ghost.
Chi-Yu now immune to the close combat that Urshifu has locked into, and who's going to be the most pivotal piece for Grant in this endgame.
Well, the Dark Pulse is going to go into the Urshifu first. Even though it's not very effective, it does have a chance to flinch.
Oh.
So the Zacian gets a follow-up with a Sacred Sword. And
Oh no, he didn't get any free CC damage. I mean, if he clicked the CC into Chi-Yu, it wouldn't have mattered. But I don't think he did, right?
Into the Zacian, and it's still able to hang on through that. But can this Calyrex Shadow Rider from Dominic come in and actually clean everything?
Okay, the Tera Dark actually.
Chi-Yu Dark Pulse. There's no
Or Tera Ghost, I mean, works against him, right? But
Chi-Yu is faster. There's no redirection. There's no protect.
but Chi-Yu is just faster with Scarf, so.
I have to imagine that Calyrex is not bulky enough to take that super effective Dark Pulse, but that is Dom's one chance into this endgame. The Dark Pulse flinch on the previous turn probably prevented a close combat into Zacian. If that had been enough damage to actually pick up a KO on Zacian, then maybe that starts to twist the game. But without a missed KO, I don't think it really... if it misses the KO, I don't think it changes much about this endgame. That is all about Chi-Yu.
Especially because the Chi-Yu being the Ghost type means that this Iron Hands can't really hit it very well.
Yeah, I don't know how much it would have mattered, right? I mean, the Iron Hands would get a free hit, basically, onto the Chi-Yu. But this Calyrex is getting one shot no matter what.
So big KO. This Iron Hands is now all by itself and is going to struggle. Even if we see the Wild Charge into the Chi-Yu, which we do, you're still taking recoil damage, and the Chi-Yu doesn't get taken down.
The problem for Iron Hands, if it had a much more health left, it could maybe beat these Pokemon. Chi-Yu locked into Dark Pulse is going to do fairly little damage to Iron Hands, and the Zacian does not have Play Rough to hit into the...
Oh, it might have actually, the Zacian KO would have mattered, right? Because he's locked into Dark Pulse, so you can't actually hurt this Iron Hands.
Wild Charge is enough to take out Iron Hands and give
But I mean, he's gonna get one flinch out of the 4 Dark Pulses he clicks, right? Oh, one out of the 3 that he clicks, like, it's not even that unlikely that he would hit it.
Tailwind at home or even leave it in the back to stagger it out. It feels like a tough call to have to
And
make, like
on top of that, if Dominique had clicked CC into the Chi-Yu, he would have, it wouldn't, the literally would not have mattered. So I don't know, it doesn't feel like it was that hacksy, right? It's only 20%, oh, it's 20, oh, it's 30. Yeah, I mean, it's a little lucky, right, I guess, but it's not like that out of the ordinary. And it was a 50-50 depending on where he had clicked, right, with the CC.
Switch out to get away from the Cotton Spore, give up a ton of damage because of that single turn, really shifts the complexion of the whole game.
No, Chi-Yu Tera ghosted, so, and, or she was locked into CC. So if he clicked the CC into Chi-Yu, it would have, he would have immuned it, right?
And then just take a full power dragon energy. I wonder though, then how, if you're Dominic, do you deal with those big threats? If you have to match the Tailwind, is there anything else that you can do in order to mitigate this Chi-Yu, or even just kind of deal with this Whimsicott faster?
I think I'd like to see the Smeargle out on the board.
Yeah, I feel like Smeargle would have helped, right? Because he didn't have Wide Guard.
Spore in some combination can probably buy.
But maybe the Wide Guard was not important actually.
I think there's also something to be said for having Tornadus. You still have to bring it. You're still gonna have to match the Tailwind eventually, but it's less of a cost.
I think this Chi-Yu is so strong.
Through that turn, giving away half of its health bar to bail yourself out of a position, be able to Tailwind
Into the Shadow Ghost
So I think it's a
horse guy.
less risky switch in, much less costly to have to give a bunch of its health than something like Iron Hands that really relies on that health bar to have an impact on the game.
Especially because these choice specs, right? Some of the other guys were running Focus Sash, so they could actually do something.
Having the Focus Sash allowed it to actually do the Tailwind as well as the Cotton Spore before getting taken down, and that put Grant into such an overwhelming position when it came down to the speed advantage. So maybe that's another thing that Dominic can rely on, not just outside of the Smeargle's move kit.
I think another difference in that previous game would have been if Urshifu had locked into Surging Strikes instead of Close Combat. Things probably look a lot easier for Dominic. The hesitance to click Surging Strikes is because of those triple grass types on the other side. Even with Zacian as the 4th unrevealed Pokemon, Dominic wasn't ready to assume that it wasn't a Moongus or Ogerpon that was about to switch into that slot and take a Surging Strikes.
I think it's tough in this matchup too, because I wonder how much impact we actually could see with the Zacian, but...
Okay, Smeargle lead this time.
Because it is the Smeargle next to that Shadow Rider Calyrex that you were hoping for. Once again, Grant leading the Whimsicott and the Regidrago.
Tailwind.
This can quickly turn into a very kind of 50.
Is he not just Tailwind? Oh, Protect is scary though, because he is faint. Wait, this Smeargle is kind of insane.
So you follow me away that Draco Meteor, just have it bring Smeargle to Focus Sash, or do you just Spore the Regidrago if you don't think it's about to get speed control, or if you think it's going to be Tailwind?
I guess Draco is safe, right? Because it covers for a lot of the... Covers for Feint and Wide Guard. Oh, Feint to break Sash.
But that means only Tailwind on the other side.
Means that the Tailwind for the Whimsicott, it allows this Regidrago to outspeed, and the Draco Meteor does connect into the Calyrex just to get the one-hit knockout.
Ding ding! I love that ding ding. I'm so happy it's back.
Call that was very poorly for him. It could have been even worse with the Dragon Energy instead in that situation, but you can see what he was looking for. If Grant had made the same turn 1 play as in game 1 of protecting Regidrago and Tailwinding, well then a combination of Feint and the Astral Barrage would have taken Whimsicott off the board and set Smeargle up to then protect the Calyrex Shadow Rider on the next turn. But because Regidrago just goes out on the offense, doesn't get wide guarded or follow me, it takes Calyrex Shadow Rider off the field and establishes a massive advantage for Grant. Not only does he have the Pokemon...
I don't know about that play, Dominic. You kind of lost your horse guy immediately.
That means that Dominic's going to have to give up even more to try to...
I guess he just didn't have the read.
I can't imagine that is Tornadus, because it would be too passive of an advantage. If it is Tornadus, it's just...
Hey, what's up, Felipe?
And I love this terrestrialization here as well, because this Regidrago does have the Ghost Terra type, and it's going to keep it safe from this Iron Hands that is packing that fake out. You can't fake out anymore, and it's just going to allow this Regidrago.
Oh, I like how the Terra Ghost goes to the side.
This pressure. The Iron Hands doesn't go for that though.
That's where technically his head is, huh?
That Ghost Terra, but it allows this
on his delt.
Down, knowing that that Dragon Energy is not too long after that.
Grant continuing to find ways to get offense off, using the Whimsicott Moonblast to make sure to get something out of this turn.
I mean, I feel like this game's Jover.
Whimsicott is only to Grant's advantage as he already has the Pokemon.
Do they still allow Dark Void Smeargle? I'm assuming no, because I haven't seen it once.
But it's tough because even if you have that Tornadus in the back and you set the Tailwind, does the Iron Hand
Darkrai's not in this game, right?
to deal with the rest of the team that Grant has?
No, it really can't be Tornadus.
Banned in VGC, okay, yeah.
If it's Tornadus, then it was the team construction would have meant that it was 3 supportive options, all there to focus on damage output from the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which meant that Calyrex Shadow Rider going down on turn 1 was nearly the end of the game. If it's Earth
Oh, he is?
instead, then there's a way back, but it's not. It's Tornadus. It was full support around the Calyrex Shadow Rider that was long.
They took Dark Void out of Smeargle, I see.
Not going to help Iron Hands catch up and beat these Pokemon. Tornadus is going to do damage fairly slowly itself. It's not over yet, but it is pretty close to it.
This game is Jover.
Because I think when you look at some of the single
It's also only 50 accuracy now.
Regidrago is also able to do, it just makes it more difficult. Even if you do
Good to know, good to know.
The Draco Meteor that's going to drop your special attack, I don't know how much you really care about that, knowing that the Regidrago is just consistent damage output.
Yeah, this game looks kind of Jover. They nerfed it and banned it. I mean, kind of like EX Pokemon and Unite.
With so limited health left for Dominic's side, every wild charge that's also recoil is just further progress for Grant. It's the kind of trade that
Yeah, I'm down for Smeargle to not sketch some signature legendary moves. For sure. I mean, I think it's fine.
Stagger it out, so after Grant expires, you do get the speed in your control for just a little bit. But the Behemoth Blade and the Tornadus is just going to be a one-hit knockout. So even if you were hoping that the Bleak Wind Storms would help...
Zone Unite, if they ever bring Smeargle, I want Smeargle's Unite that he sketches a Unite. I think that would be cool. I just want Smeargle's move 1 to be sketch, move 2 to be sketch, Unite to be sketch, Unite. And he just, you know, you make your own kit in the middle of a game.
Extremely volatile turn 1. It looks so lopsided in the end here. Dominic just getting blown out by the Regidrago on the other side.
Like Clef Unite? No. Like his Unite would be a point and click sketch, and whoever you sketch, you sketch their Unite for yourself. You see a Slowbro ulting a homie, you ult it back. Exactly. Exactly. How broken would that be?
It's one Pokemon at a time, ending with Iron Hands going down to Sacred Sword and giving Grant the match.
Yeah, I would want it to be like Rubik.
That very first turn of that game number 2.
Sketch your ally Umbreon Unite? No, I think sketching your allies would not be allowed.
Regidrago put on the decision making that Dominic had to make.
There's probably way too many broken interactions that you can guarantee with that.
Options that Regidrago could go for, and your Smeargle had to pick one of 3.
Ultimately, 1 of 4 could have went for the feint as an
And then its passive should be sketch reset, right? A custom passive. And it just resets all your sketches, but it has like a 1-minute cooldown or something. You can go into a fight pre-sketched, use your moves, reset it, and then seal some new ones.
And the game was operating at such a pace that if you tried to
sketch floral healing, that would be funny.
On this turn, so I'm going to switch it into the back.
I'd assume it wouldn't work well though, because he wouldn't have the flowers.
So Dominic is forced to make a
that's the passive, right?
The Draco Meteor lands into the Calyrex Shadow Rider and nearly decides the game on the spot.
I mean, Grant just showed us a masterclass of what this Regidrago can do too. I would expect nothing less of a player that has brought Regidrago to 6 regional championships at this point, and probably knows those damage calculations inside and out. But it just...
But yeah, it'd be a fun iframe. You could floral healing and then use moves out of floral healing.
Really impressive to be able to do it with Pokemon that were naturally more slow as well. The Regidrago and the Calyrex Shadow Rider up against each other, you'd imagine the Calyrex Shadow Rider just has the advantage off of its natural speed. But because of the cotton...
I mean, if they were to add Smeargle, it would need to be something like that. It would need to have the identity of being like a thing that seals moves and is like that. I would say it would need to be a support, and it does that, and it'd be really low statted. right? And its gimmick is that it's so flexible, but it's low statted. Like not tanky and not high damage, not high base stats.
Yeah, for games that are going to be decided on such quick 1 or 2 turn momentum.
Sketch's move on copies the enemy's moveset once. Now I'm thinking Sketch on both move 1 and 2, and Sketch 1 copies their move 1, and Sketch 2 copies their move 2.
Or the Tornadus running around in the meta right now. Really strong call to make sure that Regidrago is going to also preserve that HP for those dragon energies.
Absolutely. I think the risk with that is the Whimsicott needs 2 turns to get it off, right?
True.
You know, even back to that game 1, turn 1, there are plays Dominic can make that.
It would just be fun. Like imagine the combinations you could make.
If it's Bleak Wind and Astral Barrage as Whimsicott just tailwinds and then goes down, and then Tornadus gets to tailwind the next turn. Well,
And there's a support in Dota that's very much like that.
As Grant was able to.
Its ult is that it can steal the last used move, including ults from other people, and it has a very low cooldown.
Yeah, for sure. And Dominic still has a great record right now and could make that top cut. So we're still rooting for him to keep up that momentum.
Sludge pedal.
Our last few rounds of Swiss, but for now, let's go celebrate the winner of this.
Rubik from Dota. That's exactly. I was a Rubik main in Dota. Rubik's one of my most played Dota characters.
Thank you so much, Grant. Congratulations on winning round 13 of Swiss. You have one more round of Swiss in the day. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I feel good.
I would hope so. I mean, that match honestly was over in a blink of an eye.
Okay, I'm gonna go get my food while this interview happens. I haven't eaten anything all day. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I expected things to be fast-paced given that we're both running very aggressive, hyper-offensive teams. My game plan going into it was that I really needed to take care of the Calyrex Shadow Rider, because if you don't manage that properly, it can really snowball out of control. And so we both have Tailwind, so I figured, you know, we'd probably match Tailwind to some extent. And then I have like 2 ways of outpacing the Calyrex. I have the Scarf Chi-Yu and I have Cotton Spore. And so I tried to basically either get Cotton Spores down or get the Scarf Chi-Yu into position to take out the Calyrex.
Yeah, and it worked out very well for you, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the dragon in the room, the Regidrago. I know it's your signature Pokemon. What's the story? Was it just a personal favorite from day one?
Yeah, so I've always liked the design ever since it got released, but it wasn't as good in the previous generation as it is now. So I was a big fan of Kyogre way back in 2016 when I last played very seriously. And so back in like Regulation D, I picked up Regidrago because it reminded me of Kyogre with a very powerful spread move. And so I liked it, and I've been using it ever since. And then now here in Regulation G, it got a very nice partner in Zacian, which can, you know, cover for the fairy types that Regidrago doesn't like to see.
It's interesting to see Zacian paired with Regidrago, because I think Zacian was just one of those Pokemon that a lot of people weren't expecting to do well, given that, you know, we lost the Dynamax mechanic, Behemoth Blade, just not as good as it used to be. What have been your thoughts starting off with that restricted Pokemon in this format?
Yeah, I've really liked Zacian. As I mentioned, it pairs well with Regidrago. One of the things that is a problem for it is Incineroar, which is everywhere because it can intimidate it down and you don't get that second boost on the attack. But I found that my team plays pretty fast. The games go very quickly, as we saw, and so they don't often have time, especially when they're under Regidrago pressure, to get a lot of intimidates down onto Zacian. And so yeah, I've really liked Zacian.
What are your thoughts on, some people have actually stopped running Rusted Sword and instead of giving Zacian, Zamazenta, Clear Amulet. Did you consider that at all?
I tested it a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I liked it. I like not getting intimidated. Something cool you can do is you can run Terra Ground Terra Blast, which I have on my Zacian.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you can't get intimidated, and then you can KO Miraidon, which is pretty cool. And so I was testing that, and I liked it, but I found that I really wanted Behemoth Blade to be able to KO the fairy types that, you know, threaten the Regidrago. So,
of course.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that Iron Head just isn't enough damage to pick up a KO on Flare Mane if there's some defensive investment, right?
I think so, yeah.
Cool. Well, moving forwards, I mean, one more round of Swiss today. NAIC Worlds around the corner. Regidrago, still going to be a partner Pokemon for you?
Probably. I'll keep looking at it. We'll see how the meta evolves, but it's definitely the first thing I'm going to look at. Yeah.
Awesome. So one thing I've been asking everybody, and I'd like to ask you as well, This is the last regional event of the year. I'm curious if you have any memories from the 2014 season that you would like to share. They're just, very treasured memories.
Back from 2016.
Oh, okay.
Or wait, do you mean?
I meant this year, but we can we can throw back to 2016. I'm fine with that.
No, the 2024 season, it's been great. I took a long break from Pokemon and came back this year, and so it's been good to meet a lot of new people, made a lot of new friends, rekindled old friendships, and so it's been really nice. And it's been nice to have Regidrago by my side the whole time too.
All right. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, a few. So I think my mom, dad, aunt, uncle, and cousins are watching at home, so shout out to them. Shout out to my girlfriend Claire. And many people have helped me with the team, but I want to give shout outs to Andrew, Chance, and Gio especially.
All right, Grant, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck to you and Regidrago moving on in the tournament.
Thank you.
Casters, back to you.
Congratulations, Grant. Oh, so nice that Gabby's been able to grab all of these memories of players from their favorite moments of 2024. What would yours be?
Oh, that's a good question. I think for me, it would have to be my first regional on the cast in the fall. Getting to be there in Pittsburgh and see a lot of my friends doing very well was a ton of fun.
Oh, I love being able to do that too. When we get the chance to follow all of our friends playing in the field and just cheer for everybody on the sidelines. We do our best to not be biased up here. But it is great to have that. And I'm trying to think of mine. Even though I've heard everybody else give their favorite memories, it's hard. I guess it would be playing at EUIC, actually.
Okay.
I think that would be my favorite. The tournament didn't quite go the way that I wanted it to in terms of the score, but I had so much fun playing against everybody, and it felt good to just be back out in the field to play an event.
Playing an international championship is always so much
All
fun
right.
because of you get to
We started yet.
Play against players from all over the world and meet
Right?
people or see people that you haven't seen in a couple of years. It's just a ton of fun to be out there playing.
Yeah. So everybody just try it at some point. If you've been watching this whole season and you have not had a chance to go out to a regional or international championship yet, well, we're running out of chances for you to do that now. But what are you waiting for in 2025?
Not even 2025,
There'll
right?
be a whole lineup of tournaments to go out and meet your friends at and compete at, so it should be fun.
In September, regional
So
start.
that's a great way to meet people as well. But we got to check out what's happening here, and that's what's going on in this Day 2 meta right now. As we take a look at our
Incineroar,
Day 2,
Bolt,
what's kind of sticking
Villa,
out to
Chi-Yu.
you from
Not
the
surprised.
Pokemon that made this top 12 graphic?
One of the things that immediately sticks out is Chi-Yu jumping all the way into the 4th spot at more than 25% usage. We've consistently seen Chi-Yu. It seems like it's both there as a meta answer to a lot of Zamazenta usage, where you just want to have the Chi-Yu that can threaten it, especially when it has the Grassalization, then you're safely threatening with fire damage before or after, forcing reactions like Michael's.
I think we haven't seen a single Ogerpon on stream, though.
But it's also being paired with some of these big special attacking restricted Pokemon like Tropius.
But I like Ogerpon's cool.
Amplify their damage, which just means it's kind of going up on both sides and really increasing in usage.
Yeah, and not to mention, we've also seen how many different sets that
Well, and
Chi-Yu has had.
Pelipper
We
didn't
just
make
saw
Day
when we
2
were
at
running
all,
Galaxy.
right?
I thought that was such a cool, unique way to kind of run that.
I swear
Pokemon
Pelipper had
over
way
and
higher
over and
usage.
Wave.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
A great way to stick to some more accurate moves and not rely on misses. I think Iron Hand, so it is here in the very 12th spot, I think is...
What if we got Ogerpon Unite? I feel like it's an inevitability.
This high in usage since Incineroar
My guess is we're going to get Ogerpon in December.
roll away, but finding a spot often next to Miraidon to get a boost from the Quark Drive. But even on teams like Dominic's in the last round that had no Miraidon and just valued the...
Really late December or early January?
Miraidon's on the other side, I'm sure.
That, not to mention, well, if you can't beat him, join him in some type of way, because think about how many Miraidon are actually running around in our Day 2. Not so bad to have an Iron Hands that might be able to get that Quark Drive boost for free as well, if it is facing up against one of those Pokemon.
Yep, that's some free extra damage when you get that opportunity. And really, with this many special attackers around, if you start looking at even what's in our non-restricted group here, things like Raging Bolt and Chi-Yu.
And if they continue with EXs, I could see Terapagos coming in.
Pokemon that sticks out to me is kind of returning to one of these top 12 spots. I feel like that's a Pokemon that fell off for a while. Cornerstone Ogerpon at one point was the best Ogerpon form that we had.
Christmas present that will ruin Unite. They did that with Urshifu. Urshifu came out. Urshifu was out for Christmas, right?
Because Ogerpon Wellspring felt like a Pokemon that was going to have a consistent...
Wicked Blow on release. My god, that build was broken.
For so long, but in this restricted format had a little bit less role to play. The one stage of special defense often meant it still couldn't deal with
Must add Mon for Unite.
Rider, definitely not with Miraidon when it turns into a pure water type. And
who are we getting for sure? Oh, Incineroar. Or not, Infernape. We're gonna get Infernape eventually.
8 on the list here at just over 20.
Every MOBA needs a Monkey King.
Ogerpon Wellspring is often used to
It's just a rule of fact. There hasn't been a MOBA that hasn't had a Monkey King in it.
Typing, follow me, can always find a place onto teams, and so no surprise to see it consistently still being used.
No Pelipper though. Just mentioning that there's no Pelipper on this top 12 graphic anymore, even though that was one of the biggest range setters. Also, like, very little Kyogre, but you'll also see.
But if Ogerpon is the Urshi equivalent, game for game, I see no reason we don't get Ogerpon. The same time we got the same time frame in Urshi came out.
I think we've seen a couple of shifts from yesterday. The Calyrex Ice Rider up a little bit. I think it's no surprise a lot of very strong players prefer this Pokemon. It plays very consistently, has I think less poor matchups. Zalmazinta actually down a little bit.
Ali Ice, cool. Rhydon's up.
But Groudon looks like it had a
pretty
strong conversion rate. I think was in
Audizations.
Yesterday and is
Groudon somehow top 8.
11% of usage. Still a pretty balanced sheet. Trapicos I think also down to 9%. It seems like Calyrex Shadow Rider is stuck around the same place, but the biggest thing jumping up is Zacian. I think was barely on the graphic, if it was on at all yesterday, but all the way.
Surely there'll be a new support by end of 2025. I know, right?
Grants that we saw last round.
Yep. There are 4. So there are 4 players. We saw Joshua Diamond yesterday that also has it. And there's also Ben Flitcroft and Keon Campbell that are running the Zacian as well. But what I'm really interested in is what this graphic doesn't show us. That is the fact that there is a Kyogre in the field, courtesy of Andrew Ding, who is able to make a second day 2 with that archetype and continuing to keep that strong.
Oh, there's a Kyogre team.
How are you feeling about that one, Len?
Yeah, Ho-Oh sounds like a good Pokemon. Glad to see one into the day 2 field.
Ho-Oh is a hustler, as we all know. But we also have a Lugia that's out there as well, and that was a Pokemon that we've talked a little bit about.
Lugia?
Play a little bit more selfishly, but still out there.
There's a pretty good spectrum of these Pokemon. On that usage graphic, nothing is at an especially high percentage, right? Just over 20% is where it peaks, which means there's pretty even distribution among all of these Pokemon. Lots of things viable. Definitely some restricted Pokemon that
Comfy Lugia, I have no idea.
But I think a pretty nice distribution of them in the day 2 field.
I remember the day 2 field of Indianapolis did include a white Kyurem.
Okay.
And there was maybe a Zekrom in there.
Oh.
Spicy stuff.
Kurkure Frito-Lay chips? I've had Kurkure before.
Really cool to see what's cooking over there, but
all these Pokemon
very good. I haven't had them in a while, but they're very good.
To the right team. Some of them have some extra strong abilities that help go on top of that. But any of them on the right team can probably find a composition where they work or to answer the right meta. So wouldn't be too shocked by almost anything.
Maybe we'll get shocked by something at NAIC. Well, we'll see where the wheels keep turning, but we've got Gabby with an interview with our senior division champions. Let's go ahead and hear from them, and congratulations.
On our Among Us support? I'd be down.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with your 20.
Have I ever had Takis? Yeah.
Regional champion Adam. How's it going this morning?
I don't particularly like the flavor of Takis that much, though, if I'm being real.
First regional championship.
They're good, but they get very sour.
So you previously have done well.
Like sour
in
spicy.
In other regionals. What did you do differently for this event? That
Or tart, maybe I should say.
Preparation with balance. Just you can be everything if you're good enough.
That's fair. And I mean, we were just.
This guy would kick my ass in VGC for sure.
Balance team. How did you find playing that with the field in the seniors division?
It's pretty easy into every restricted as long as you can player difference everybody and just
player diff
lines and stuff.
Cool. Now you were telling me before that in top 4, you and your friend were running the same team, and your finals opponent beat you and your friend in Swiss, and then you also had to face them, or not you, your friend had to face them in top 4. What was your strategy going into finals?
I just knew that if I was the better player and made the better plays, then I would win. And I won in 2 because I was able to read him pretty much every turn and know the right Pokemon to bring and the right moves to do.
Nice.
So you just player
now
diffed.
Won the LA Regional Championship. What's next? You headed to NAIC?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, any secrets on what you're gonna run there, or
Don't say
are you
it.
thinking more Calyrex Ice or not?
Don't say it.
We'll see.
We'll see. All right. Well, you'll just have to watch and see how you do. Congratulations again.
Good job,
on your
good
win.
job.
Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Shout out to Alex Underhill for sending me the team and helping with some of my matchups today. Shout out to my friend Chris for using the team with me and supporting me. Shout out to my friend PK as well.
Alexandro.
Shout out to my mom for taking me here.
Well, Adam, thank you so much. Congratulations again, and we'll be back with more.
Shout out to this guy's mom.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokemon Center, EYC, London.
Chris Heroes helped them, yeah. Five minutes on the next game.
With just a few events left on our Road to Worlds 2024, Indianapolis was our next stop for our very first regional in the new Regulation G format. Let's take a look back at all the Pokemon action.
If I ever cast an event, I need to get crazy outfits. I'll have a crazy outfit if I ever cast an event for sure.
Available restricted
I will.
Pokemon. Calyrex Shadow Rider and Calyrex Ice Rider were two of the most talked about, but we quickly found out it was not only about the horses in the Wild West of Regulation G. With 5 different
Okay,
restricted
let's play a
Pokemon
game.
in Top Cut, we got to see a little bit of everything. Terrapagos was one of those Pokemon well discussed going into the event, and Andrew Zang took down top trainers with the turtle, proving the believers right to take the first finalist spot. On the other side of the bracket, Rajan Ball put his trust in Miraidon, which was taking electrifying wins all tournament long to earn him a shot at the championship title. That electric momentum continued into the finals for our first
Ogrepon,
game, as a strong game one for
Rocker,
Rajan claimed
Rockerpon.
a quick victory. Andrew is not one to turtle up, and Game 2 saw Terrapagos come out of its shell with some powerful Terra Starstorms to put Andrew on the board. One final game remained, and right away, Rajan's Miraidon set the pace, taking a big KO on Andrew's Tornadus to take the lead. Despite Andrew's
Expanding force he is.
escaped the fate of Miraidon, which clutched the endgame with some powerful electric Terrasilize boosted discharges to make Rajan our Indianapolis regional champion. What a way to kick off our first Regulation G event.
Let's try
There's
this.
so much more to discover with these new restricted Pokemon. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out more.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the GM POW, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Now Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、オジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、で、勝利を収めることができて。
Good enough. My Grimmsnarl did enough there.
相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、そ その対戦相手がいることによって、
Oh, I forgot to Tera. Oops.
友情だったりコミュニケーション。
This is Tera there for sure.
僕の中では一番。
Wait, yeah, I was for sure supposed to Tera there.
大切なところだと思っています。
Oopsie.
次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Everybody, it is day 2 of the Los Angeles Regional Championships. I am Rosemary Kelly and I'm joined by Len Jewell.
People ever chat? I mean, Showdown sometimes.
Our day 2.
I don't really pay attention to the chat though.
Round 2 Swiss rounds.
Yeah,
we're workshopping that.
One round left. Only one player has clinched their spot into the top 8. There's 21 others with the record that could go in or could go out depending on how their last round goes and the tiebreakers go. So a lot of nervous players out there.
Yeah, and it's already been such a wild tournament, such a strong fight for everybody. And then to think about the fact that you've already played 7 rounds of Swiss today, and then there's that daunting single elimination top 8 cut. You still have to play perfect from there.
Yeah, have to earn that last round win and
you got a crit too.
And then pick right up from there with another match against a player who's also earned a top 8 spot.
It's going to be really tough going for our trainers, but they're giving it everything they've got. And we've got a ton of variety when we look at what is left in the field sitting at that 10-3 record. Because that is roughly where we're looking at for the players to have a chance to make it into that top 8. And I feel like we have so much to talk about. I mean, Zachary Thornburg is sitting at 10-3, still has that Scream Tail and that Talon play that were so impressive yesterday.
Such an interesting team, and so many of these teams feature Pokemon that almost no one else in the field has, especially in the non-restricted spot, right? There are some unique picks in the restricted spot, Pokemon like Zacian or Color Shadow Rider, that only have a couple of representations, but in the non-restricted zone, there are so many Pokemon out there where there's some player vying for the top 8, and they're the only one with that Pokemon in day 2.
Yeah, I mean, talk about maybe another
player
that fits that bill. Eric Holmstrom actually has Annihilate and also Iron Treads.
Okay.
That's wild. Iron Treads as one of those future or past future.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Future Paradox Pokemon. I'm still thinking of Great Tusk. I wanted Great Tusk to be great again. I really did.
Great Tusk we actually saw some usage from. It was pretty predominant in Regulation B, had its day in the sun, but Iron Treads really never did. It was never especially viable in Regulation B or from any point past that, as we had more and more power introduced to the format.
Tailwind.
But now here it is. Miraidon, maybe just what it needed to have a moment and an opportunity.
I know, we were talking about Iron Hands.
Wait, Tera watered already. Why was I worried?
Iron Treads. Apparently there's a couple Broop on it that are out in the field too, so if Amoonguss wasn't enough for you, well then you can make it like really Amoonguss, you know?
Angry Amoonguss. Amoonguss who's ready to fight.
Amoonguss that is, yeah, it's definitely ready to fight. Maybe with a loaded dice and a couple of other bullet seeds lined up or something. Yeah, we're feeling good about that one. I honestly always wanted to see more from Broop on it. And I don't know how you feel about this, but Iron Thorns, I'm so sad it never got a chance to be good.
It's unfortunately just a very bad Pokemon.
Its only attack is Bleak Wind.
It's not Tyranitar.
No. I think it's a bad sign when its best set was always like turning into a bug type and missiling for some reason. So I don't think we'll see that one. But Iron Treads.
Shame. Yes, Iron Treads, there may be some hope for you yet. But what about for our underrated restricted Pokemon that are still vying for the vote of the best and most underrated restricted Pokemon? Our final is Lunala versus Ho-Oh. Sell me, Len, on the Ho-Oh. You said is such a hustler.
Oh man, I feel like these are the 2 Pokemon that we've been talking up on this underrated bracket all weekend, and now they're here in the finals. And I'm not sure I'm sold on which one it should be. Lunala definitely having more success in this tournament, has way more variety in the kind of set that it can run. There are ones out there with Meteor Beam, with Calm Mind, with Trick Room and Wide Guard. Whereas Ho-Oh does what it does. There's one player in day 2, and I don't think they're vying for a top spot in the top 8. So not having a ton of success this weekend, but still feels like it could, on the right team, provide a ton of value because of Regenerator, especially if the metagame slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, but it's pretty hyper offensive right now. So it's a little tough, I think, to ask that Ho-Oh to stay on the field for so long.
I think that's exactly right. Trying
Oh,
to
he didn't
pivot
protect.
Ho-Oh in and out to get Regenerator boosts, you are often going to take more damage than the 1/3 health recovery that you get by
I feel like he could have won this.
Well, the Lunala, I think, has made a strong case for itself, but I think I'm going to give that credit to all of the players that have brought the Lunala to this tournament and have made it look so good. Definitely a restricted Pokemon. I think that will be more on people's radars, seeing even the small amount of success that it has had. There are 2 Lunala remaining in day number 2, and that is Andrew Briseno and Henry Rich. Henry,
I'm playing
who we got a
Lunala.
chance to see yesterday with that Lunala, and Andrew, who we're going to see now.
I feel like that might bias the end of the bracket here a little bit to have
It's all
Lunala coming up on
propaganda.
stream actively into the top 8.
Lead is tougher.
Storyline. We didn't actually do that on purpose, but the storylines wrote itself for this one. So, chat, do your best or worst with the vote. It's all on you now. Is
Fine,
it
we don't need
Ho-Oh, or
Ensign.
Is it Lunala's time to shine? You can either follow the propaganda we put in front of you by giving you one
Actually, I
last
could
example
Terra
of
Grass.
Lunala, or you can defy all expectations.
No,
and
I
just
want to
pick
save my
Ho-Oh
Terra
because
for Lunala.
It's a great looking legendary.
Nostalgia for Gen 2? Come on.
Exactly.
Plenty of reasons to vote for Ho-Oh.
I know, I agree. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. We're still going to sing its praises. But let's take a look at those standings and we can talk a little bit more about the players that are in that arm's reach. Anybody that is at that 10-3 record has a shot, and they all have some really amazing teams as well. I mean, I just even want to point out Mostafa, that is going to be in that 13th place right now, has the Mousehold, Sableye, and Comfy surrounding a Miraidon. I think that's super cool.
So many interesting choices. Almost all of these players represent some Pokemon that you didn't really expect to see in day 2. Very few just kind of teams that go along preconceived expectations. Like you mentioned, all the
Last one kind of hurt.
players with a win will lock their spot into the top 8 and are vying for a spot with even with a loss based on tiebreakers. And any of the players with 10 wins and 3 losses need a win to give themselves a chance, and then it's up to their tiebreaker based on their strength of schedule on the day.
I think it's really crazy that the top 16 includes 3 of the 4 Zacian players in day 2.
Zacian really having a day. Feels like maybe it should have won that bracket after all, despite that we...
Finally, the most underrated. It was a bracket. They gave it a bracket, and then you had to vote. So it was like Lunala versus like Curum or something.
Tournaments before, or just players finding the right way to use it. We heard in Grant's interview him mention the tech of having the Terra ground.
So I would blame them for making that bracket in the first place.
Lots of interesting options.
Or the Miraidon. What are you going to hit that Zacian with if your Miraidon just can't hit it with like a Draco Meteor?
Well, with an Electro Drift.
If it Terras?
Oh, if it Terra grounds,
yeah.
There we go. Then you can try a Draco Meteor.
Yeah, exactly. And then maybe it misses, and then maybe your Zacian is feeling even better about itself in that matchup.
Luckyzation's all I need.
But yeah, I think when we take a look at our notable matchups as well, we are focusing on Andrew Briseno versus Joseph Ugarte, but there are so many players right now that, like, the winner of Keon Campbell versus Adi should make it into our top 8. Similarly with Michael Zang versus Rajan Ball, and Ryan is well and good locked his spot in that top 8 cut.
Yeah, with 12 wins already, he's established his spot in the top 8 and is going to be playing against Grant, who's desperate to do the same. Just as we saw yesterday on stream with the Ditto, we know that just last round had a rematch against Justin in the Ditto off. Wasn't able to take that one, it doesn't look like. And so
On
now
T-Wave or light screen?
to try to stamp that spot into the top 8.
Ended up learning a lot from that set.
T-Wave, because I still have wide guard.
A couple of times where players will get the rematch either twice within the 2 different sets of Swiss rounds that we have, and sometimes even
My Lunala's 1 anyway.
in the top cut. And there's so much you get to garner from being able to have that experience not once but twice.
I
and
live
maybe
this.
even going to the 3rd time that can really dictate that set.
Yeah, any game plays based on how the previous ones went. You start to learn from each other how you play, how you'll value the matchup, and so they're all going to play differently. But I think these 2 players, it'll be the first time. It'll be the first time for Joe seeing this Meteor Beam Lunala, and the first time for Andrew having to come up against exactly these 6.
Let's talk about the power really fast, or maybe even just Lunala as a single restricted, because we've seen so many different sets at this point. How does Power Herb on a Lunala really set it apart in terms of the Lunala builds we've seen?
I think it does two things for you. First is just that Meteor Beam itself is a powerful move that's pretty useful type coverage. When Incineroar is at the level of usage,
And Moonblast kills now.
Threatening 4x super effective damage into Lunala and your item being taken off. It's really great for Lunala to be able to just threaten a Meteor Beam and deal with the Incineroar itself.
I'm gonna read it.
But beyond that, whether you get the KO with it or not, you get a special attack boost.
Full para or confusion.
Lunala yesterday.
Oh, he lives on 1.
Started just firing off consistent +1 boosted damage that was really difficult for Geo to deal with. Well, the same thing can happen.
I did get the confusion, but
when you have Meteor Beam and
if his Incineroar died, I had a chance.
You're just down to Moongeist Beam to fire off the damage with that boost.
Yeah, and right now, I feel like we still see a lot of Pokemon that are normal types that would be difficult in order to actually break through. A lot of Indeedee, more so I think than we have seen in the past few weekends. And even for Rigorath, Ditto doesn't keep its normal typing, but I think it like kind of counts as we take a look at Andrew versus Joe for this Swiss round number 14 to close out our Swiss rounds today.
Should be a really interesting match. I think, like you mentioned, Lunala, not a restricted Pokemon that can do it all itself. Definitely relies on teamwork and relies on helping the team. Two supportive options here with Trick Room and Wide Guard.
I just want to play fast.
Not able to burst through a lot of Pokemon itself is going to rely on additional damage from Pokemon like Ursaluna and Urshifu Rapid Strike and Raging Bolt. Way more attacking, non-restricted Pokemon on this team than a lot of teams that we see because Lunala isn't going to be able to carry that weight itself. It means the Trick Room could be pretty important for Andrew here. With the speed advantage from Trick Room, the Spore can be used to try to control Joe's team as long as the electric terrain isn't down and preventing all of that sleep, but can also open up space for Ursaluna, which would love to just start earthquaking and moving quickly through a lot of Joe's Pokemon.
I mean, talk about that ground Tera on something like a Zacian to deal with a Miraidon. You just have a natural ground type Pokemon to be able to deal with that instead when you have the Miraidon on Joe's team.
Absolutely, and with a big speed advantage, Joe's team is not that bulky. Almost all of them are going to be threatened with a one-hit KO by Ursaluna if it has the guts and has the Trick Room advantage. Now, there are a couple of immunities that can help. Landorus Incarnate on this side is immune to Earthquake, and so it can try to buy Joe a turn, but it's really going to be, I think, tricky to keep it from getting set up. I think another piece that could be really valuable, and if Trick Room goes up, trying to mitigate the advantage of that, could be Ditto. A Ditto that turns into an Ursaluna can try to fight back with the Ursaluna. Of course, it's a difficult transform target because
I'll put light screen up.
Boosts and on lots of other things during transform, you won't copy status, and so you won't become burnt from the Flame Orb on the other side. And a Choice Scarf on Ditto means that it will be faster than your Ursaluna, not to your benefit in Trick Room, and not burnt, so dealing a lot less damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's another way though to be able to play around some of the synergy that this Miraidon with the Discharge has. If you are able to get that set up, and maybe if Trick Room isn't active, then you know that you're going to be the faster Ursaluna regardless. But how do you feel like Ditto plays a role in this, if any, even just outside of being able to copy something like that Ursaluna?
Beyond Ursaluna, it could transform into Lunala and get a lot of value that
Nice.
way. It'd be a ghost that's immune to Ursaluna.
You have the Golden Ari. What's the Golden Ari composition? Just match the traits, man. Play some faded guys.
From damage, so I think
It'll be fine.
but I don't think it's a necessary piece for Joe. I think there's definitely game plans here that just revolve around the Landorus Incarnate Miraidon offense and things like Furgraph and Incineroar to support it.
I'm really curious to see how Trick Room is going to play an effect here because Joe does have the Furgraph as well in case you want to try to reverse that with the Lunala. And something else about the Furgraph is knowing that it also is going to be able to have the
Faded or the Arcanus? I think you do both.
Things like Thunderclap when this Raging Bolt might get a huge boost on the electric terrain.
Furgraph should be a fairly important Pokemon. Beyond, we touched on the fact that as a normal type, it can't be hit by Moongeist Beam from Lunala. Meteor Beam will do a lot of damage, but if the Power Herb has already been spent, is not a consistent way to try to attack Furgraph. It also has the Electric Seed, meaning that it's going to get a defense boost that will help it take attacks from Ursaluna like Earthquake much better. And so it could find some positions where it can reverse Trick Room. If Andrew has to pour a ton of resources into getting a Trick Room up to try to have a sweeping opportunity in this game, and Furgraph gets the opportunity to just switch that back and spend less resources to undo the Trick Room than Andrew spent to set up the Trick Room, that's going to play a massive factor in this match.
It's also tough for Andrew too because I think that's the only way that you can limit these Miraidon's options since you don't have a way to actually shut off the terrain. A lot of the time when we see these Miraidon teams, one of the biggest key answers is switching in something like the Rillaboom and taking away that boost that Miraidon is getting from its ability Hadron Engine. And Andrew does not have an option like that.
Andrew's going to have to rely much more on the type chart to deal with the electric offense. Luckily for him, does have ground type, the Raging Bolt that 4 times resists electric, and then Amoonguss that can resist as well. And then Lunala with Shadow Shield gets that pseudo resistance for 1 turn. So there is enough bulk to withstand a couple of Miraidon attacks here, but if things get whittled down or Terras are forced for other reasons,
Okay, we're live.
Miraidon could really quickly start looking like an imposing and unstoppable offensive threat.
Well, let's see if Trick Room is going to play a big role as we head into game number 1 of this best of 3 at round 14 of Swiss. It's going to be Lunala and Amoonguss to kick things off here for Andrew, and Joseph is going to start with the Miraidon and the Incineroar.
The Trick Room is threatened immediately here. Lunala should be able to take a hit from Miraidon instead of Trick Room if it needs to, and Amoonguss can try to redirect, and it's something like a knockoff away from Incineroar, or if not faked out, can redirect a Miraidon attack away. So if Andrew wants the Rage Powder plus Trick Room play, it's here. But then would still have to deal with both of these Pokemon in Trick Room. The other option is just to have Lunala immediately go out on the offense with Meteor Beam and try to pluck off the Incineroar like we talked about earlier.
Well, it's going to be a Rage Powder, and because there's no safety goggles, both of the attacks from Joe's Pokemon are going to get redirected, one of which is going to be this huge Draco Meteor. It's just going to be able to get the one shot on this Amoonguss. Even though it drops the special attack of this Miraidon, what a small price to pay to get rid of such a Pokemon. And the U-turn into
I see a Discord DM? Yeah, I'll handle it probably after the stream today.
And also allow Joe to pivot in something
I woke up, I went to the gym, and I started streaming, so I haven't responded to anyone.
One of which is the Farigiraf that we were talking about.
I'm trying to get out of this game so we can go back to watching. Coach is playing! The coach is playing!
From the Electric Seed.
What am I doing out here? The coach is playing.
Yeah, Trick Room going up too. I mean, Farigiraf just feels like it's in such a good position here.
Farigiraf does feel like it's...
Hurry up, bro. My coach is playing.
There were a lot of opportunities for Joe in that first turn. The Draco Meteor to KO Amoonguss is huge, takes away a redirection option, takes away a thorn in the side. Anytime you're having a fight in Trick Room against Amoonguss, it's difficult, even if you have Electric Train preventing the spores. Getting the KO with that meant there was also the option for knockoff into Lunala that would have done a ton of damage and gotten rid of the Power Herb. But Electric
Coach is playing.
To break the Shadow Shield and land the Farigiraf here, where it's able to quickly reverse this Trick Room.
And not to mention, now you have the opportunity to just kind of, maybe even sacrifice this Whimsicott
I'm alive,
if
I'm
you
alive.
want to, knowing it's going to potentially take 2 attacks. But the foul play from this Farigiraf, just being comfortable to deal with these Trick Room conditions and getting a decent chunk of damage down now that that Shadow Shield is broken. And this Lunala,
Oh, he didn't protect.
Power Herb, so it can go for this.
Okay, whatever. Coach is playing, coach is playing.
Special attack boost. But is it going to hit the target? This is not a 100% accurate move, but it does this time around. And so the Farigiraf, dealing some good chip, but getting taken out in the process.
Hurry up, coach, I'm coming.
There, even if it had tried, because there was enough damage coming in from Andrew's side. The Amoonguss going down gave free entry for the Raging Bolt.
Oh, we lost our giraffe. Coach lost his giraffe.
A ton of damage threatened by Thunderbolt, and with 2 special attackers on the field, the Electric Seed wasn't helping Farigiraf at all. It does cost Lunala the Power Herb to make it happen, which makes this Incineroar a lot more difficult to deal with. But ultimately, now the Trick Room is locked in. We have the turn of it going up, the turn where Farigiraf goes down. That means there's 3 more turns that just is going to have to play inside of Trick Room, and there's not a way to reverse it at this point.
Right now, too, with the Whimsicott on the other side, Joe got a chance to get this in free.
I'm back, coach. I'm back. I'm sorry.
So it could
We're teed up now, coach.
And it's nice that it has the opportunity to just go for something like the Moonblast into this Raging Bolt. The Raging Bolt's Terra type is going to be electric, so it can get some pretty powerful electric type attacks down. And it can Thunderclap, knowing that that Farigiraf is not available anymore to block those priority attacks with the Armor Tail.
The Electric Train helps Raging Bolt really threaten a lot of damage and will have the speed advantage. Of course, also if Miraidon gets back on the field, Raging Bolt can just switch it up to Draco Meteor and threaten a KO onto Raging Bolt.
You think that sounds like Doomsnacks?
Here is the Tera.
No, it doesn't.
Go on to Joe's Incineroar, so it does get the
I do not hear it.
It's going to allow itself to resist some of these attacks in from the Raging Bolt, and it's just going to allow it to get a bit more utility on the field.
Both Terastallizations used this turn. The Lunala also going
Yeah, I don't hear it. I don't hear the similarity.
Into a grass type and make sure it doesn't take massive damage from the knock.
Oh, this is Terra Grass Lunala.
That is a much smaller Terra hat. I just have to point out. It's a much smaller
All right, coach,
Terra
encored.
hat. It's actually going to get locked into an Encore. So one way that you can get a little bit more staying power in Trick Room is just if you have the ability to go for something with that Prankster, and Thunderbolt now just going to clap back a little bit, but you are stuck now as Lunala, having to go for Meteor Beam, and with that power being spent, you're stuck for at least another turn before you're able to actually land that Meteor Beam.
Encore into Meteor Beam, interesting.
You have to imagine Andrew was expecting to just get 2 hits into Whimsicott, try to get a KO there, force Miraidon onto the field to try to deal with it before Trick Room was expired. But the Encore to Meteor Beam delays that for...
Your first time seeing Raging Bolt? It's been in like almost every game on stream.
Over to Lunala.
You must have just narrowly missed them.
More difficult to deal with. Incineroar tries to U-turn and chip in damage that way. That's also going to force Miraidon on the field still with time left in Trick Room and Choice Specs, and so no chance to protect.
Well, Whimsicott's going to protect this turn, is in a bit of danger of getting taken out by this Raging Bolt, but it's the Flare Blitz from the Incineroar. You don't even need the super effective knock.
My God, Flare Blitz. Let's go, coach.
To make you vulnerable to this Flare Blitz. So a huge KO here for Joe to grab while this Trick Room is nearing its end. Even though this Incineroar does have to take a little bit of chip damage, you can see how this Grass Tera on the Incineroar is going to be really handy.
Oh, come on. That's not fair for our coach.
Paralyzing that Incineroar.
Ursaluna now comes in with very
That's not fair for coach. We got Parad.
Probably Andrew would have had a stronger offensive presence in this Trick Room had Ursaluna been there earlier, but now it's gone.
I mean, the slow drop actually helps in Trick Room, but only for this turn, right?
Meanwhile, Whimsicott is still being a nuisance, able to disrupt with Encore and force another Thunderbolt into 2 grass-type attackers.
Oh, and the knockoff as well into the Ursaluna. The Paralyze is not going to affect this Incineroar enough. So Ursaluna losing the Flame Orb does not have an opportunity to actually gain that status effect.
Nice, he knocked his Flame Orb off.
Even locking that Raging Bolt into the Encore with the Thunderbolt, it's gonna get taken down in the process, but it means that this Miraidon is going to have a fantastic resist, knowing that the electric terrain is just expired and it gets to come back in to reset that. It still has to deal with this Ursaluna though.
It's really 1 turn too late. If Andrew would have been able to force Miraidon onto the field 1 turn earlier without the ability to protect itself, it would have been so vulnerable to a Raging Bolt Draco Meteor, especially with the Terastallization already spent on Incineroar. But now Miraidon hits the field with Trick Room already expired. It has its choice of targets. Can just Draco Meteor this Raging Bolt, which also cannot protect itself. Is Encored into
Is he clicking his own guy?
Can just threaten a KO there. You leave.
Oh, no. Okay, never mind. I thought we were watching Joe's POV. I was like, did Joe just click his Incineroar? But no. And we're watching Andrew's POV.
Well, it's going to be the Draco Meteor from the Rhydon, and it's into this Ursaluna. It buys Andrew a little bit of time to try to get some chip damage down into this Incineroar, because it is going to be the
is it going to full para?
of the field. But
No.
the knockoff comes through. It is going to remove the Assault Fist from this Raging Bolt, but critically, you're looking at the Ursaluna now having a juicy opportunity in front of this Electric-type Miraidon to try to go for something like an Earthquake. But as you mentioned, the Raging Bolt can't protect. You're kind of hoping that you're going to take something down with it in the process.
Raging Bolt stuck using Thunderbolt, and Joe able to just rely on that Encore to make sure the Miraidon isn't.
He has to go for double protect, right?
Meteor to make sure the Ursaluna
No! Come on, how is that fair for our coach? We get double protected and parad? Hello?
Target. So Andrew with such a critical double protect buys his
That's just not fair, man. He has to buy out another term of Encore too?
Rhydon still has a lot of power, but losing an opportunity twice to secure a knockout into either the Ursaluna or the Raging
Now Encore's done. Oh.
to expire.
Crucially, the Encore expiring means
I mean, we have to live this Draco and then it misses. No. I mean, we lost anyway. The miss didn't matter.
Wow.
Oh god. I mean, the miss only mattered if he missed his, right? But yeah.
Hats off to Andrew, because you have to play.
Yeah, hats off to Andrew.
Not landing the double protect there.
Double protect and para.
Still got it in the end.
Understood what the outs were. That giving up Ursaluna would have not left a way back.
That's so annoying.
Incineroar and the
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We tee up. We tee up and we bring it back.
And knew that there was light at the end of the tunnel.
Coach 2-0's here for sure. Coach is not even phased. Our coach does not care.
Either the Headlong Rush or the Draco Meteor, the one of them was going to have to hit, and ultimately it was the Draco Meteor that picked up the KO in the Miraidon.
Nice to have
Coach is unfazed.
And I think Joe still played around this super well. got a chance to get that Whimsicott in for free, had the Prankster Encore, able to lock that Lunala into the Meteor Beam without having access to that Power Herb, and then you also got a chance to lock this Raging Bolt into Thunderbolt, so you weren't doing much damage to either
We've been
the
scammed.
Incineroar or the Miraidon.
Coach lost game 1. It's not very effective. Exactly.
Joe, I
He
think it's
resists
great,
it.
like you mentioned, disrupting the Trick Room really caused a lot of turns to be wasted. But because of the 4 Pokemon that he brought in order to try to disrupt that Trick Room, the Whimsicott, Incineroar, and Frigoraph, not big offensive threats. Incineroar did have a valuable offensive role in that game, forced to Terrestrialization from Lunala and then KO'd anyway with the Flare Blitz. But it left so much of the offensive requirement onto Miraidon. Miraidon had to go for a Draco Meteor for big KO and then get off the field to reset its special attack because the only offensive path of the game was for Joe was getting that Miraidon back in later. And then it needed to go for a couple of more Draco Meteors to close
We're
the game.
unfazed. We're unfazed.
Ask of Miraidon at the end of that game.
Yeah, I mean, at the third time was the charm. It just missed it completely. And sometimes that's what happens when you have to open yourself up to those types of end games. But as we enter into this second game of this best of 3, Joe is going to lead with the Miraidon and the Incineroar. And for Andrew, it's going to be the Raging Bolt and the Lunala.
A shift up. There's no longer the Amoonguss there, but the Raging Bolt, similarly a valuable target for Draco Meteor if Joe just wants to throw one in that direction. But no redirection available also means Lunala looks a lot more vulnerable here. Something like Volt Switch and Knockoff would just KO Lunala if it doesn't go for a Terrestrialization.
Yeah, and
Do we Terra Grass, Incineroar, fake out Raging Bolt?
As well, either for the Incineroar in order to remove its weakness
That was my read. Terra Grass, Incin, fake out Raging.
But a smart defensive choice here from Joe, knowing that that Meteor Beam is an option.
A way to disrupt the Knockoff plus Volt Switch combination, or just punish.
Oh, he didn't.
After this Draco
Okay, I didn't know this. I didn't know this one shot. Okay, this one shot we didn't need to fake out. Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense, coach. Ding ding.
Raging Bolt is a huge
Ding ding.
piece for Joe to have removed so early. Unlike the Amoonguss that we
Oh, do we just get a free knock?
I feel like the Raging Bolt was
Are we just getting a free knockoff here?
And so having that key piece taken out means that you don't get a chance to use
I mean, it's gonna be unboosted, right? Because it's item well consumed.
potential onto the Miraidon. This
But it's gonna do big damn. Oh, or U-turn.
pretty good amount of damage
Okay.
there to that Incineroar. But in a similar turn of events, Joe gets in this game a turn 1 knockout plus a pivot from this Incineroar and breaks the Shadow Shield.
Shadow Shield is
Oh, and Shadow Shield down. Yeah, true. Shadow Shield down. That's why he's the coach.
It's Whimsicott on the field to try to be disruptive, and Miraidon already at -2 special attack and locked into Draco Meteor.
Is he gonna let himself get locked into Meteor Beam again?
That much. I think it's good knowledge for both players that the 1-hit KO then isn't available. Meteor Beam will just miss that KO and let Incineroar attack, and doesn't necessarily even have to use a Terrestrialization.
And Miraidon goes to
It is nice to know that Assault Vest might be
back into the Incin.
with that calculation there, but you can also sort of play around
Gets the
that.
drop.
As the Incineroar starts to move back
And he's gonna. Oh, the Terra Grass lets him come back to tank the headlong rush here too.
Took that Raging Bolt's place.
That's my coach.
Also wants to get out of dodge, so we're gonna see the reveal.
That's why he Terra Grasses early. That's my coach.
On this turn.
So it's the same Pokemon.
Yeah, stealing is bad. I would never steal.
Comes out of the back next to Ursaluna.
Oh.
Whimsicott tries an Encore, but Andrew does not want to get stuck in the Meteor Beam this time.
Oh, and the Headlong Rush though.
That is
This
0.
is gonna be into some dangerous territory because as Ursaluna continues to go for those single target attacks with that Headlong Rush,
They can afford it. It's victimless. I believe there's no such thing as a victimless crime.
it is gonna get the burn from that Flame Orb that the Incineroar knocked off in that first game.
It's not about the Pokemon company being able to afford it, right? It's about people being in charge of things and losing their job if stuff happens on their watch. And people that work jobs are normal, everyday people.
Whimsicott and Incineroar can do a lot
Feeling's
of
not
damage.
good.
Maybe with a double up could deal with Ursaluna, but definitely not also deal with an Amoonguss on the other side. Of course, both are grass types right now, so they're not able to be redirected by Rage Powder. So the Ursaluna does feel a little bit vulnerable and protects itself on this turn.
Good to at least know that you're going to keep yourself safe from this Moonblast that this Whimsicott was sending in that Ursaluna's direction. But even though this Amoonguss can't do things like Spore, oh, the Flare
He wants stuff but don't want to pay for it.
That's a huge protect here from Andrew to be able to call both of those targets. And with
It
the
is what it
Amoonguss
is.
being able
Oh,
to
we
go
live
to
the Palm
Pollen
Puff.
it puts this Incineroar on a really small timer. Even one more Headlong Rush would for sure be able to pick it off.
Petty theft is maybe as close to victimless as you can get.
Because that double up of the Moonblast and the Flare Blitz that goes
Someone's not losing their job. I'm okay over it. I don't really care that much.
either Ursaluna or Amoonguss moves, which is kind of
I'm not taking money from the average Joe.
of going into
Okay.
Lunala just to make sure that
Whatever.
Ursaluna isn't so easily given up. That's a huge advantage for Joe to be able to be forcing switches and having a big offensive threat that's disrupting your opponent with just the Whimsicott and the Incineroar. Being able to have that kind of impact before Miraidon hits the field
Yeah, at the
again,
grocery store, if you pop a cherry, you know,
of having the offensive
doesn't hurt nobody.
ownership of the game and the momentum as soon as Miraidon hits the field another time, it's like being one step ahead.
It was tough though too because like
Okay.
no, you are gonna lock this Ursaluna into an encore, and so that does not feel great as the knockoff going to knock off the Flame Orb, but it's still gonna do more damage because that Ursaluna was actually holding an item, and now it has to protect. A really weird series of events there, quite honestly, as the Pollen Puff at least breaks the Focus Sash on this Whimsicott.
Joe doesn't go for the knockoff plus Moonblast, maybe not trusting that it would KO, and of course with you protect on the previous turn, Encore into a Protect works just as well to make sure that Andrew can't attack. The Amoonguss doesn't pick up the KO on Incineroar again this turn either, just tries to get the Sash broken on this Whimsicott and start chipping a little bit more damage, but things look more and more difficult for Andrew. Now Ursaluna locked into Protect, can't do anything but protect itself this turn, and it's going to be so risky to try to get out to Lunala when the Incineroar is just ready and waiting to pounce on that switch.
Yeah, a target into the Ursaluna slot just feels good regardless. You still have to deal with this Amoonguss, but this Amoonguss isn't necessarily the biggest offensive threat.
Didn't he?
The Pollen Puff would be able to
Oh no, he can't Rage Powder because Terra Grass. This Terra Grass Incineroar is farming.
Lock this Amoonguss down with yet another encore. So the flare
This Incineroar is farming right now. This Terra Grass has been broken in 3 interactions this game. Resist the T-Bolt, resist the Meteor Beam,
Incineroar was able to find the damage,
resist the Headlong Rush, not get Spore or Rage Powdered. Holy moly! It actually just 1v4'd. It literally 1v4'd. Terra Grass Incineroar literally 1v4'd. Here.
But because the Lunala had to leave the field, you're losing that boost that you ended up getting from that Meteor Beam earlier on. You were so scared of the Encore.
Joe is one step ahead with this Encore as well. Having Amoonguss stuck into Pollen Puff right now makes things so much more difficult for Andrew. He'd love to be able to Rage Powder away a giant Electro Drift from this Miraidon and keep Lunala safe, but that option isn't there. Amoonguss is going to be stuck just
Can't keep Lunala safe.
the remainder of this game, which leads Lunala on an island by itself. Lunala, a very bulky Pokemon, but Choice Specs Miraidon Electro Drift is a very powerful attack.
Oh, it has Terra Grass though.
Even though you know that the defensive Terra is available for this Lunala, that you can turn yourself into a grass type.
Oh, side Pollen Puff Lunala also seems annoying to put his shield back up.
And Pollen Puff now.
And this is scary. What did our coach play?
Be able to undo a lot of it, but if it's a Draco Meteor coming in instead,
If we clicked Electro Drift, it's doing 0.
damage as well with Moonblast.
Oh, it's just gonna be the Electro Drift. May as well lead into that big offensive power that this Miraidon has.
Oh, no, it did good. It did good.
Own special attack.
Coach is fine.
And so that Grass Terra enough to be able to keep this Lunala safe for now. But
No. Okay, we gotta drop. We gotta drop.
Lunala, and it gets that special attack drop. So the Moongeist beam that's gonna come out of this Lunala is not gonna pack nearly as much punch.
Okay, that did not that is 0.
On this Miraidon.
The side Pollen Puff is annoying though.
Into the Lunala is going to help at least restore a bit of HP, but you're still a knockout of Electro Drift range.
I think absolutely. If not the Electro Drift, definitely the Electro Drift plus Moonblast.
All right, Drift knockoff. You're stuck, brother. You're stuck. You can't do that. You thought, but you can't.
So even if you hadn't gotten the special attack drop off onto Lunala and you were threatening a KO onto Miraidon, there's no way to
Okay, okay.
Moongeist beam off. It's
Drift.
just gonna be a KO here from the Electro
Oh, the
Drift
drift
by
kills.
itself.
And that means that this
It's G. Oh, crit. It crit. I was gonna say, what the?
critical hit there, but I don't know how much that actually matters in the grand scheme of things, knowing that this Whimsicott
Yeah, the Whimsicott was clicking Moonblast.
Lunala would be able to provide, and with the Moonblast as that secondary follow-up from Joe, this Amoonguss is going to get whittled down a little bit, but
And the Pollen Puff
it's just
fizzles.
too difficult for this Amoonguss to have to get through not only the Miraidon and the Whimsicott,
And whatever
but
Joe's in the back.
the final Pokemon for Joe that has yet to be revealed.
The crit was insane. It didn't matter. The Moonblast would have killed the Lunala anyways.
Andrew's willing to make really used Whimsicott.
The all the crit did was give a little bit of damage to Mungus.
So disruptive and caused Andrew a ton of problems that let Joe.
But the Whimsicott's faster.
So many aspects of the game were so well timed. Maridon came back in right as Electric Train expired, which meant that it could continue to have Electric Train boosted moves throughout this in game. And just expertly played, having to give up so little to work.
Yeah, he should have half rate.
And this is smart.
This is disrespectful.
Playing to the out that this Electric Terrain could expire. That would take away quite a bit of this Maridon's output. But this encore from the Whimsicott,
It just doesn't matter, right? Like,
just continuing to
Joe would have to
protect. It's gonna fail this time around.
go AFK basically.
On this Amoonguss, knowing that it's not able to actually get any damage out with a Pollen Puff of its own. The Rocky Helmet recoil helping a little bit with this Maridon. But
Oh, Electro Drift's a contact move. I guess that makes sense.
Joe finish up this game, whether it's a Moonblast or yet another Electro Drift.
Whimsicott ready to add one more disruptive, annoying encore to the mix with the game already well in hand. Just a matter of time.
You can think of something for next game? True.
Amoonguss and move us into a game 3.
Yep, and even though you do get a chance to see this Electric Terrain expire, Amoonguss does not have nearly enough health left, and it's going to fail this second.
Using the extra time from timer falling.
From the Maridon, that is the final move in this game number 3, getting the knockout. And let's.
Yeah, he's probably just thinking for what to do for next game. It makes sense. It makes sense.
Really well played game by Joe to make the trades that needed to.
I mean, if the other guy wants to win, I don't want to tell him the secret, but he is getting fricked by this Tera Grass Incineroar. He needs an answer. A Tera Grass Incineroar actually walled the entire team.
Joe was capably able to disrupt it with a lot of encores, and Andrew ended up taking.
He should bring his own Incineroar and punch it in the mouth if he wants to win. But don't tell him that. Don't tell him that.
Both games have featured a huge Draco Meteor one-hit KO on turn 1. If Andrew can find a way to lead something a little bit more stable, knowing that there's no reason for Joe to stop leading Maridon.
He's Water Bear, I think.
These giant attacks, then he's going to have a much more even ground to play with from there. But having to play every game from down 3-4 is really difficult.
It is hard, and I think in this situation too, maybe even
He could be watching the stream. Yeah, my bad. I'll be careful with that.
Instead of going for the Meteor Beam into the Incineroar,
Like, look, this and then this Flare Blitz just.
Confirmation that the Incineroar will not get knocked out to the Meteor Beam. Even
Yeah, what if he gets on his phone?
Not Tera, but you also know.
Yeah, I think Andrew would need his own Incineroar. Allegedly. Don't tell him, guys.
I think a combination.
You don't want him to win.
The KO to Draco
You want Joe to win.
Get a Trick Room and have Ursaluna instantly on the field is probably Andrew's best offensive option. In game 1, it was instead the Raging Bolt that came on the field in that position. It was a little bit harder to deal with the double grass types that Joe presented once it was Raging Bolt and Lunala on the field, because Lunala just doesn't have that same kind of offensive presence as a restricted Pokemon like Maridon. It relies on partners like Ursaluna to do it. Game 2, it was Ursaluna immediately hitting the field and getting the Flame Orb and the Guts Burn, but never having the speed advantage. I mean, it had to play much more defensively. It had to protect itself from a double target from Whimsicott and Incineroar, which just meant that Protect could get encored, and, you know, a couple turns later, Joe has a decisive lead. And so I think it has to be a little bit more decisive one direction or the other, all in on the offense and the Trick Room, or finding a way to play it a little bit more slowly.
Yeah, so there is an opportunity here where you could potentially just sacrifice the Raging Bolt. It is still going to be slower than this Maridon, as we see a run back of the same leads we saw in that game number 2 for this third and final game between Joseph Ugarte and Andrew.
I mean, Joe's chilling still.
You know Joe loves his reads, loves to try to be one step ahead, and that play of breaking Shadow Shield with Maridon and then going for a knockoff is still there. A Trick Room could still be very...
Alright, so the concern was that
There is a big switch up for Andrew to make.
if the Draco doesn't kill here for Joe, right?
Onto the Raging Bolt. You're removing its weakness to a Draco Meteor that could be incoming into that slot and trying to fire one right back. But Joe also has Terastallization, so that is going to be committed into the Incineroar to give it this Grass Tera once again. Just another fail-safe in case it was a Meteor Beam heading that way.
The Grass Terastallization really helps.
Joe's Bing Cherries.
Pokemon, so it makes a lot of sense, but it is.
Oh, Joe's too smart. He knew he had to leave this time. That's why he's the coach.
Was committed into the Raging Bolt. It's going to be a Whimsicott that's going to take that Maridon's place, and that is a Fairy type. The Meteor Beam, though, from this Lunala instead gets a chance to fire off first. So I think you feel pretty good about the fact that you get a chance to get that special attack boost, but you now have to worry about the fact that this
He's actually just the coach. He's actually just simply the coach. It's over. It's over. It's over. Oh my god, dude. He actually read him. He read him so hard.
The possibility of the Volt Switch knockoff play had been there since game 1. Joe finally goes for it, and it gets way more than just the Volt Switch.
I mean, that's just player diff, right? That's what you call player diff.
To make sure that the Raging Bolt wasn't vulnerable to Draco Meteor, and if it had been a Draco Meteor, Raging Bolt would have been able to respond with a Draco Meteor of its own.
You're rooting for Andrew. It's over, bro. It's over.
What Joe did last game, but a disastrous play into what Joe does this game. As the Volt Switch lands, breaks the Shadow Shield, gets right on safe.
Andrew is Arsenal right now.
Whimsicott immune to the Draco Meteor, knockoff lands, the restricted Pokemon is gone, no Trick Room, and Andrew feels like he's in a corner after one turn.
Because we're back to this similar position where...
What would I do if I were up against Coach at regionals?
This Ursaluna
Things would have had to gone bad for that to happen.
Team, and there's no Trick Room yet again for this game number 2. So tough. And you're putting yourself into another position here where Whimsicott gets
He just encored into Draco.
To force you to keep using Draco Meteor.
Oh my god.
Encore into the Ursaluna to lock you into a protect.
And he lives on 1.
Getting these calls correctly, as this Raging Bolt doesn't even get a chance to actually.
Okay, he didn't get his knock though. Wasn't a perfect turn, but it was a good turn. I mean, now the Ursaluna is gonna get encored is the thing, right?
To be able to hang on to the Draco Meteor, and the combination of the encore and knockoff are really pesky for this Ursaluna. It wants to protect for a turn to make sure it gets burnt by its full offensive presence, but if you protect for one turn to get
What did Joe do? Why is Joe so hyped?
So this switch is forced, and you're continuing to play on the back foot while
I'm scared.
has a lead.
Oh, he tailwinded. He's a genius. He read the switch.
Joe continues to keep that speed advantage.
Oh, and then he gets the speed bonus. Oh my god, and he gets so... He actually just turbo read him.
One turn ahead at every turn.
Oh my god. On stream too. On stream.
And Joe knows what Andrew's options are. Knows that he's not going to be willing to leave Ursaluna in to get encored into protecting.
Oh god, dude. He's just destroying.
Amoonguss comes in and gives up so much of its health bar.
And for Regidrago as well as the 4th and final here for Joe. Might have still been.
Is Joe in his head for turn number 4?
It's going to have that electric seed to deal with this Ursaluna that is still waiting in the wings. But Andrew is left with some very few options here.
This game's not over yet, though. Joe has relatively little damage output. Whimsicott can fire some Moonblast, but there's no super effective target with Raging Bolt having dropped its Dragon typing. Fergraff not much of a damage threat at all here.
You're still encored, buddy boy.
In time for Raging Bolt to get switched out, or the Amoonguss is just going to switch out. There's still 2 big attackers from Andrew's side. We saw how the end of that game 1 landed, where just one window for Andrew to get an attack into Groudon can shift the whole game. It's still a possibility in this game 3.
Oh, for sure.
The Moonblast, no drop.
Whittle away, but that Assault Vest really going to be able to keep this Raging Bolt safe as a Draco Meteor fires off into the Fergraff.
I did 0.
Target that it has on the field, and this Raging
0.
Bolt is now down to -4.
He probably doesn't want to bring Miraidon in until he can reset terrain, right?
You have an actual opportunity to make this Raging Bolt switch off the field, get rid of those special attack drops, and bring it back in.
Likely the Ursaluna is still threatened by a KO here. A combination of Moonblast plus Foul Play might be enough damage to pick up the KO into Ursaluna. If you just are switching out into Amoonguss while Ursaluna gets KO'd, that's going to be disastrous. But of course, protecting Ursaluna to try to get in Amoonguss is just setting yourself up for another on-court protect turn. A really, really dangerous position. I think it's hard to find an avenue that's safe for Andrew, but no protect, just an encore.
Encore again.
Yep, and so
Joe's just in his head, dude.
Into these types of moves, but the Foul Play from this Fergraff is able to chip away at this Ursaluna just a little bit.
I think he missed anyway. It would have done. It's like -6 Draco, right? And the Facade would have killed anyways. Okay, yes. It literally did not matter the miss.
And Joe down to just the Whimsicott and the Miraidon, but what a powerful duo to have next to each other.
So now the train's done. Now he wants the Miraidon in.
would have been very bad for Joe if Miraidon had not had Electric Terrain here, if it wants to lock into electric moves. Of course, that's dangerous if you have to deal with this Ursaluna. I don't think Joe has a decisive lead here. The Ursaluna demands attention because it's threatening a KO into Miraidon. The Raging Bolt can reset out.
Oh, okay, this is kind of scary.
KO into Miraidon, and there's nothing that Whimsicott
This is actually kind of scary. Hold on.
Meteor, unless you think Moonblast plus Draco Meteor into the neutral target is enough damage to KO the Assault Vest Raging Bolt, but I don't think it is. Now the problem is, if you Draco Meteor the Miraidon and Whimsicott is still there, it can just encore you into Draco Meteor and then deal with Miraidon itself. So you have to make sure there's a second attacker left, whether it's the Ursaluna still around to threaten damage into Whimsicott, or the Amoonguss threatening to try to close out the game against Whimsicott. There's definitely a
I don't know.
Get rid of Miraidon here.
There is, and maybe even just getting a Draco Meteor crit. But the Draco Meteor from the Miraidon is going to land into the
Okay.
Ursaluna.
I mean, it's over actually. It's actually over.
Its special attack stats.
It's fine.
No more Pokemon in the back. Joe is
I didn't realize the Ursaluna was this low. It's over.
as the Whimsicott follows up that damage with
It's actually just over though, right? Because the Raging Bolt can never kill the Whimsicott.
Draco Meteor can actually crit the Miraidon, and yes, it
They got the crit, but I don't. Okay.
that was Andrew's way back into this.
That's toxic, but I don't think it matters, right?
What a gutsy call to not try to
Can't Joe just spam Oh no, wait, there's an Amoonguss in the back still. I forgot. I thought the Amoonguss was dead. Okay, no, we lost. We actually just got crit. We actually just outplayed the shit out of this guy every game. And then we just get crit. We got hacks game 1 and we got crit again. Yeah, the crit, it's over. It's actually so stupid. It's so stupid. Oh my god, that's so dumb. Don't, if Andrew better not say a word, bro. No, I'm kidding. He could talk. He could talk.
Especially when Raging Bolt was locked into it,
Oh my god, how rigged is VGC?
that Raging Bolt had in order to get Andrew that.
How rigged is VGC?
Yeah, Draco Meteor would have still done good amount of damage to Miraidon, but definitely not a KO, which would have.
Bro, it was -6. The only out is the crit.
The Raging Bolt and try to solve that.
Andrew on LG.
Whimsicott was just stuck on an island.
Wow. I mean, you still have to be able to find the outs and play to them, and Andrew did just
I didn't say it.
What an electric set, though, between these two players.
Andrew's Luca, okay.
And even
No way.
1 and 3 had set himself
At best, he's Kawhi from the shot dropping in.
Yeah, I think
at best.
Double protect away from winning game 1, a critical hit away from likely winning game 3. But that
Now Coach shows out of the tournament. No.
They were all like 1 turn, 1 attack away from Andrew shifting the balance of the game in exactly the way that he did.
Yeah, I mean, just walking through some of these moments again from this game number 3, it felt really bad from Andrew's position to have missed the knockout onto the Incineroar, and then with the Tailwind into the Flare Blitz, you're just doing a huge amount of damage to that Amoonguss. But with that Regenerator ability, still had a threat of it in the back to be able to come back in with even more HP.
So many turns in this game.
That's messed up, man.
So expertly being ahead in the game in turn 1 to get a really decisive
That's messed up,
lead.
man.
Smart play that you mentioned with Tailwind and Flare Blitz, but undone here with the critical hit into Miraidon with Draco Meteor, takes it off the board. This Raging Bolt was led on the field in that spot, terastallized, and stayed there the entire game.
And that
That's
terastallization
messed
at the
up.
very beginning
That's messed up.
looked pretty suspect. You know, you had the terastallization
That's
for
just
that
messed
first
up.
turn where you say, I know at the very least I'm going to be able to survive a Draco Meteor from this Miraidon, right? But similarly, you're now on the field and you don't have that Tera to keep your Lunala safe, for example, or to be able to have defensive Tera on something else.
Yeah, the Tera looked especially suspect when it didn't work out in the micro of turn 1, right? But I think you can see the value of that Tera in the macro of the game. Having Raging
That's messed
Bolt
up.
not be weak to Moonblast or Draco Meteor means it has a ton of staying power.
That's the ref calling a foul, but there was no contact
So
made.
many of those turns were prioritized damage onto the partner next to Raging Bolt.
He came first with Goldenari. It's OP.
As a pure
I'm telling you, Goldenari smacks.
that easy for Joe to deal with, and so it's stuck on the field 1 turn too long.
Yeah, what a close set between these two players. It's just a game of inches and small margins that can be the big difference maker for them. And congratulations to Andrew. And commiserations to Joe. We got a chance to see Joe just play so expertly with the Ditto play yesterday versus Justin Burns. You know that's a player that has always been so successful, so we hope to continue to see more of that from Joe in the future.
Absolutely, still looking forward to seeing what he's got at NAIC and tournaments.
Joe played like a demon in this set. He actually outplayed him every game. Like every game, Joe outplayed, but he literally got hacked 1 in 3.
Sorry to cut you off there, Andrew. I know that you're just riding an incredible win, so congratulations. I know you got a little lucky, but that's just the game sometimes, you know?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I definitely got lucky in that set, and like I did
incredible
kind of mental calculation. The first game that I won was basically a 1 in 3 chance on Double Protect, and then what is that, 1 in 16 chance on game 3. So all I can say is, like, you know, always play to like the most optimal play, and even in like a position that looks like it's completely lost, there's always an out. And so honestly, condolences to Joe. I mean, I know it's like a hard loss to take, but I'm really excited. This is the best I've ever done at a tournament, so hopefully, I don't know, I'm still happy, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right as we were coming
What is that?
into this event, we were talking about how this is your first year competing.
Yeah.
You day
0.02 chance.
Was that your first regional?
Yeah, so I started competing this season. I was, you know, watching
Say
VGC
the
last
crit
year.
didn't matter for the memes.
Sacramento, like you said. And I was able to day 2 my first regional, which like is a pretty impressive feat, but it's something that I've been chasing all year, and I haven't been able to day 2 since. So to be able to do it again,
Joe plays like Tally Buffalo last Worlds.
and you know, this is the last regional of the season, so day 2ing the first one and the last one, I don't know, it's kind of like a cool, like, poetic ending, I guess. To
Joe played pretty well. I don't know.
You know, I like to believe sometimes that there's somebody up there writing little storylines, and they try to look for those little things.
There's somebody that, you know, put that crit into the game.
Of course. So let's talk about your team for a bit. What was your inspiration behind running the team that you ran? Because I know the Ursaluna in particular was a really cool choice.
Yeah, so my history with Ursaluna goes back.
Yeah, tee up for 2025.
Game in Sacramento. I actually played against Gary Chan, and he used Cresselia Ursaluna. And I remember being like,
Me and Toon are moving to OCE for 2025.
Experience against it.
Yeah.
And so like during Reg E, Reg F, I started using that same composition. And basically, like once I found this team, which was actually recommended by my friend Brandon Davis, it was built actually originally for Indianapolis.
Okay.
And
Honestly, if anyone in Australia has a house that we could use,
and I kind of just changed a couple.
we should just move to Australia. It'd be OP.
But basically, I got really comfortable with Ursaluna.
And just play the Japanese teams on ping.
It kind of feels like Cresselia, but with a lot
Logan,
more
no Logan Paul.
and so I really like that because, you know, it has the Meteor Beam option, but it also has Trick Room. So it's kind of a 50-50. Like, what
Move to Japan and get the best practice. Have our house
because you've been competing all day. But for those of you watching
in Australia,
we've actually been doing
but then go to Japan for 90% of the time to practice, and then come for 1 day, play the tourney, and then go back to Japan.
Piloted Lunala to great success to everybody who's voting in that poll.
Obviously, my vote is for Ho-Oh. I'm just kidding. It's obviously for Lunala. And I saw that we were in the finals, like when I got pulled in for stream, and I told them, I was like, I really want Lunala to win. So
if you just win every tourney in Australia, that'll cover the expenses.
You know, that performance maybe sways the vote a little bit. I'll be happy. I think of Lunala's strongest soldier.
And then go spend the money in Japan.
Stream, so I gotta figure out how they did. So
yeah, well, someone will do the math for sure.
Maybe the tennis player will let us use his house. Him and I beefed on Twitter, man. I don't. That door might be closed.
Like, honestly, in practice games, like. It's a monster,
I ratioed him.
But yeah, I don't know. It'd be like
he kind of got murked on the ratio. If I'm being real, it was like 1 to 200 or 10 to 200 or something.
In the future, somewhere far away from here.
But if he still wants to let us use his house, I'm down.
Anybody at home?
Yeah, definitely. Shout outs to my family for always supporting me. You know, I'm sure they're watching from home right now.
Beefing with.
Definitely all of my friends.
It just.
Made in,
you know, I made the post saying I'm not gonna play with Logan Paul, Jake Paul, or whatever. And then he responded being like, have you even ever talked to him? And I responded to him saying, have you ever even talked to him?
Simon and Griffin really helped me in one of the matches that I was really worried about because I lost to James Beck day 1.
It's 50-50.
They really helped me prep it for day 2, and I you know, the lines we prepared went almost exactly as planned. But yeah, definitely all of my friends back home here in NorCal.
I mean, there's a reason why the Logan Paul's Twitter replies are on follower only mode, man. He would get cooked.
But until we have that information, casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Gabby, and congrats.
Yeah, we'll just make him our sub. We'll be like, bro, you could be our sub.
To have, like, an
You could come fly to the tournaments with us.
Such as this.
Such a strong performance. It takes so much to win 11 out of 14 matches over 2 days against stronger and stronger opponents.
The MMA fight with the guy. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, but he could close it back now though, right? The boxing fight. I know what you're talking about. But he could fix it now. He would still get roasted, I think.
I went 6-3 or I went like day 2.
So that's a good excuse.
People really celebrating their successes at these events.
What's up, Palm in the Granite?
Step forward is amazing to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we have also enjoyed getting a chance to chat with all of you at home using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We have a couple of tweets to share with everybody. V says another regional, another legendary shiny to hunt for. The best nickname will be what I use for Articuno. Any ideas?
Pokemon Unite.
Everybody go to V's post.
Name it Pokemon Unite.
Vote for what this Articuno should be named. What do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not a very good nicknamer. I always stick to the original names of the Pokemon. Is that a bad thing?
No.
Okay.
Ho-Oh. Name it Ho-Oh?
Oh, you're gonna name Articuno
Yeah.
Ho-Oh. Okay.
Maybe?
That's a VGC illegal nickname right there.
Is it? A blue Ho-Oh?
You're gonna name it Blue Ho-Oh? That one might be allowed. That one might be allowed.
Well, it can't be blue, first of all.
Name it Ender? No. I don't want to be Articuno.
The shiny isn't, the shiny isn't blue. Anyway, V, I'm sorry if that's what...
Articuno is Zapdos from the winter map. I don't want to be that guy. I miss that guy. That guy was cool, to be honest. I regret ever complaining about the winter map, man. Like, yeah, the real problem with the winter map was they bugged the XP when it came out. That was the actual real problem. Everything else was a meme. But I feel like if that wasn't bugged, the reception would have been so much better.
I can't wait till Slither Wing actually maybe has a moment. I thought it would be with Groudon. Maybe?
But like, they just haven't done something that cool ever again, right? Like, why did we never get a Winter Ray map, man? How sick would that have been?
Heard Sierra's call for Slither Wing appreciation. Quickly doodled the true champion of
Because of the complainers. True.
The people's champion.
The people's champion.
But really, if the map XP wasn't bugged, oh my god, it would have been fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sierra.
It was bugged, and then they like messing around with the crabs.
More tweets here, and those are great doodles.
Like passive XP was bugged, I mean, and the crabs they were trolling with.
Still very cute. I've seen the life-size Larvesta plush.
That's cool.
Like the jungle buffs having different spells, whatever, man. Who cares?
You know how big Larvesta is?
I don't. I would have imagined it was like a little larva. How
like
big
a little
is it?
bean?
Yeah.
No, it's huge. It's like this big.
That would be kind of terrifying to run into.
Yeah, maybe that passive XP change is good though. It would be harder for the EVs to one buff.
Over there. Some of them are just like ginormous. You put your player up against it, and it's like up to like your hip.
That's pretty big.
It's a big bug. It's a very big bug. But Sable says, congrats to LA for having the largest VGA 2 ever. That's so true.
The Tauros, whatever. That's not that big. I could live with that now.
From Ragov. 7-1 officially made day 2 at every single regional this year. That's 7 in a row. Congratulations, Ragov.
That's pretty impressive.
That kind of consistency is so impressive. When every round things like crit trick or meteors can happen, you can lose games that you really don't expect to lose. To be able to go 7-2 or better at every day 1, 7 of them in a row is just so impressive.
And we have very few players that can say that they have that level of consistency. I think Ragov is just one of the few that's been able to make day 2 every single event. We look at players like Wolf Glick always making those day 2s as well, and it's great to see what types of players can really reach into that upper echelon.
Yeah, because it is a level of success beyond your occasional top 16 or top 8 to be able to do that week in and week out.
Yes, not just one-hit wonders over here, but
She has a very flat nose.
We're gonna take a quick break as we get ready for our top 8.
Yeah, it's fine.
Because we're about to crown an LA regional champion.
Don't be toxic.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments in the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed...
Oh, we saw this one already.
But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire.
Pokemon.
As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high
Uh-oh, you're about to get
Pokemon
shot.
that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just
You're
2
dead.
months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured
Chalk.
Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, these are all broken guys.
Team composition
Who's surprised?
boasted An unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many
These
other
are all
Japanese
broken
players to
guys.
ride
Obviously,
the
it's
Mega
good.
Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships
I could've told you that.
progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat. Even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
Does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
We go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous.
Mega Salamence,
The Hyper Voice.
and Mega Charizard Y.
Now everyone's gonna start paying their taxes. Be like, okay, I don't want to be timed out.
Players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variations seen within Chalk, just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei.
Well, then it's not
and one
Chalk
choosing
anymore, right?
Corona. The 6th Pokemon on
Now
the
it's
team
Caulk.
ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave
Sock.
up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the second time on stream, playing incredibly.
Do I like Mega Kangaskhan design?
Down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4. Shoma Honami would
I think
be
it's cool how the little baby comes out. That's my favorite part of it.
Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my god.
He's on the ground.
He's done. We get a medic in the field.
He died.
The championship match was a back and
How come no one ever talks about the time when someone died?
Thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still #1.
Chalk.
Do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge and it's only a matter of protect before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokemon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon video game.
Damn, he has a monster shirt on? No wonder they don't show logos anymore. That's just years of free advertising. The monster shirt did. That's unlucky. Imagine they had the same rules back then. Monster sponsored him? You know they definitely didn't. They probably just, they were like, oh, it's lit, it's for free.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to like look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that...
Did they tell you to wear shirts with no brand logos on them for any IC Worlds? Yeah. But if you did show up with it, they would either tape you or have a backup shirt anyways. So it wasn't like a big deal. One thing that they said that no one followed was they said you have to wear pants. But like, it's toxic. No one's looking at our knees. It's okay.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how
I like playing in shorts.
Meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournament's a great time to talk strategy with my teammates.
Yeah, I mean, many people showed up in shorts. They didn't enforce it. That's fine. And I'm glad they didn't. If you had weird tattoos, oh, maybe.
What has good symmetry with each other and against, you know, whatever you can see between other.
It gets hot. I don't know. I like shorts.
In order to improve, you know, between tournament and tournament. Also, continuing battle, learning counts, learning
5-inch shorts. Just wear booty shorts.
Those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, you know, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
Welcome back to the Los Angeles.
All right, are we starting soon?
A lovely shot there of
I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Judges this weekend, and of course our lovely competitors, spectators, and hey, there's one of us in there too. Great to see you, Adam. Hope you're doing well. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Len and Rosemary once again. We do have a bit of a break before we get started with Top Cut as everybody gets situated. So I wanted to welcome y'all to one of my favorite side events that happen at the International Championships and World Championships. It is time for some Chaos Cup, baby.
Oh, I'm so excited. What do we got this time?
Do you know what Chaos Cup is?
Walk me through
What's Chaos Cup?
You look very confused. So the
Do you think I
Chaos
wash
Cup
my hands?
is
Of
a
course.
side event where you sign up and you are given a team to play with in that tournament every round. So you sit down, there's a team code in front of you, and that's just
The
team that you
Gabite?
play with.
Lol.
In the European regions, they tend to ask content creators to build some teams. I know, Rose, you were asked at one point to build some teams.
I did do a set of those. I did base them off of all of the different gym leaders in Paldea.
Yep.
Some of them were much more powerful than others, and I did a horrible job of balancing some of them. But I'm gonna not take all of the responsibility because you gotta work with what you got.
You gotta work with what you got. And if you are attending the North American International Championships, a little Pidgey told me that there will be teams inspired by notable Pokemon trainers throughout all the mediums. So there's some Pokemon Go trainers in there, Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon
Unite.
Battle Revolution.
Unite.
Pokemon Masters EX?
Unite.
Yeah,
Say unite,
Pokemon
please.
Masters EX, yes. So shout
Unite.
outs to the very
Unite.
handsome individual who made that happen.
No Unite teams.
This tournament, though, if we want to go ahead and look at our community bracket, so this
We gotta reach out. We gotta reach out that person. Does anyone know who makes the rental teams? We need Unite.
here of the most underrated
We gotta give him like a comp from like Worlds or something, or last year NAIC,
We're gonna actually see a Lunala versus Ho-Oh battle.
and make it into a team.
That'd be pretty cool. I think that's a pretty good way to decide it.
There's Comfy, right? They could make a Comfy team. Use Ray as the restricted, right?
Champion's choice.
5 months, 5 months from Unite, and then a Ray restricted. That's literally just like playing Unite.
To our lovely casters, Joe Brown and Sierra Dawn, who have graciously volunteered to take these teams that I kind of threw out.
You could have Urshi. You could have Urshi Comfy.
They're going to be playing it
There's probably a Worlds comp that had Urshi Comfy in it, anyways.
the champion. So
Yeah, maybe you'll have to use some funny stuff like Blastoise or something, or Venusaur. Candle looked pretty good today.
We'll be running the Ho-Oh team.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's
Maybe they know Unite's on the way out. No, they don't.
players that have experience with either of them.
These people don't get that kind of
Sierra
information.
brought Ho-Oh before. It is one of her favorite Pokemon, and then for Joe, he loves Psychic Spam. And I feel like Lunala is one of the best candidates for that right now, if given the opportunity.
Well, I'm pretty sure Lunala
Indeedee? Indeedee's good, right? We could use a wild Pokemon.
Go ahead and run this as all
Cricket?
Pokemon battles are on this stage with some team previews, with some fun facts.
Okay, they better have some fun facts.
Are we ready to head over there? Here we go. They are ready to go, and it also looks like there's a spare switch probably acting as a team sheet. So, oh, we can hear them.
I could have brought a team if I had known, you know?
Yeah, right? Like, I would have built a fire Slither Wing team.
Right.
Okay, well.
I wonder if they know they're on the stream.
Oh.
What if they say something bad?
The true love of chaos is.
Are they gonna tell us like when we gotta?
Yeah, am I supposed to connect?
Do stuff now, guys. If you can hear us, it's time to start.
They can't hear them.
They're figuring it out.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, this is the chaos. Like, you need to be able to look at a team.
Uh-oh.
You need to be able to look at your opponent's team and figure out just how to battle.
Joe's team seems a little bit easier to understand. It's a trick room team. It's a little bit of side spam, just like he asked for.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they have headphones in. The headset that they have is like noise canceling and a mic, I think. I don't think they could hear like the stream in their ears.
I believe we will get to that in a moment, but here is the side spam.
Or like it's probably just between them.
So Lunala, we've seen a couple of different use cases for it this weekend.
The
This one
mics.
is going to have a trick room set alongside the expanding force. That Psychic Train is going to get set up by this Indeedee, and you also have an expanding force option with that Armor Rouge. Joe has a lot of experience playing trick room, and what better way to be able to take advantage of that than a really slow Pokemon like the Lunala or that Blood Mirror Saluna.
I gotta see who has a cooler team. I'm liking the Lunala Armor Rouge and Didi. This looks kind of fun.
By the Choice Scarf Urshifu Rapid Strike as well, which could be a problem for Ho-Oh, not something that wants to take a Surging Strikes just on the first turn.
That's true. And you gotta pay attention though too about Psychic Terrain and how you might get bamboozled by it. We do have this Incineroar that has the Fake Out as an option, so just don't click it when the Psychic Terrain is active.
Be very careful to not to block your own Fake Out.
Well,
You're back, but he had several drinks. That's acceptable. I'll allow it.
This is a Ho-Oh team that I built very early on in the format. And the thing
Ho-Oh.
behind it was you have clear Amulet Ho-Oh so that you can just kind of sit on the field. You don't have to worry about parting shots. You have Encore Disable and then Howl on the Screamtail to sort of support your Ho-Oh. And then you just have some good stuffs around it. So, you know, one of the things about Chaos Cup that you have to be mindful of is that you may be given Pokemon that look viable, but they may not be their most optimal forms. It's really about embracing the randomness, and I do think that Slither Wing that Sierra texted really brings out the true chaos of this environment.
I want the Ho-Oh. It looks cool.
Chaotic Slither Wing can support a little bit with a sunny day to boost up Screamtail speed or boost the
Can't drink real beer because you have celiac. Oh, you're a gluten-free guy.
I can't imagine it's that much damage.
You never know. I actually think that Slither Wing has a pretty high attack.
You could always just drink
hit into the right
like
targets,
spirits and
maybe
stuff
even
though,
get a
right?
chance to get like a super effective attack into something. You could just do enough that something else on the team would be able to pick it up.
Beth's channel points. If one of the mods wants to do it, sure, why not?
And we've got Joe
Again.
Brown living his best La La Land life. I gotta out myself here for a second. I have seen La La Land, the movie, and it took me until about 3 days ago to realize why it was called that. Because LA, La, ha ha ha.
I actually haven't seen it, honestly.
Okay, well, good. Then maybe I added myself for nothing.
I honestly, I'm probably going to get a little bit of heat for that because I typically love musicals, but we're just going to...
Shame.
Yeah.
For shame.
That's okay. Okay. I have a long flight home. Maybe I can make up for lost time. I know, Len, you'll be able to watch it on your long flight home, right?
Yeah, my long drive home through the traffic. I can stop on the overpass and get out and sing and dance a little bit and feel at home.
Excellent. Well, all right. Well, we're not going to see the restricted here from Sierra just yet, but I have a feeling like the Ho-Oh has to be waiting in the back. But already a trick room option for Joe with the Lunala.
Both players opting to immediately get the Choice Scarf Urshifus on the field and up to fight against each other. And both could have a pretty valuable impact on this turn. Urshifu from
Spooky.
Joe could go after the Chien Pile, try to either break the Focus Sash or just go after damage.
Is he tricking the room or what?
Could try to break the Shadow Shield and open Lunala up for a KO from Qian Pao. Definitely not a safe position for Lunala to just click Trick Room.
You also have to wonder just how these Urshifu are going to compare speed-wise, as they are both holding that Choice Scarf item, and one would assume if somebody was pressed for time, they may have actually used the same Urshifu on both teams.
Maybe just like a 252 adamant, you know?
Maybe.
Wow, we're gonna see the U-turn first, so Joe's actually just gonna
It's the same Urshi.
for now, and also gets a chance to
I wonder what you're gonna be bringing in. I heard that.
Sierra with like the wow. Yes, indeed.
There's a lot of intimidation going on here between both these casters, for sure.
Yeah, no Incineroars on the field, but plenty of intimidation.
Oh, does he have a terrain breaker or something?
Yep, exactly. Lots of animations. I mean, even though these are crits, the Shadow Shield helped quite a bit there to at least soften it up so that it's only like half damage to this Lunala. But the fact that there's an Ice Spinner, it's gonna remove the terrain. What? The Lunala actually survives. That's a lot of bulk on that Lunala.
Lunala managing to hang on to the Surging Strikes and the Ice Spinner to get this Trick Room.
Okay, so he broke it.
For Joe's strategy here, but losing the Psychic Terrain, not good.
No, I mean, that just opens you up to a Sucker Punch here from the Qian Pao.
Have to watch out for Follow Me. You don't want to just Sucker Punch and get it redirected. Moon Blast can try to chase a KO onto either of these Pokemon as well. I think there's a lot of push and pull of whether to use the Indeedee to just support the Lunala here or try to get it out and in to get your Psychic Terrain back.
You have to wonder as well if you're really going to have to rely on that Psychic Terrain, as we've already seen the Urshifu and the Qian Pao from Sierra. I'm assuming it's the Slither Wing in back, right?
It has to be, right? Otherwise, she's not really Slither Wing's #1 fan.
Just in case, you know, just in
I
case.
respect it.
Yeah, just in case.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, if you don't go for the Follow Me there, that is a KO onto Lunala, but instead, that Urshifu is going to get taken down.
I liked how Joe responded to seeing that play. Just like, I respect it. You know, sometimes you just got to look at your opponent and be like, yeah, there it is.
There it is.
The #1 fan ready to come and throw hands. Did you know that Slither Wing actually does get, like, punching moves?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Those are some big hands.
Yes.
Big fluffy Slither Wing, I think, actually lands in a pretty good spot here. Threatens a KO with first impression into the Lunala. Might force a switch. Or it could just be some more Follow Me and continuing to go out on the offense with Lunala.
Not a bad option, honestly. But it's kind of nice knowing that at least the Ho-Oh would resist a Moonblast.
Yeah.
But I don't think this Slither Wing wants to take that one too much.
What's he gonna click?
Leftovers, so you could just try and stall out the remainder of Trick Room, potentially.
True. Oh, but here's a Terastallization.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, the Slither Wing. Gonna get the big crown.
Tera Water. All right.
Good call. Good call.
Tera Water.
Sierra knew the Moonblast was coming.
It's so interesting to just hear them talk through every.
Oh.
What is that about the first impression not doing very much?
That was a lot of damage, you know, finds a super effective squishy target. Might have opened up for a Sucker Punch as well. No, just the Moonblast coming out next. KO the Qian Pao.
Wow, that's wild.
Wouldn't the sucker?
I am not Slither Wing's #1
Oh.
fan, so I do not know if that was a roll or not, but that was very
I don't think
impressive.
so. Oh, I see what you did there. It indeed was.
The bad news for Sierra is that Slither Wing will never first impression again in this game. It is stuck on the field and that move is used, but also no Psychic Terrain for Joe. It's been, Indeedee has been lost. So both players giving up their
Oh, looks so cool. Even though we're gonna hate him when he comes to Unite, he does look cool, I have to say.
First impression, but it made a good first impression.
I'm also very curious. So
I do have to say.
Memory about how first impression worked. Was that an indication that the Slither Wing is actually slower than the Lunala?
It has increased priority.
It has increased priority.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So it only on the first turn that it's used also will fail. Now.
I mean, I'll be honest with y'all. As someone who may or may not have built these teams, I am not sure what speed stat any of these Pokemon are at this point in time.
Very helpful. I don't know if anybody has done their Slithering calculations better than Sierra has.
That's true.
Well, it's I mean, Ho-Oh's pretty tanky, but the Expanding Force double up into the Ho-Oh, it's already below half.
And Leech Life for the KO as well. That's going to bring that Slither Wing up back to full.
Isn't Ho gonna be defender? Yeah, but he's still gonna be annoying.
But it's still tough because I think Sierra's.
You guys think defenders are already not annoying? Imagine an EX1.
And then you set up a sunny day here to allow this Ho to just do.
I feel like every defender in the game is either annoying or has been annoying by a lot.
Or with another leash life.
Yep.
We did see the Slither Wing is slower than the Armourouge based on that last turn. Got the leash life off to KO the Lunala before the expanding force went off, I believe.
Yeah, again, the speed stats are truly a mystery.
Be a support? Really? I mean, I feel like it makes more sense as a defender, no?
I've seen some people balance the teams in Chaos Cups for what it's worth. Like, there are sometimes...
How does Ho support other than the revive?
You just gotta deal with what you got.
Yeah, I think Sierra
That was pretty annoying, man.
be more helpful than
Getting frozen.
is still up.
You look puzzled, Len.
Very puzzled by the Pokemon, the decisions, but we're gonna have to see.
It's the chaos. Embrace the chaos.
The Urshifu finally uses its stress.
Yeah, at least it's not an all-rounder.
Weak to the flying Brave Bird and can now threaten, a ton of damage into either of these slots. We'll have to see what it locked into.
Yeah, I think you just lock it. Well, at least you get the expanding force down onto the.
Oh.
Is that enough? No way. The leech life is also doing a ton of damage. I mean, already kind of allowed this.
Damn.
Picked up by a Brave Bird, and I think Sierra's done it.
Well, it's going to be a 1v1. Each of them using their favorite Pokemon, trying to take down the other's favorite. Armourouge versus Slither Wing as the final.
Largest supporter release drought? Yeah, it's been a while.
End of the community bracket.
Right
Slither
there.
Wing versus Armourouge. This is the true community bracket we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, I think both of them pretended to be the champions for Lunala and Ho-Oh, but we saw their real favorites as the ones that
My God. This leech life went hard.
Leech life outspeed and pick up the match.
And that is the true trophy for that Slither Wing here. We saw the fan art of it earlier. Slither Wing destined for its championship in this Chaos Cup
Winner.
battle. This is just a best of one match, as I have some amazing news for all y'all. We have the bracket ready for top 8.
Oh, top 8 bracket. Wait, both Joe and Alex didn't make it though.
To get it down to their favorite Pokemon and showcasing us that in the end, Slither Wing is the people's champion and the champion.
Yeah, true champion. I think that's the first.
Yeah, I can't believe leech life used to be a 20 base power move.
If not the
And they got buffed to like what, 80 or something now?
Yeah, probably so at some point.
Yeah.
Is it higher?
It remains undefeated.
Yeah, we'll have to ask Slitherwing's #1 fan later. For now, though, let's reveal our top 8 bracket here in Los Angeles.
4x did, huh? I mean, it's just a real move now instead of being an early game move.
Rajan Ball, Aditya, Justin Burns, and Montana all making our top 8
Yeah, bug types deserve it, right? Bug types
potential for a back-to-back victory
don't
for
always
Rajan.
have the best offensive moves.
Yeah, Rajan coming off of a win with Miraidon, switches it up to Koraidon, and then right back into the top 8. Colin playing a very similar Koraidon team, so a couple of representations of that. A couple of Calyrex Shadow Riders making it to the top 8 as well. A Pokemon that's been
Zubat starts with Absorb now makes sense.
top 8s in the past. Adi and Montana getting 2 representations for Calyrex.
The winner of the poll,
Justin
we'll get it, we'll get it.
One of the top Calyrex Ice Rider users is going to be able to repeat a really strong performance here, getting a top 8 at this event, and Keon Campbell is actually going to be representing the
Okay, Rajan Bell.
in the field. A Zacian and an Umbreon. Just so
That's
everyone
cool.
can get a little
You won the
bit of
last one, right?
that one.
Geo didn't make it, unlucky.
Kind of speaking volumes to Zacian still being able to get
Tera Dawn won.
I wish that we could actually have the restricted Pokemon of choice alongside of these names in the top 8 bracket, because I think at the end of the day, it really is those restricted picks that determine the matchup. But I'm so excited to see how these trainers are going to play against each other. We've already had a lot of them on stream too, which is super exciting. And I want to say it was Colin Heyer who said he's never finished less than 2nd place.
I just don't understand how we don't have a dragon bug type yet. They gotta be saving it for next gen, right?
True. Thought that was one of those Pokemon we didn't necessarily keep on our radar as a big meta threat heading into the tournament, but I think has proven.
I want next year's legendaries to both be bug types.
It also has a really great move
Imagine
kit
that.
and, not too bad, not too shabby for itself so far.
Yeah, 2 of them on the top 8 is probably not something many people predicted going into this tournament, but definitely demonstrating still a very...
What if instead of mega evolutions, they add super babies? They add like mega pre-evolutions.
training with Palmont, so you know.
That was a choice.
You know, I embrace the chaos.
Yeah, you were very good at that.
Thank you.
Like they get like mega pre-evolution Dodrio. It's just one head.
What do you
think about that? It's just one head.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that jumps out to me, like I mentioned, is the first showing of Calyrex Shadow Rider, maybe demonstrating that the over-answering of Calyrex Shadow Rider in so many teams is fading away, and Calyrex can play more evenly with these other Pokemon, but also just the variety of it. Groudon having
Just a head? No, well, it's a head and the body and stuff, but it has one head instead of like Dodo's two.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the variety of these restricted Pokemon. And I feel like when you talk about maybe the overcorrection of these Calyrex Shadow Riders, you're like, well, where did that go? All the focus went to Zamazenta.
Well, yeah, I mean,
actually, yeah.
The focus went to Zamazenta and Terapagos and Miraidon, all Pokemon that are being underrepresented now in the top 8 compared to what a lot of people would have expected based on the past couple of weeks of results.
The wheel
is turning.
The wheel is turning.
It does make me wonder where the wheel is going to turn, you know, after this event. As we're going into NAIC, we're going to see the clash of NA players, EU players, Oceania players. Like, are we going to keep that wheel turning, or do you think we're going to see more of the same?
I think in a single restricted format, it just never stops turning. At some point, it turns a full rotation and we get back to the beginning. But I think for a lot of players, it's going to be trying to read where we are in that cycle.
It was crazy that Miraidon wasn't used that much last tourney, right? In Indianapolis.
Maybe those are both Pokemon that you have to counter, but also they are Pokemon that you know everyone.
Considering how much more broken it seemed now, like how much more it's been used after it won.
Both this weekend and looking ahead to Bologna next weekend will tell a lot of players a lot of information about what to use for NAIC.
There's also a bunch of special events that are happening in the interim as well, and so just to add another
Normal evolution Eevee, EV2.
There's a lot of other regions that are holding those special events. I think you have to look at Latin America as one of those regions.
The Eevee stands up, that'd be scary.
Reckoned with at the North America International Championships, and they also have their own way to approach the meta and the format. A lot of Calyrex Ice Rider down there, even a couple more Koraidon, and I think that's just going to add a little bit more chaos into the mix.
Perfect.
Gabby's favorite.
I love
Eevee. That'd be funny.
At this point, I wonder though, if you are preparing for NAIC, Len, I'm going to throw this question at you in a second, but if you're preparing, what is stopping you from putting all of the single restricteds on the board
Eevee
could have success and just like blindly throwing a dart and seeing where it lands?
Well, you might be 2 steps behind on the wheel and in pretty bad shape if you pick wrong. I think it's a really interesting version of a meta game, because in a lot of formats, we see players who just build experience with a specific team and develop comfort have a lot of success, but it's really hard to establish comfort when you have that wheel turning and the metagame always moving and moving pretty quickly. So it favors a different type of player who can rapidly pick up a new team, get experience with it. An example of that is Rajan Ball going from just 2 weeks ago, winning a regional with one team. Most of the time, if you see a player win a regional with a team and there's another tournament 2 weeks later, they'll just be using the same team or some small variation on it, not dropping it completely for a totally new team. But it's a sign of how you have to play.
What's Rajan playing? Is he playing Koraidon?
I was going to say myself, I mean, as somebody who's really only had the opportunity to practice with Calyrex Ice Rider, my approach to NAIC if I were competing would be to just try and find the 6th Pokemon on that team that could just handle wherever the wheel turns and just hope that the muscle memory carries through for everything else.
That's not a bad idea, though, or a bad example of how some of the single restricted Pokemon actually do have more stable archetypes. With the Ice Rider Calyrex, we've seen a couple of different Pokemon take that 6th slot. Pelipper, Golden Go, we've seen a couple of Wellspring Ogerpon now. Ditto can also take that spot.
I think even when you look
Ditto
at
is cool to see.
I feel like they have stable matchups across the board. A lot of times that was how Zamazenta was described. Like even before we started Regulation G, we thought this was the restricted that has no poor matchups, and so it might be able to establish a pretty high usage percentage. And a week ago, it looked like that was the case. But then you have things like Chandelure in the top 16, Chi-Yu as number 4 in usage of non-restricted Pokemon in day 2, showing that you can kind of centralize around any restricted Pokemon and give it a difficult day.
I also wish that we could like almost have like a stock market view of just the usage of Tera types, because I feel like after Zamazenta won over in Stockholm a couple weeks ago, Ghost Tera types just went skyrocketing, you know?
Yeah, it sure did. I mean, even some of the teams sheets that we were looking at in day 2 had at least 2 or sometimes 3 ghost options, whether it was just a natural ghost typing on a Pokemon that they had on their team or a Ghost Tera.
Yeah, a really important defensive option to have to make sure that Zamazenta doesn't trade as evenly. And those kinds of small adjustments, that buy on Ghost Terras,
Bye.
ends up less represented in the top 8 than it was a week ago.
For sure. And I think we've seen a couple of other meta adjustments that have happened as we started to see this rotation through the metagame. I think one of the other things that sticks out is just kind of the lower usage that we have of Amoonguss. And I wonder if that is something that persists. Knowing that Miraidon usage is way higher than what we saw even in Stockholm, do we see this continued trend where Amoonguss starts to drop off if you don't feel like you're ever going to get anything accomplished with that kind of Pokemon?
Yeah, even when Amoonguss has ended up on the field in Churker, and we saw that in the last stream match, it still couldn't spore anything because Electric Train was down. It really limits the potential of Amoonguss to have the kind of impact you want it to have on a match.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to need a couple more minutes to prepare for our top 8 match that we'll be featuring. But since this is my last time in the lounge with both of you for this regional championship, I want to ask the same question I've been asking our players. What has been your favorite memory?
Wait, is the day gonna end soon? Why is? What do you mean?
Well, Rose asked me this a few minutes ago on the stream.
Are they only gonna play till top 4 and then there's gonna be day 3? How's it gonna work?
Getting to cast the first regional of the season in Pittsburgh, seeing a few of my friends have a lot of success. It was just a really great weekend to be part of that.
Did you ask Rose the question too?
I did, yeah. But she was indecisive about an answer.
Well, now you have to decide.
I was indecisive, but I think I'm going to land on what I did when we talked, which is playing at the European International Championships will always hold a special place in my heart. I think ICs at this point have become huge spectacles. And as you look towards even just having that experience to just play with your friends or even just try to get to know the community a little bit better, I think that was a really great way to just have that competitive experience this year. And I'm excited to potentially have that chance again sometime.
I personally will treasure all of the lovely times I've had behind the desk and in the lounge with you two, and with our other casters as well. So, Joe and Sierra have finally returned from their lovely chaos battle. So
Bug Dragon Pokemon. I mean, yeah, they'll make a Bug Dragon Pokemon next generation. Trust me, it's coming.
Well, that happened. Congratulations, Sarah Dawn, undefeated Slither Wing champion of the world.
Yeah, Slither Wing is now still undefeated on broadcast, now 2-0. I think that is super impressive for the Paradox Bug that everybody, if we're talking about underrated Pokemon, here is the #1 of that list is Slither Wing. So yeah, thank you. I couldn't have done it without the fans, the Slither Wing believers, and of course Slither Wing. Ho-Oh surviving was also kind of cool, but it was a Slither Wing show. The first impression KO onto the Indeed.
That was a lot of damage.
That was a lot of damage.
Yeah, you know, thank the fans. Thank me for helping choose a very counter team Slither Wing. I'm not a sore loser. I'm gonna move on. Congratulations. You know, there's no crying in baseball. You know, so I'm not gonna harp.
You don't like her hair? You said it.
Because it was Gabby's team that lost. It's not like I lost.
I didn't really notice her hair has 2 different colors.
There you go. See, I was worried because I was like, I have to do Slither Wing.
I wasn't really paying that much attention, to be honest.
I get thrown this team, and I'm
Now
like,
that you mention it,
off, and we're throwing
it looks fine. I think it's cool.
But like, capture battle aside, there's
I like Joe's hair. Yeah, sorry.
I thought the players were going to take a little bit longer, but no, they're here. They're raring to go, and so am I. Let's talk a little bit more.
All right, phones away, guys. Is that a smartwatch I see? No, it's a Casio. We're good.
Run so far with this Koraidon and this Gothitelle. Kian with the Zacian and Umbreon. So much to unpack there.
Top 4, top 8 in OCIC. A world top 4 in 2014. And damn, this guy's an OG.
Top 4 at Portland earlier this year. Top 8 of Oceanian International Championships last season. World's top 4 back all the way in X and Y in 2014.
He's got the classic. It's the classic.
Looking to get that 3rd one under his belt.
Oh, whoa, phones away.
A lot of accomplishments, and this team that he's running over this weekend, definitely one that
anyone could become a Pokemon judge if they wanted. I'm sure it's a very prestigious role. This will be like a Pokeball. Oh, that's kind of cool if that's the case. If her hair is supposed to be like a Pokeball.
I think is a really cool adjustment that we've seen here going on in Regulation G. Shadow Tag, trapping any non-ghost type Pokemon out on the field.
It's a Shadow. It's the Gothitelle guy.
Foul play can do so much.
Isn't he the guy that had the Gothitelle plushie?
Really high attack stats out here, so I love this adjustment.
And I really like the team composition on Collins' end because there's there's somewhat of an old adage in VGC. It's not always true, but a lot of times when team building, you do want to try to look for 4 offensive Pokemon, 4 Pokemon that can actually win games, and 2 supportive Pokemon to help those other 4 win. And he kind of has that 4-2 split down to a perfect combination. But here's Keon Campbell with multiple top 64s this season. At this point, the top 8 in LA is his strongest finish.
Damn. Okay.
People who have regional championships under their accomplishments, you always had to have that one run before you could put that there. And Kian making top 8 here at LA. Wow, time's escaping from me. Definitely doing super well and showing that you can make these runs in the tournament. But now this will be the first top cut of a regional event. Let's see if he has
good job, man.
To take this team all the way. The Umbreon,
I like the new talent.
What is to come.
Station team.
I never would have expected this coming out of Regulation G.
Umbreon.
It makes a lot of sense. Snarl can shut down a lot of Pokemon.
Umbreon.
And taunt for any sort of that set.
Style play Snarl? What is this, Pokemon Unite?
Not something that can be flinched. So if the Umbreon hits the field, you don't really have a way to be stopping that. It has a really natural bulk to it as well.
What is this, Pokemon Unite?
Barrage of hits coming on out. And that isn't even the
Doesn't that mean look, thankfully?
This team. There is as well as Zacian.
Right, Zacian, a Pokemon that's become much higher in the usage in day 2, so that shows the conversion rate shows that a lot of the trainers that played at day 1 were able to effectively make it into day 2 and utilize their restricted Pokemon.
He's got a lot of Pokemon. This guy plays Pokemon Unite. He's got Zacian, Urshi, Umbreon. His draft's broken.
Can be monstrous, but this Umbreon is definitely the talk of the town right now. Wouldn't be the first time Umbreon Fever took over VGC if you go back to Hirofumi's team back in 2019 at the World Championships. We'll see if Keon can get the momentum on his side as well as we start.
Bring the Umbreon. Bring the Umbreon.
Top 8. Keon
He didn't need it. It's okay.
Versus Colin higher. Colin leading Whimsicott Raging Bolt on his side versus the Zacian Tornadus for Keon.
Right away, we got a Tailwind Setter, a piece coming out from both players. Tornadus over on Kian's end of the board, and then the Whimsicott over on Collins. Zacian is a Pokemon that, even though it did get nerfed heading into Scarlet and Violet, still has a lot of attack, and that is going to be at a +1 now thanks to that Intrepid Sword. And this can threaten a lot of damage into that
electric web.
The Play Rough, even with the Terastallization, can do heaps. And of course, with the Whimsicott, you would like to be sticking around more than just a turn if there is going to be like a Leakwind hit into the other end. You do need to be careful with the Tornadus though, because that would not appreciate any sort of Electro Web to kind of drop some sort of stats, or a Thunderbolt straight into it. And since the Zacian does have the Rusted Sword, there's
what did Keon click? Tailwind Play Rough?
No swaps from either of the trainers here on turn 1. So Raging Bolt is going to Terastallize on Collins and dropping that Dragon typing. Of course, that would have been disastrous for it since the Play Rough and the Zacian is on the other side. So going just a mono electric type, getting rid of that huge weakness. Whimsicott.
Oh, Behemoth Blade into the Protect. Uh-oh.
Really strong, probably bring it down to its focus stats there. So Colin feeling a little bit confident. Bleakwind Storm also not going to hit Whimsicott. So really went aggressive there into the Whimsicott. Did not get paid for it. Hardly any.
I guess Tailwind's risky to click into Whimsicott, right?
And now you're going to have a Tera Electric.
Oh, but this turn 1 is so bad for Keon.
Of his Pokemon, Keon going down to about 20%, 30%.
And the speed drop too. Oh, I mean, that's guaranteed.
And that is huge. A huge protect coming out from this Whimsicott to make sure that it doesn't go down. So essentially wasted coming
No speed drop on Tornadus. That's why it looked weird.
And if you are looking to
because he's covert cloak
on this turn, it is then a Tailwind that you're forced to kind of be clicking over on Kean's end of things, whereas Colin's kind of just in the driver's seat from that. And being able to get that speed drop onto the Zacian already, those kind of stacked up is another way to be winning that speed war. Now another
Alright, Tera Fairy. Is it Tera Fairy Play Rough?
For some potential damage.
Yeah, because as it already being a fairy type, when you Terastallize into that fairy type, you gain an additional boost to those same type attack bonuses. So now fairy attacks like Play Rough are going to do double damage, a massive amount of damage that Play Rough can do if it lands, which we know 90% of the time Play Rough does connect, but we'll see what happens here in this set. Tornadus is going to get knocked out, so no more support is available.
I mean, that's fine that the Tornadus gets knocked out. It's just guy being -2 on our Zacian is bad, right?
Zacian go for it's the play rough. Tera Fairy boost into just the electric type. It doesn't matter. Raging Bolt is down.
With that +1 attack.
Because now Colin gets a free swap to his Groudon though, right?
That is going to be a lot
Or whatever else he bought in the back, I guess.
And the Raging Bolt, sure, you try to
Or
trap
Chiyu, yeah.
but it's not going to matter. At this point, though, Colin does have the advantage with the speed over on his end. Sure, there is Tailwind, a piece for both of these trainers, but with the -2 speed sat onto that Zacian, that one's a little bit more hard-pressed to come by. And even something like a swap out on the next
Chien
turn,
Pao.
you are going to be losing a little bit of momentum, as well as that attack raise that you do have currently. Chiyu hitting the field, this is something that can pressure both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, that Sword of Ruin activating for Kian's Chien Pao, and the Beads of Ruin activating right now for Chiyu on Collins. And so both of their sides are going to be doing more damage because of those abilities.
Protect.
Chien Pao not wanting to take any damage.
You like Chien Pao's design? You mean Chien Fart?
Out. Of course, nothing into that slot. We
Oh.
did drop steal from the other one. Still enough for the KO.
It's not enough. I mean, when you get a Chiyu with a half health target, those Beads of Ruin, even as a neutral hit, it's so tough for a Pokemon like Zacian to take that hit. So Kian does lose his restricted Pokemon here in game 1. Chien Pao will not take any damage because of the protect.
And now we get to see the
Shiny Whimsicott's a good shiny, yeah.
Pokemon coming out from Kian, and it's going to be the Urshifu. And now at this point, we are looking at 2 turns left to Tailwind for both of these trainers, and of course, no other speed modifiers in play. The Urshifu over on Kian's end is not going to be the choice Scarf, instead Mystic Water. So when you do get to attack, you get to attack. We are still eyeing up a restricted of choice for Colin. Of course, that Groudon in the back. We do have a double priority as well for Kian if we are expecting an attack coming on out. But if you hit that improperly,
Why isn't the Urshifu inting for sacks?
do anything but a miss.
Yeah, Chiyu,
Oh.
It misses the crucial target. It misses Chien Pao. Or Chifu, you're doing resisted damage. Chien Pao's going to respond with an Icicle Crash.
That miss was lucky.
It's ineffective, but you can't see it
Oh.
because of the critical hit. Just doing massive amounts of damage. And the Moonblast into her Shifu will be enough to knock it out. So fortunately for Colin,
It might not matter though.
get a KO on
Colin
the
still
turn,
might
which
be
would've
fine
done
actually.
A lot of damage to the Chien Pao if Heat Wave connected.
Yeah, it would have been nice to be able to break the Focus Sash of the Chien Pao here on this turn. But 1 Pokemon left for Kian with 3 over on Collins end.
Yeah, I mean, Colin didn't even use his restricted. My God, Chiyu is broken. My God, Whimsicott's broken.
Not enough. Protect over on this turn.
Raging Bolt's broken.
Just protect this final.
Everything's broken.
Stay safe. Colin having a 3-to-1 Pokemon advantage right now with this low health Chien Pao.
I mean, I feel like Kian lost turn 1 though, right? When a Behemoth bladed into the Whimsicott spot.
Yeah, and this Chiyu, I mean,
Instead of hitting the Raging Bolt.
Petering out for both opponents here, but Choice Scarf Chiyu still being able to go so fast, and a Tailwind still option for Colin since he has that Pokemon. I mean, at this point, you just have to be connecting your moves.
Going to Bleak Wind, he still could Bleak Wind to break the sash.
This time, down to Sash.
Thinking he could break the sash.
To that Focus Sash, no Sucker Punch or anything.
And then if he sees the protect, then he could hit the guy, right? The Tailwind on the back.
Bringing it down to its Focus Sash.
But even then, he'd be minus speedzation. Maybe his lead was just bad.
Multiple attacks into that slot, and every time you focus on Whimsicott, you're leaving Chiyu or Groudon or Raging Bolt safe on the field.
At this point, you just gotta click.
If Heat Wave misses, he can win, right?
Into the Whimsicott. We'll put
It all goes down to this Heat Wave connecting.
on this turn, but Chiyu will be.
He hit it, he hit it.
Chien Pao taken care of, and
Colin looked nervous there. He thought he was going to miss, I think.
Waves were missing forever. He still had a full HP Groudon in the back to do.
Oh yeah, he said Groudon. He's chilling.
So Colin with a very favorable victory in game 1 there. Seeing that just the use of the Choice Scarf Chiyu just gives a lot of problems, especially to Kian Zacian, because you want to Terastallize out of the Steel typing, but any amount of damage makes that Heat Wave very much likely to still knock out.
I think when we're looking back at this game 1, a lot of it to me, we're looking back at that turn one, a great protect coming out from Colin to make sure this Whimsicott did not get hit. Instead of opting for a Tailwind or anything else onto the Tornadus, it was just this option of trying to hit a Bleak Wind Storm, and the Raging Bolt didn't really care about that. Whimsicott, nothing happened, and Colin...
Chiyu for Unite. No.
Those Electro Webs.
I gotta get my water 1 second.
But 2 of them into the Zacian, and all of a sudden, what should be a pretty speedy, super powerful restricted from Kianzen, all of a sudden only has the super powerful. You get outsped going later on into the match, and when we are looking at something like the Chiyu and the Urshifu in the pack for Colin, well, it's not going to be that great. Kian played it out at the end. If there was a really fun amount of misses coming out from this Chiyu, since it is locked into Heat Wave, I mean, you could try and get past this Tailwind, have something go your way, but unfortunately just losing too much momentum, relying on that luck, never going to be working out too well. Looking at how this next game is going to go, I'd like to see a little bit more control over that speed, or at least making sure that Colin can't set that pace.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's very important for everybody watching to understand how these teams both have prankster Tailwind users, but the team compositions and their strategies are not necessarily the same. So we know speed is going to be so crucial in this set and in this game too. Kian making an adjustment to lead Rillaboom next to Zacian, but then Colin brings it back with Whimsicott Raging Bolt.
All right, so right away with this Rillaboom, you can pressure a fake out into the other side looking at this Raging Bolt. It is the Assault Vest, so there isn't an option to go for any sort of protect on this turn. Making sure that, hey, maybe speed can kind of stay in your wheelhouse, even though we aren't going to see the Tailwind being able to set up from Kianzen with the Tornadus not here.
All right, what happened? What happened?
Terastallization once again. You got to keep honest here. This will help you with your damage output, as well making sure you're not on the wrong end of the play rough from the Zacian.
Yeah, Tera Electric yet again for Colin, 2 games in a row, but the fake out will stop its chance at clicking its moves. Encore is going to force Rillaboom there, so smartly anticipating Raging Bolt to be the one that got hit by the fake out. That is going to force Rillaboom to continue to click fake out, meaning Kian essentially has to switch it out. Play rough does not knock out Raging Bolt this time around, so he's able to stick around at low HP.
No Terastallization coming out from the Zacian, which would have helped boost that damage into it, but now this Raging Bolt gets to be hanging on, and even without the Tailwind set on the first turn, it's something that
They're adding Chiyu when I'm gone. No.
And sure, the Zacian then began
No Chiyu. Give me Raging Bolt instead.
forward, but it feels so bad when you know that this Rillaboom essentially has to be swapping out on this turn, since that is something that from the back is going to be taking a hit on the way in, and you're losing a little bit of pressure going on forward.
Yeah, I think at this point, using your Terastallization understandably on Colin's side to endure that play rough, it's smart because now the Raging Bolt gets to stick around on this turn, but you're such low HP that it's not going to be around for too much longer. However, if you can predict what Kian is deciding to swap that
To give Walking Wake instead.
Really huge advantage. Whimsicott using Tailwind, doubling his team's speed, and this Raging Bolt has a need for speed. Volt Switch, 1-hit KO, gets the KO, and gets to swap out safely.
Well, that definitely does not
Damn.
feel
Ding ding.
great to lose the Tornadus right on that swap in. I wonder even if there is the possibility or imagining about whether keeping it in to just tank a hit, because you know
I feel like we
that,
choked. Kian choked.
And Volt Switch is going to do to the grass type.
You don't do much.
Player off does good damage though.
The Pokemon on the other end, Chiyu just gets sent right into
Counter ding ding.
One-hit KO. That is definitely a way to be exacting a little bit of revenge.
Ding ding.
Was pretty frustrated. He took his
Dare you
vengeance
take
out.
down this Tornadus? You will pay for that.
He took his vengeance out on the Chiyu. Now Rillaboom swaps back onto the field. Grassy Terrain was already set up. So you're looking from Kian's perspective, the fake out, as we saw, it's not free to click because you can get punished by Encore.
The thing is, though, you have to be making the call into that if you're Colin, because if you're all of a sudden hitting Encore into a Rillaboom that does opt to go on the offensive on this turn, well, that's then locking a Rillaboom into an attack that's probably A-okay at this situation, especially, too, if you're eyeing up this Rillaboom and want to go for even just a high horsepower or something into the Groudon over on the other end. So you have to be so careful when you're making heads-up plays like that. Terastallization now from Kian into the Zacian. Now, this is a way to be dropping some of that weakness and getting a little bit more offensive pressure.
Yeah, gonna do this second game in a row for Kian, of course. Zacian is so crucial to his success this weekend.
Where did he go? Where did he go?
Farther than Kian has ever gone.
Faked out left.
The event
Did he attack left?
Zacian, we'll see if it'll prove him useful.
No.
The Whimsicott breaking the focus sash and stopping it from going for an attack on this.
Still good.
Groudon did protect as well.
Still good.
Really no damage
Breaking the
there,
sash.
from anything. But now the Rillaboom, I guess you can call it like you were talking about, Sierra. You either stay in and get encored, or you have to swap.
Again, if Colin wants to be eyeing up that encore, it is going to be something that is losing a little bit of momentum and that damage over on his end. And if you're eyeing up the Zacian and needing to try and take care of it before the tailwind turns on your team are done, it'll be a little bit more difficult. Grassy Glide into the Whimsicott, a little bit of chip, but here is the Flare Blitz.
Oh my god, that Flare Blitz.
Finalization takes it a lot better.
Yeah, no longer a steel type, meaning no longer super effective. But can Whimsicott's double up take it?
No.
Hanging on with a sliver of HP remaining, and this player up is so huge. It connects onto Karada.
I didn't miss.
4 times super effective. You could have given Karada
And a crit.
like 800 HP, and it would have still knocked out 4 times super effective.
That survival with the Zacian was
My God.
absolutely everything. Colin with the double up. You need to take care of that big bad restricted. But no, being able to just stay around. Now the Raging Bolt re-hits the field. The damage is already so little. And now, since you've dropped your Dragon typing, you are going to be taking more from something like a Grassy Glide on the other end of the field. So you can get punished by a priority move.
Yeah, that's the struggle for Colin right now, because the Whimsicott, it does have Moonblast. You know, obviously that would be enough to knock out the Zacian at this point, but what can you do against a Grassy Glide Rillaboom? The answer so far is nothing, as Raging Bolt does get taken out on this turn. Colin down to just the poor little Whimsicott by itself. Here is the Moonblast, though, to get rid of Zacian, so there is some benefit, because now he will be forced to, or Kian will be forced to reveal his 4th Pokemon in this matchup, but he still has a 2-to-1 advantage.
Yeah, and this Whimsicott, sure, the Moonblast, it definitely does a decent little chunk of damage. The Whimsicott has definitely surprised me on more than one occasion here, but when you're staring down a Assault Vest Rillaboom, at this point, it's Qianpao that does have a Focus Sash and Tailwind expiring. It is a Whimsicott that unfortunately cannot do it all. So with that, the run button right there.
Yeah, Colin is going to
Whimsicott wins these. Maybe in Pokemon Unite.
The always pivotal game.
All right, it's 1-1.
In top 8. We haven't seen the Umbreon yet, of course. Maybe it's not too great into this matchup. The safety goggles means it's probably an Amoonguss counter, and there is no Amoonguss on the other side. I think the other thing that's really benefiting Zacian right now is one of the things that holds it down in the metagame is the Incineroars and all the Intimidates, and Colin doesn't really have too many ways to get rid of that Intrepid Sword boost.
Yeah, looking back at this match, I'm looking back at that Volt Switch into the Tornadus, and yeah, you lost your Pokemon that can start to, you know, equalize the speed over on your end. But
I mean, that was still a hard game for Keon, right?
to the tailwind that he had,
I mean,
switch that you were forced
yeah.
into really early, meaning that when
So
the
scary.
hit the field, it was susceptible to getting hit, and a one-hit KO to lose a Pokemon that puts on so much pressure in that first game. You definitely felt that going on forward, and of course, that all pivotal survival over on the Zacian with that double up. You had to go for the double up. You couldn't try and deal with the Rillaboom. That's second thought. The Zacian needs to go now, but being able to just stick around Moonblast not being enough. And of course, the ever so important Connect. Player F's not the greatest, but it gets it done when it needs to.
Yeah, it feels like at the worst times, Player F doesn't show up, but it is showing up big for Kian right now in top 8. The Raging Bolt had such low HP from that Volt Switch trade that, yes, you got knockout on Tornadus, but it cost you pretty much your
All right, game 3.
Let's talk about game 3. Zacian Tornadus versus Groudon Whimsicott. Colin leaving Raging Bolt in the back in game 3.
We didn't hesitate getting into this next game. The trainers picked so fast, but we got a double tailwind over on both ends of the field, and both the restricteds hitting field hard. When you're looking at this, of course, the Whimsicott would be able to right away be able to set one up, though the Prankster on the other one can match. Already too, we're getting terrestrializations coming on out. You have to make sure that you're not going to be on the wrong end of a play rough here. We already know that that deals way too much damage.
Yes.
Not surprised to see the fire
Spoiler alert
type.
from last game. Go from 4 times weak to now resisting play rough. You also resist Behemoth Blade as a fighter.
Oh, Rain Dance.
Really important for
You broke the weather.
Zacian can do. But Rain Dance from Tornadus is going to lessen the damage that fire attacks do by 50%. Meaning Tornadus
That's
takes
huge.
that like a champ. This is, remember, Karada Groudon. That's the box legendary. That's one of the most powerful Pokemon in the game, and it hardly did anything. Behemoth Blade brings Whimsicott down to 1 HP, activating its Focus Sash.
And now on this next turn, even if you want to be going for something like a Leak-Wind Storm or something, you could be picking off this Whimsicott. You have 100% accuracy with that Pokemon from here on out. The Zacian Behemoth Blade into the Whimsicott
That was good.
isn't so problematic. Was really, really nice. Of course, when you are facing down this Groudon on the other end, with now the Terastallization, it's not going to be something that you're hitting as much damage into. So you would have to invest a little bit more into that, of course, since your moves of choice are going to be Steel and a Fairy type. But that is going to be the first part of the battle, and getting the Terastallization out. If he does have that Urshifu in the back, that is something that could be huge once one of these Pokemon go down. Tailwind, first coming out from Colin.
Yeah, Whimsicott knows it might not be around for most of this match. This is remaining, so get the Tailwind up before it goes down. Flare Blitz in the rain does less than half to the Zacian there. A little bit of recoil, no burn as well to keep the Zacian really strong. Behemoth Blade finally gets rid of the Whimsicott, and since we saw Tornadus did not click a Prankster boosted move, you know it's going to be that Leak-Wind Storm, 100% accurate, single target as well. Groudon, really dangerous spot with not a lot of HP remaining. Even resisted hits from the Intrepid Sword boosted Zacian might be able to pick that up.
At this point, too, the Whimsicott, knowing that you were just on a sliver of health, had to be going for the Tailwind on that turn. So as of this moment, Colin does have the speed over on his end. The Tornadus, if you want to be matching that before it goes, you can click it on this turn, which means you have staggered the Tailwinds by 1, meaning at some point in the match, you will have that you will have that speed for one more turn, and that could be pivotal going on forward. But talking about the right here, right now, Chiyu hitting the field does have a Choice Scarf, so it is going to be really fast out here. But of course, fire moves, because of the rain, severely
Yo, this rain is popping off right now.
into these Pokemon, but it's already not going to be doing the most into the Zacian, and some of the Pokemon in the back would also take that hit quite well, like something like the Urshifu.
Yeah, and I do think one thing Kian has to wonder, since Raging Bolt led both first 2 games and has not been shown so far, is he has to think from his perspective, is Raging Bolt in the back? Because you really do need to preserve the Zacian in play rough to deal with that. So we'll see if Kian tries to preserve his Zacian for later, to wait until that information is revealed. On this turn, it's just going to be a double protect from
He's just buying out turns of
well, you just mentioned staggering the Tailwinds. Now, instead of just
buying out Tailwind turns.
turn, you can get 2.
I'm just DJ. Thank you for the raid. Choose passive help allow the damage mitigation. And it'll help a bit, but it's still like these Pokemon are expected to be hitting in the sun, and now they're hitting in the rain. It's like a lot worse.
And just the natural special attack of this Pokemon, even a double up from these 2 fire type moves could be doing just enough damage to get you across that final line. Here we'll finally see the Tailwind and a double connect.
Oh,
Is going to hit on both, but Zacian hanging on. Flame Charge, Groudon.
Flame Charge gives him the speed bonus though.
Zacian's such low HP that the water doesn't matter at all. Zacian goes down. It would have been so huge to get a play rough onto Chiyu. We saw it knocked it out from full HP in the previous game. So Tornadus sticks on the field, but Zacian is gone.
I think when you're staring down these 2 fire-type Pokemon, if you do have an Urshifu in the back, it's something that could be doing a lot of damage. Even this Rillaboom that is hitting the field now, sure, a Grass-type Pokemon going up against 2 fire-type Pokemon kind of hurts for half a second here, but this is going to be a Rillaboom that has access to a Ground-type attack to be hitting into either or of these Pokemon. Flame Charge from the Groudon, I want to talk about that. Doesn't hit for as much damage, but when you know the Pokemon on the opposing end does not have much health left, this is a way to start trying to gain a little bit more of that speed back in your favor for when that Tailwind does end. I believe this should be the last turn of it for Colin, and now a +1 speed for his own restricted to make sure that even when his Tailwind ends and Kian's remains, you still have a potential way to try and be outspeeding to put some more offensive pressure on.
Yeah, and
this is looking a little
really
close.
Confident from Colin to know that you needed the heat wave damage and you were relying on heat wave connecting, because if you've seen people,
The rain's gonna end soon too, right?
It's really tough if
Tera what? Tera ground.
From this Rillaboom. So all of a sudden, you're no longer going to be taking super effective hit from the fire type attacks but as well, a high horsepower that you're eyeing up. That is going to be even more damage.
Yeah, and the Raging Bolt has to be shaken in its boots in the back, seeing a Terra Ground, Rillaboom on the other end. Collision Course, though, into this now. Ground-type Pokemon does pretty much exactly 50%.
He read that. That was smart.
And now here is the Heat Wave. Protect on the Tornadus.
Read that.
Around, but it does connect onto the Rillaboom, hardly doing anything. This rain has been so gigantic for Keon's strategy here in Game 3. Now the high horsepower into the Chi-Yu. Super effective one-hit KO. Colin down to
Ding, ding.
2 Pokemon, and one of them is the Electric-type Raging Bolt against Ground-type Rillaboom.
Yeah, that definitely does not fare well for that Raging Bolt whatsoever. Of course, you do want to be looking at the fact that Keon still has a 4th and undisclosed Pokemon in the back as well. The momentum that he has here is humongous. The Raging Bolt does at least have full health to try and get you across that finish line here. And the Rillaboom has been brought down to below half on this. So if you do want to be firing off another Collision Course into that slot, it is something that we did get to see the outspeed last time around to try and be able to pick off that Pokemon. You would still have then the final Pokemon, but I'm sure it'd be something that if it is the Urshifu, that the Raging Bolt can deal with a little easier.
So Keon still has one more.
This is a really important turn.
Anything can happen still.
Life is on the line right now. Keon has the 3-2 Pokemon advantage right now, so it's going to be really important for Colin. But what 2 Pokemon would you rather have on your team than the Groudon and Raging Bolt? Those are kind of what the team is made of. Those are the core Pokemon here. So Colin, it's not like Colin is out of the woods in any stretch here when he has access to Raging Bolt and Groudon. Tornadus actually swapping out, hard switching into the Chien-Pao. This can be dangerous if the Chien-Pao gets targeted because that would break its focus sash. Keon wants to save it for later, but Thunderclap takes no damage. Thunderclap fails because no attack came from that slot. Collision
The Rillaboom's gonna go down though.
It did 50% last time. It does more than enough to KO Rillaboom.
Not losing the Tornadus on that turn thanks to the Thunderclap into it. You do lose your Rillaboom, but the Chien-Pao did get in freely this turn. And you can be offering a Sucker Punch into something like the Groudon over onto...
How's this gonna work?
To protect. The Tornadus is on a sliver of health. No Urshifu. It's going to be the Treasure of Ruin to try and get it done almost by itself. When you're staring down the Raging Bolt, you can be pressuring something like an Icicle Crash into it, but then you still have to worry about the Groudon. At least your Focus Sash is still intact. But even if you're worried about
this looks hard for Keon, no?
If you do go for something that's not a priority move, all of a sudden this Thunderclap will break that sash.
Yeah, Thunderclap Raging Bolt will bring it down. Chien-Pao does survive there. Wouldn't have mattered anyway since he had the Focus Sash. But Icicle Crash does connect, takes out Raging Bolt. That's super effective. One hit.
Ding ding.
Saving it for
but then Collision Course KOs this here.
Into top 4. Collision Course from this Groudon here into Chien-Pao will be able to take it out. And now this is where it gets a little scary with Tornadus. Your only attacking move is Bleak Windstorm. 7% accurate.
He got it. Oh.
We're moving on to top 4. The Los Angeles region.
It's his first top 8 and now he's top 4? What a demon. This guy's winning it. Umbreon's winning today.
To get you to top 4, but coming in clutch and so well played from both of our trainers there. Umbreon, even if it didn't make it,
he's going all the way.
Having moral support there as the plushie over on the bench, and honestly, this team that Keon has built has done so well over the weekend. I cannot wait to see it play out a little more.
Yeah, that was an exhilarating set. That was, Colin Hire, one of the biggest veterans in VGC, over a decade of experience, 2 regional championships, recent success as well in Scarlet and Violet. So that was a big litmus test for Keon, and he passed with flying colors.
This team is just incredible. I feel like I still have reservations about Zacian as a restricted Pokemon. Seeing this team and seeing how Keon has piloted the Zacian, it might tell me a little bit more on, hey, how viable can Zacian be in this format compared to, well, the Zamazenta that we've
Damn,
seen.
is Zacian a fraud? Doesn't look like it.
Play roughs, even when it wasn't a super effective hit, was still so much, especially boosted.
Doesn't look like he's fraudulent.
The natural speed it has to it. It fared so well, and Behemoth Blade, I mean, even just a powerful attack like this with all these fairy type Pokemon in the format, no wonder this team's gone far.
Yeah, for sure. You can see the power. You can see the synergy that the team has. Tornadus on the field, setting up Rain Dance, hindering Groudon and Chiyu's damage, as well as keeping Zacian safe. Look how crucial that was, that it just barely hangs on. And, you know, tale of two games, honestly, Sierra, for the Tornadus. Last time around, just straight up got one hit KO'd on the, by the Volt Switch. And this time around, he actually saved it for later, and it finally gets the last KO with the Bleak Wind Storm. I was sweating. I was worried.
That switch from the Tornadus to bring in that Chien Pao. So first off, you didn't get Thunderclapped, but then you did get the Chien
That was a good
Pao
move.
safely
That was a good move.
And had the Tornadus for that next turn. It could have been, everything could have fallen apart at that moment, but still so well done. And I feel like, too, when you're looking at this match, the fact that there wasn't this Raging Bolt to pressure right away in the lead going into the Tornadus kind of allowed it to be setting up a little bit more. That was a different game where the Raging Bolt had led. You couldn't go for something like this Rain Dance to suppress the amount of fire-type damage that was coming out from Colin's end of the board. But you set up the Rain Dance, you go for a protect, okay, now I can go for a Tailwind a couple of turns later. Really being able to stick around the Tornadus, proving its worth.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great way to kick off our top 8 here in LA. And, you know, kudos to Colin, who started 8-0, you know, to start the tournament. So
How deep is it gonna go today?
Going to get top 8 here.
Is it playing to the finals today?
Really great job. Really cool team. I hope him and his friends that they love to innovate. They love to, you know, try to influence the metagame and the great Pokemon that are utilized. Hope they can continue to innovate moving on into NAIC in a couple of weeks.
Of course, Kian is going to be moving on, and we want an opportunity to talk with him. So Gabby is standing by with an interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with a newly Worlds qualifier and also top 4 competitor. Kian, how's it going?
It's going great. It was really nice to win that top 8 stream match and show everyone that Zacian and Umbreon can hang with all the meta teams.
Station Umbreon, what is this?
They're thriving.
Pokemon Unite Worlds 2023.
Zacian and Umbreon to this tournament.
Yeah, so originally I picked the restricted Zacian because I thought it had like a really good speed tier and a really good typing into the metagame. And then Umbreon was kind of just like a late addition in order to strengthen up some matchups into Cali Shadow and Cali Ice.
Nice. So walk me through your day, as this is the first time we've had you here on stream. How did your tournament go?
Yeah, so because we had to play round 8 and 9 today, I entered today at 6-1, and then I won my round 8, but round 9 I thought I didn't play that good, so I had to go into 7-2. And then as the rounds went on, I got basically told that in my very last round I was 4-0 and I had to go 5-0 in order to make the top cut, and I was able to pull out a very close set, so it's been very nice up until now.
Nice. How did you steel your nerves going into today, knowing that you had to just keep winning match after match in order to make it into top cut?
Yeah, I would say after each round progressed, obviously I got more and more nervous, but just like friends and family, like just telling me that I got this and to keep on going has been really reassuring.
Nice. So let's talk about that match we just saw on stream. So Groudon does seem like it would have a bit of a tough matchup against Zacian, as it is weak to those fire type attacks. What was your game plan?
Yeah, so the original game plan for game 1 was like you lead Tornadization, and then you can either try to vie for speed control or get the Whimsicott down turn 1. I think I had like a misstep in game 1, so I tried to adjust it with Rillaboomzation, try to catch him off guard. That worked. And then game 3, he thought that I would lead Rillaboomzation again, so I tried to lead Tornzation and just went from there.
Nice. So we didn't see the Umbreon in that matchup. When do you bring Umbreon to the field?
Yeah, so Umbreon's really nice. As I said, like Calyrex Ice, as most of the time it's safety goggles, so their Cali Ice partners like Amoonguss and Incineroar can't fake it out, and it's really nice at stopping Trick Room and slowing down the special attackers with Snarl.
Nice. Well, as I mentioned earlier, you did earn your Worlds invite this year. Is this your first time qualifying?
This is my first time qualifying for the Masters division.
Nice.
I qualified in seniors in 2023.
Nice. Congratulations. It's a very tough accomplishment.
Leaking his team deeds. I think the other players know that at this point.
Go compete in Worlds and hopefully win it all.
Nice. Well, first you do have a couple more matches here today, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Do you have any shout-outs to anybody at home you want to give?
Yeah, just so my parents first and foremost for just giving me this opportunity. I'm so blessed. And then the friends from AZ, Jose, Cam, and all of them. And then just all the friends who like try to keep me level, like Yotam, Toller, Ale, Joe, James, Tyson, and all of them. I appreciate all of them.
Nice. Well, those are some great friends to have on your side as you continue onwards to top 4 here in LA. Let's go back to Casters to get us ready for our next match.
Nice. We have more games. We have more games.
To Kian there, I didn't know that the World Championship was on the line in that match. So look forward to seeing Kian in Honolulu, because that's an awesome feeling. That set, that game against Colin Hire, that's how you qualify. That's awesome.
That's a statement match too, to get your Worlds invite. Like, oh, I just made a top 4 at LA Regional Champion. No big deal. I earned my Worlds invite. You know, that's an awesome match. So that's something to be proud of. And of course, you get the top 4, you get the Worlds invite. There is still a chance at a regional championship title for you to grab too. Yeah, for sure. And I loved his answer. He's very, very precise, very, meticulous.
Yeah, where's our shoutouts?
Right into
Yep.
Gabby's question. No waffling, no wavering that we see some other trainers. Like he's got a strong mind. He knows what the Umbreon's doing. He knows what Zashin's playing. It's like I was very impressed with that interview. I mean, hey, if you're feeling confident going into an event, there's no time for waffling. You gotta get right to that money. And talking about money, well, let's look at what's on the line for trainers. Of course, top 4 spot. It does mean that Kian and anyone else who does make it to top 4 is gonna be
2K?
With
2K secured with that win?
Pokemon cards as well.
Technically, 1K secured with that win?
A lot more on the line.
Pretty good.
Sure. Kian in that match he earned himself an extra $1,000 compared to the 5th through 8th slots, getting 3rd or 4th at minimum $2,000 and 36 booster packs. We do have the brand new Pokemon set that has just recently come out and will be legal for NAIC. So obviously those packs, they're going to be very valuable cards that are.
Hey, you got to shout out Unite. Unite's got to get the shout out. If you got your start in Unite,
Take a look at our bracket. We got our top 4.
even if you played Unite once, you got to shout it out. Are Los Angeles dollars the same as US dollars? US dollars get you less in Los Angeles, but Los Angeles dollars get you more in the rest of US.
King has been defeated, but for Montana to take down a player like Justin Burris, I'm really excited to see him play in our next top 4.
No, absolutely. I think that bottom half of the bracket, really exciting to see, how those matches would have played out. But you see a lot of people on social media, they say, obviously Adi, that's been great this weekend, but Montana might be the
LA tax is crazy.
Been on stream, a fantastic.
Well, LA dollars in LA is whatever, right? But LA dollars outside of LA are OP. And outside dollars in LA are underpowered.
Is made out of in our next top 4 match, but of course we have to get that all squared away. So we're gonna be taking a quick break, but be ready. Top 4.
Yeah, that's why the Lakers lost. LeBron can't even afford to buy streaming services. Do you guys see this thing?
Pokemon trainers.
Hold on, Toon sent this to me.
History, a series where we show
Look at this.
important matches throughout the
LeBron
competitive Pokemon.
uses pirated websites to watch the NBA games.
This was the final event before
This guy's a near billionaire, man.
for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to
And he's on a laptop on a illegal streaming site.
One simple phrase: Believe in Eevee. For the entire
That's crazy.
season, Geo played a team revolving around
LA dollars are tough, man, in LA.
move Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Geo's Eevee plans
Oh, it's Geo.
as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Geo, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire...
Oh, this is the Dragonite guy, isn't he?
Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yep, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Geo had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Geo to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep. And Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
and taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire.
Oh.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
He wakes up with Earthquake.
Earthquake targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. and
That's
gets
crazy.
The knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up
1v3.
Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb, Hidden Power, Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last.
Oh, it's still 1v1.
Who still couldn't knock out Geo's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory. So wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay.
That's
Geo
crazy.
defying all the odds. He believing in Dragonite.
It's so silly seeing them play on a tiny little DS though, head to head. I'm so glad we have the Switch now. That looks so silly.
Skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive.
He actually won before to a D-Knight though. That is crazy.
At least a couple of times a day.
Oh, I watched this guy stream before. I follow him on Twitter too.
Don't, like, not excessively,
Cool.
you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice like every day just to learn the decks and like how all the matchups go, and like just to see how like the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon.
That's what I'm talking about. Practice every day because you like the game.
Like I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too.
Viewers suck. Don't battle with them.
Like the
Yep.
matchups that are like good into my team, so like counter teams, so that I can see if I can like strategize a way to like play around that and like kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are like my main ways of practicing, and then of course just like reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
EUIC 2024 was the largest event Pokemon VG had ever seen, making that international champion title all the more.
How dare you.
The very best trainers from around the globe congregated in London to test their mettle. Charlie Merriman here to take you through it. The run-up to the event had seen the sky-high rise of Raging Bolt, and in particular, the calm mindset. A similarly more measured tempo was also offered by Dondozo Ting-Lu teams, using Yawn and Sandtomb to enforce bedtime. But would
Bedtime.
Steady win the race? Well, speaking of slow, Trick Room was a key component of the junior finals. Ismail Ogi tried to write their own fairy tale with their innovative Enamorous Therian team, but the might of Kevin Hahn's Blood Moon Ursaluna composition ultimately eclipsed it.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first Juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships, Kevin Hahn.
The senior finals was a three-game thriller. The first battle saw Benjamin Polster's Raging Bolt positioned perfectly in the endgame, but its head was well and truly in the clouds in Game 2, with Teddy French's Dondozo putting it to sleep. In Game 3, however, Ting-Lu's Sandtombs were just too slippery, missing while Benjamin once again got their Raging Bolt in the right place at the right time, clinching the set.
And we see it's been locked in. Benjamin
Oh.
champion of the European International Championships.
Oh.
In the Masters division, Nils Dunlop squared off against Tim Edwards, who had reached these EUIC finals in their first ever season of competing. An astounding accomplishment. But in the end, Nils' legacy experience proved its worth. With their Ursaluna dissuading Tim from bringing Raging Bolt, Nils balanced the board state brilliantly in their own favour and bounded to a 2-0 victory.
Nils Dunlop is going to be your European International Champion!
Metagame mix-ups, magnificent matches, magical moments. The massive 2024 Europe International Championships had it all. Fancy becoming a part of Pokemon history? Head to pokemon.com/compete and join us at our next event. Who knows? The trainer lifting the trophy there could be you.
Nice, nice. This is the one where they all get kissed and then they're happy, yeah. I don't really get it.
welcome back, Pokemon trainers.
I guess getting kissed wouldn't make you happy, but
trainers in the
I don't get it.
division here for the video game at the Los Angeles Regional Championships, and we are down to 4 trainers remaining. One of these final 4 players will be the final regional champion here in the North American circuit. I feel like, you know, we started in September. Here we are at the end of May. We're right up against the clock of NAIC. Like it's all starting to come to an end, Sierra.
It's crazy to think that how many regionals have happened so far, not just in NA, but of course worldwide. It's the season's going by too quickly in the last NA regional. It's a little bittersweet to get to this point, but of course we're going to focus on the sweet part of that and celebrate the players and the journeys that they've taken here so far, and talk a little bit more about the top 4 that we have ahead of you. Of course, we got to talk a little bit about this before, and we just got to see Kian Campbell stamp his ticket into that top 4. Now going to be going up against Ryan for our second top 4 match, but we're going to be focusing first on Audie, who we saw earlier go up against Montana Mott. It was actually kind of funny. Chuppa tweeted a little while ago that Montana might be the best player that we haven't seen on stream for this regional, and well, we're about to get to see what he's made of. And it's important for Montana because Ryan, Kian, and Audie, they've been on stream. They've been able to showcase their skills this week.
This is hype.
Right?
This is hype.
Montana Mott wants to.
I like watching this game. It's fun.
He's one of the best trainers in North America. A very consistent player throughout this entire season here in Scarlet and Violet, and he's 2 victories away. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, but 2 more best of 3s away from being a regional champion. That goes obviously for any of these 4 trainers. Just got to take 1 match at a time, though. You can't get too far ahead of yourself, especially when we have such skilled trainers.
Is Montana Mott related to Steven Mott? I don't remember. I don't know. I don't think so.
I mean, it's been a lot of fun to be witnessing so far, but these restricted Pokemon and how volatile the matches can be at some point, you really have to take it 1 game at a time. And you have to wonder, I always think about this too on
You start.
you go on a long run, right? You had 14 rounds of Swiss, now you play top 8, you're in top 4, and you have strategies that rely on 90 or 85% accurate moves. Like, I'd love to keep a tally one day. Like, how many times has Kian clicked play rough today? Is it, let's say he's clicked it, I don't know, 18 times, like throughout the course of the whole weekend. How many of them miss? Like, does the math add out, or are you feeling a little favorable? Does it feel like the Pokemon, the Pokemon gods are on your side here in LA? Maybe in NISC, just ask someone beforehand. Just be like, hey, do you have an inaccurate move and you want to spend the entire tournament instead of worrying about your tournament run, tracking how many times you miss it? I'm sure we can ask Audie how many times Sing has landed, because that's as close to being a 50-50 as you can get without being 50% accurate, since it's 55% accurate. I mean, when we're looking at the inaccurate moves and where they have a place in this meta, it's the high risk, high reward, but it's definitely something that can be proven to be so powerful when it goes off right. Even looking at something like the Raging Bolt, it has a lot of
I mean, the Draco misses even.
really powerful. But when you're eyeing up the Draco,
We're on the bracket. We're top 4 now.
Then that is definitely something that could be paying off huge, or it could be the same thing that ends your tournament run. Chiyu as well, a Pokemon that has been really spotty in how represented it's been at events. When you're looking at Overheat, Heat Wave, Snarl, everything it has going on, not a lot of accuracy there across the board. And we have seen, like, I feel like players fall to their knees on stage after the Chiyu has just betrayed them at that final call. So it's making its way back. Obviously, that power is a little too, I don't know, it's too powerful to give it up fully. Yeah, and I think sometimes it does feel like instead of a 4v4 match, Chiyu's kind of playing on the other team. It's kind of 5v3 sometimes when you miss all of your moves, but that's the risk you're willing to take, right? The power that Draco Meteor gives Raging Bolt, or Heat Wave and Overheat give Chiyu, or Bleakwind Storm. It makes the Tornadus that much more significant than an Air Slash or something else. So sometimes you have many schools of thought. It's worth it. The times that play rough or Bleakwind Storm miss are hopefully, fingers crossed, few and far between, and you can try to come back from those mistakes compared to playing safer.
Yeah, it's getting hype.
That don't do as much damage. You might not get crucial knockouts when you need them.
Well, let's talk about the restricteds as well that we're seeing here at LA and what's kind of ahead of us here. So a lot of the discussion in this format so far has been around this top row. Groudon definitely making a little bit more of an appearance than I kind of thought originally, and obviously Zacian now in this top 4 being quite well represented on the stream end of things. The Calyrex Shadow Rider, when we're looking at really powerful Pokemon going on in this meta, has been a little bit underrepresented in our top cut, and we still have 2 of them remaining in our top 4.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon that has had. It's been a roller
So it's
coaster.
Ice Rider, Ice Rider,
Calyrex, Shadow Rider. Honestly, everybody came into
Zation, and what? What's the last guy?
It's so strong. How is anybody gonna?
Is it
counter
Shadow
this?
Rider?
Sit there and knock everything out and get your Grimnay boost, and you're even stronger. This is kind of absurd. And then after Indy, we're like, oh no, Calyrex, Ice Rider's really strong. Miraidon can pack a punch into that matchup. And now it's only 9% of the.
Groudon, Shadow. Wait, which one is it?
But hopefully after this weekend, seeing two.
Oh, it is Groudon, I think, right? I don't know.
Shadow Riders making top 4, that might influence the players at home going to New Orleans and say, hey, it might not be as bad. It wasn't as good as we thought, and now it might not be as bad as people have predicted.
I mean, when I'm looking at the Calyrex Shadow Rider, I don't think it was a Pokemon that was ever really bad to be kicking things off. It was actually thought to be really good at the beginning of things.
This is the next thing to Zation. No, I mean the Pokemon that are left
In some of our grassroots tournaments.
in the top 4.
When something is really good and it's getting placements, everyone expects it. Everyone's testing for it. And if you're not having just that right core of 6 and everybody and their Nana is prepared for this Calyrex Shadow Rider ahead of our regionals, it's not maybe going to be able to do quite as much as it needs to. So it's always been there at the events. It hasn't been making the run. But when it's being picked up by really, really strong players, and players have to be worried about the variety of really strong restricteds right now, finally being able to find a little bit more free space to be running away in this meta. Yeah, it was just kind of deemed a little bit one note or one dimensional, but people have found the additional dimensions that Calyrex Shadow Rider can use. Even in this matchup between Montana and Adi, they have 2 different sets, different held items, different strategies on their Shadow Riders. So it should be interesting how they match up against each other, because obviously as the ghost types, Astral Barrage is threatening into either version. I mean, right offhand, without getting too deep into the match already, when we're looking at these really powerful restricteds and something like these Calyrex Shadow Riders, I think we're going to be galloping off into our other top 4 match really quick. Even a full
Maybe it is Shadow Rider that's left.
High aggression, high octane gameplay ahead of us.
Yeah, it's better. I mean, we saw Adi's stream match earlier today, right? Those are quick games. There's a lot of damage being taken. You know, Clefairy's getting knocked out on one turn.
Yeah, that guy was playing Shadow Rider Clefable. I remember now.
These slow and steady but wins the race style team compositions haven't really been showing up too well in LA, besides the one leftovers combine set yesterday for Lunala.
Yeah, there's definitely ways to be mitigating a lot of that damage, and even like key Pokemon like the Umbreon we saw before, what we didn't get to see.
Both of these guys are Shadow Rider, okay.
At the shirt already. I know you want to talk about
So Shadow Rider for sure in the finals.
I love that shirt.
And then I think the other side is Ice Rider versus Zation, right? So Zation could win it all.
I wish Metagross was.
If Zation wins it all, that means Unite picked the right EX Pokemon, right? Kiappa. That means Mewtwo's winning NAIC in VGC. Is Wolfie still in it? No, Wolfie didn't play in it.
Of course, we got to see Adi a little bit earlier, and definitely not a stranger to the circuit or these top cut brackets.
Yeah, you see some of his accomplishments, as mentioned earlier on today, the 2022 Vancouver Regional Top 8 just a few years ago. That was a restricted format, so that shows why Adi has experience performing well in these styles of metagames. Cancun Special Event Top 8, and all the way back in 2018, Madison Regional Top 8 for Adi. But you look at his team, we already know Calyrex Shadow Rider is the legendary or the restricted of choice. We see Clefairy with
there's his new profile pic.
Trying to keep it around. Basically, he's
hashtag new profile pic.
Set up and heal with draining kits.
And notably too with this Calyrex, it is the covert cloak. Of course, we said it before, you can't really get faked out unless you're terastallizing. But instead, when we're looking at stat drops from moves like Electro Web, Snarls, even Bleak Wind Storms, it's something that the secondary effect isn't going to be taking place here. There's something to make sure that your Calyrex stays fast, it stays powerful, and it can do what it needs to do, especially with the potential to be setting up with the Combine.
Oh, it's another choice band, Rillaboom.
Can allow the Calyrex Shadow Rider
Covert Cloak Shadow Rider.
To go for the Combine. A +1 Astral Barrage already.
Why Covert Cloak? Oh, so he still doesn't get faked out when he Teras?
And we can check
out why?
On Montana Mott's end, because as we're looking at, I think there's only a one Pokemon.
And I guess no Icy Winds as well. Icy Winds probably annoying.
On Adi's side,
guess that makes sense.
Montana with the Tornadus, so 5 Pokemon being the same. Obviously, different.
No Icy Wind, no E-Web, no fake out when you Tera.
Here in the 2024 season, 3 top 32s at Vancouver, San Antonio, and Toronto.
Nice.
32-32. What a way to be breaking the streak with a top 4 here at LA. So there's still the chance and the potential to go even just a little bit further, but the tournaments have been getting really, really big lately. So top 32 at any of our current day regionals is definitely an accomplishment in itself. And this Calyrex Shadow Rider that he has been faring him so well, but we are going to be eyeing up differences here. First off, spell tag on that Calyrex Shadow Rider right away. That is going to be boosting the amount of damage your ghost types moves do. So that is going to be the Astro Barrage. And instead of the nasty, the Calm Mind that we see on Audie's end.
Every VGC player on Twitter has a photo from them on stream. I mean, that's my Twitter PFE too, to be fair. That's why I was making fun of it, because that's what I did.
Like this Tornadus, having that Tailwind is a way to make sure that you are dealing a lot of damage super fast. You can always outspeed.
It's interesting on Montana's end, the Incineroar kind of foregoing the fire aspects of the fire dark Pokemon with taunt, knockout, and parting shot. So no Will-O-Wisp, no Flare Blitz or anything. Maybe he just doesn't feel like he needs it in the metagame right now.
You guys have very similar teams. Spell tag.
The effect of getting in top.
Shadow Rider.
The Focus Sash Terra Water Urshifu compared to the Adi's Stellar Terra Urshifu Rapid Strike that we saw earlier today.
When you're seeing the Incineroars drop that Flare Blitz, I mean, coverage, it kind of sucks to have to drop, but at the same time, you're gaining.
But these guys have 5 of the same 6 Pokemon.
Being able to shut down Pokemon onto the opposing end. And since it isn't a prankster taunt, you can be shutting down, well, any Pokemon that
One guy is Torn, the other guy is Raging Bolt. So that's the only difference.
Just looking, you can try and shut down Incineroar on the other end.
But they have different items, right?
Parting shot over
AV Rilla versus Choice Band Rilla. They're both Sash Urshi.
To help keep the Calyrex around.
One Cali Spell Tide, the other's Covert Cloak.
So a taunt into this Pokemon would completely shut it down.
AV's on Raging Bolt then instead. Covert Cloak's on Torn instead. They're very similar, but they're different teams. Interesting. Yeah, it's open team sheet. It's open team sheet. They're looking at the team sheets right now.
Players are aware of Choice Band and the amount of damage.
Are we rooting for Luca tonight? Yeah, for sure, Luca.
Can do, but it's not necessarily the most common held item.
Mavs in 4.
Compared to Miracle Seed or Assault.
Mavs in 3 actually.
Montana is prepared for the extra damage that Choice Band can provide Adi.
It does mean that you can play around knowing that there is only the one fake out option, or if you see the Rillaboom on the field. But definitely taking a Choice Band Grassy Glide is not going to be appreciated in a lot of cases, especially when you do want to make sure the Calyrex isn't taking too much damage, and any sort of priority on that end could spell a little bit of disaster.
All right, well, it is time to get in to top 4 of the Los Angeles Regional Championships. Montana and Adi facing off. The winner of this best of 3 will move on to the finals. We don't know their opponent yet. That second match will be after this one. So let's start top 4. Montana leading the Shadow Rider and Incineroar compared to Urshifu Rapid Strike and Raging Bolt for Adi.
Very different thoughts going into this very first match of things. Incineroar can, of course, offer that fake pressure onto this turn, and it will be Intimidate down onto the Urshifu if it does want to go for something like the close combat instead of that Surging Strikes. Of course, Surging Strikes very tempting when you are staring down an Incineroar and a Calyrex, considering the Incineroar will take that super effective. Calyrex definitely doesn't feel safe in this situation whatsoever, and of course, when you're staring down an Assault Vest Raging Bolt onto the other end, you wouldn't be doing the most amount of damage, and you could be at
fake out on Shifu.
First turn.
We'll see what happens here. Montana
swap the Cali maybe, or no Astral Barrage on the Cali.
Fake out goes towards the Urshifu slot, stopping Urshifu from attacking this turn. The Astral Barrage hitting into both of Adi's Pokemon.
Oh.
Damage from fake out Astral Barrage takes out Urshifu. Adi loses.
Right, the Sash gets broken.
Turn 1, and Calyrex gets a Grimnay boost to its special attack.
Yeah, but this E-Web though means that now his Cali comes out with a speed bonus, right?
Of Montana's Pokemon, lowering their speeds by 1 stage.
Being able to stop their Urshifu in its tracks, make sure no fake out, so nice. But we got to talk about that Electro Web and that speed drop over onto the Calyrex on the opposing end. Now that Adi's own Calyrex joins the field, because now you pressure a lot into the Calyrex over onto the opposing end. You are now 100% going to be faster. You do not have to worry about the speed ties coming on through, depending on how things
Maybe just Tera Calm Minds.
It's going to be a way better situation going on.
Yeah.
Forward. And Ghost does hit super effective into Ghost, so you'd put a lot of pressure, even if there is the Terastallization.
Yeah, sometimes that's the best way to deal with some of the most prominent Pokemon in the metagame is they're often weak to their own typing. Like the
It's actually PP.
So Clefairy will swap into the Raging Bolt slot, activating that Friend Guard ability, making sure that Calyrex Shadow Rider on Adi's end takes a little bit less damage every turn. Montana says, great idea, might I join in? We got 2 Clefairies battle. It's like we're playing Pokemon Stadium mini games again.
And with the Friend Guard coming on in and the terrestrialization as well, dropping that ghost
Did
type
they
weakness
both
going
Tera?
on into this match and having a little bit more
They must have both Tera'd, right?
help with the Friend Guard reducing the amount of damage
Yeah,
coming
they
on
did.
through. So both trainers swapping in Clefairy. Not surprised to see both trainers as well going for the terrestrialization. A true anything you can do, I can do better type of situation.
Yeah, at least we do know that Adi's Shadow Rider will outspeed because Montana's got hit by the Electro Web the last turn, and he decides to Calm Mind instead of going for damage, boosting up Shadow Rider's special
what did Montana click?
Special defense by 1 stage each. But remember, Montana already has the special attack boost thanks to the
Oh yeah, true. He has a boost already.
prior turn. That's a +1. Astral Barrage, Clefairy hanging on with 9 HP.
The Clefairy just hanging on to the Friend Guard will be sticking around for one more turn.
I mean, he could Helping Hand here, right? Does Helping Hand Shadow Ball or Helping Hand Astral Kill here?
Special defense, that's going to be helping going on forward in the match.
Yeah, Montana's slower because he got E-webbed.
As well as your own survivability. One of the big
Got E-web turn 1.
Calyrex are built out. You do have to be careful, and looking ahead at this, both trainers with these Clefairies, well, what's the point of a redirection, really, if it's going to be an Astral Barrage that is a spread damage move? And Montana, since Clefairy does have full health at this
Protect
point,
training.
it's going to be something that would be a little bit more difficult to take care of, especially since, assuming they're kind of similar, it wouldn't be taken down. But a Helping Hand is definitely a way to maximize this potential.
Yeah, not only +1 special attack, but now the Clefairy lending a Helping Hand means that Montana's Montana's Shadow Rider is going to do even more.
Does a Draining Kiss give him enough healing to live? No, right?
Doing that much, you will get a little bit of recovery.
Oh, actually,
if the,
that's a lot.
Help keep it around.
That's a nice little chunk considering 75% of the health is going to be restored. When you're staring down this Helping Hand +1 Astral Barrage, any health is going to be helping you in this situation.
Yeah.
Over onto Clefairy, and it's going to be a Calyrex that is hanging on through this turn. That was everything. That little bit of
that
health.
was that Draining Kiss diff.
Restricted is still kicking around.
Yeah, so crucial little bits of recovery from the Draining Kiss was enough to keep it around. You still have the speed boost, but Clefairy's full HP. Calyrex on Montana's side, you saw it didn't take too much damage from that. So Montana has the Pokemon advantage as well, and his Pokemon are still healthier than Adi's.
Knowing that you still have the speed, though, this is where you can be trying to go for a power move. When you're staring down the Calyrex on the opposing end and the amount of damage an Astral Barrage can do, it can be huge. And looking at where we're eyeing up as well, I mean, if we are looking at maybe just a Draining Kiss coming out from Montana's end, this Protect then would make sense. Make sure this Calyrex is safe past this turn. Not the only Protect coming on through, though.
Yeah, Clefairy is going to protect itself from any damage on Adi's end, but we know since his Shadow Rider protected...
Okay, so Adi tried to sing, huh?
Will be able to KO Clefairy on Adi's side, so now Adi's down.
I mean, this other boost doesn't do anything, though, really.
In game 1, it's a 4-2 Pokemon count, and Montana hasn't even shown its 4th Pokemon and has 2 Grim boosts.
Still, when you're looking at the Calyrex at this half health and the +1 from the Calyrex over on Adi's end, you still can get pressured here. It is going to be for the final Pokemon, that Raging Bolt making a reappearance, and does have Spread Damage Axe as well going on into this. Clefairy still at full health, and at this point, Montana still hasn't revealed his 4th and final Pokemon. So a lot of momentum, even when you're staring down this Calyrex that has more so speed on its end.
I wonder if it's torn in the back.
Also great if you can make it past these 2
It's torn. That's kind of scary for him, no?
Still a 4th Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, I'm sure that Incineroar is probably going to be able to, take a couple.
Yeah, Incineroar is still alive too.
What Raging Bolt can do. So obviously Montana has a lot of momentum on his side right now. The last couple of turns have really gone in his favor, even without getting the knockout on.
Now the Incin comes back, I think.
He still is pretty strong. He will swap.
Oh, it's Rillaboom. AV Rilla, right?
That speed drop from before. Montana revealing Rillaboom as the 4th Pokemon in this game 1. Thunderclap is going to fail since Rillaboom switches into that slot, so a great switch from Montana. But Astral Barrage with the Combine boost. It's going to hit both of Montana's Pokemon, bring Clefairy down.
Good damage.
Half, but not even doing half since Assault Vest.
Oh, Clef's heal pulse.
The heal pulse is going to bring Rillaboom all the way back up.
I mean, look
Oh,
at
that's pretty good.
I mean, what are you gonna do? Follow me here on this turn. No attacking moves, and it has only heal pulse as a way of a viable thing you could be doing on this turn, making sure this Rillaboom is back up to full on this swap. And Assault Vest as well didn't really take the most damage going on into this anyways. And the swap out coming out from Montana, sure. You do lose your Grimnay boost, but you now do have an opportunity to first off hit a priority move into the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
How does he get his speed control though, you know?
Again, your speed is now going to be reset. You're no longer going to be at that -1.
Fake out doesn't do much because Adi has a covert cloak.
You are in a weird situation now with needing to just deal with this Rillaboom. And the Rillaboom, when you do have these grassy glides that can hit into Pokemon on the other end, definitely wouldn't appreciate it. But Assault Vest, you still took him hit so well.
Protect, I don't know.
Montana nodding his head, respecting the protect from Calyrex Shadow Rider on Adi's side. Clefairy will protect as well. It's the second time that Clefairy is protected when Shadow Rider protected. The Grassy Glide goes into that protect though, so no damage will be put from Montana's side of the field here on the turn. And Electro Web does...
I think if he clicked T-Bolt and Fish for Para.
And lands onto Rillaboom, lowering its speed. Now you have a weird spot. Critical hit, didn't really
Right.
too much damage there. But both
And then you full Para into Grassy Glide and you can win.
And Rillaboom is slower now.
Yeah, but you're still looking at a Thunderclap into an Assault Vest Rillaboom, and you already saw how little the damage did on that turnaround.
Oh,
so
yeah, he is Thunderbolt.
You lowered...
Well, Draco Meteor would do a lot, and you outspeed.
You'd have to hit the double protect on that one, and it's still an Assault Vest Rillaboom that can still offer so much pressure on this turn. So definitely a little bit of a tough spot. Really showcasing, I think, a couple.
Oh, he's going for the double protect.
In the format with the priority moves that we get to see around here. There's a lot of ways of kind of slowing or stopping the priority. And getting at this point in the match, not really having a way to be slowing or stopping the priority from the end. A little difficult, but here
Helping hand.
Double protect be enough.
Yeah, Adi's going to go for it. 30% chance to get the double protect. And it
Doesn't get it.
Calyrex fails at double protect. Grassy God goes...
But imagine last turn he clicked Thunderbolt and got the Para. And then Rillaboom full parried here and he attacked with his and he Astral Barraged.
He had was losing that Pokemon disadvantage, and he was not able to switch out. Really didn't have.
And then you get the full Para the turn after too.
Draco Meteor also doesn't even do half to Rillaboom because of Assault Vest, so really tough spot. Montana up 4-1. He's going to be able to win this first game.
I would like to try to build some suspense here, like hand this Raging Bolt, the super powerful Paradox, take on the world, but it's just not meant for this world. It's like when you know the ending of the movie already because it was so obvious halfway through. Thunderbolt, not going to do much.
Yeah, the Woodhammer will
But I
be
mean,
grass boosted, grassy terrain boosted on this
unlucky.
turn. So it is resisted, but every little bit helps. I know it might
Montana, I feel like, had the better lead this time, right?
Because you have the leftovers recovery, and it's not like Clefairy does any damage, right?
Yeah, no, the Clefairy doesn't do much, but at this point, the Talby.
Yeah, if he got the full Para, then he could Draco too.
Next game situation and where we can take this. Super well played here by Montana in the battle of the Calyrex, and now we have to figure out from Adi where he wants to be going about into this game too, because it looked like from the get-go, okay, well, I got the speed drop on the opposing Calyrex, so mine will outspeed, and this is super cool, but he took so much damage onto Clefairy to kick things off. Montana didn't take any. The Friend Guard as well, coming in so clutch for both trainers at some point, but unfortunately, Adi just never was able to take advantage of the where he had set up his board state. He was never able to freely go for the damage because he was always just pressured.
Yeah, and I think that here on turn 1.
Yeah, Sing is scary to click, right?
Nothing, just being at 4-3 Pokemon for the entire game put Adi in such a
Yeah, but the lead was just bad for him. He got fake out into one shot.
That Montana was able to obtain on his Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Maybe he thought he wouldn't bring the fake out guys
It just showed that it was
in the lead because the guy was running Cali with covert cloak.
And even
But Montana was him. He had it in him.
Until you're staring down this Rillaboom at the end that frankly doesn't really care about you hitting into it and also has the priority, so it double doesn't care about your special defense boost that you hit up. I'll just hit you on the defensive end, I have the priority, and you have absolutely no chance. So I would think a little bit more of an adjustment to the Pokemon coming on out. The Urshifu as well, it was something that looked like it was able to pressure from the get-go, but it got faked out, and then it got KO'd, and Montana just took an advantage right from there. It is the Focus Sash variety. There is Detect on it, so maybe even just if you could Detect past that first turn, since it does look like it could fare well into the other Pokemon around.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if Urshifu fares better in game 2, but it's not going to be in the lead this time. Clefairy and Calyrex Shadow Rider for Adi compared to the Shadow Rider and Rillaboom on Montana's side. I mean, this makes a lot of sense because the Rillaboom was really strong at the end of the last game. It's like, hey, I might as well just start stronger at the beginning of game 2.
And when you have the Assault Vest and you're staring down this Pokemon, there's still a lot of damage that could be coming out over on your end. And when you, at least you do have the Clefairy that's next to you for that Friend Guard. And we might be eyeing up your favorite move here, which would be so sick. But the Rillaboom, you have to be careful about the fake out into the Clefairy as well. At least if that is happening, you know there isn't going to be a powerful attack headed your way.
No swaps from either trainer. That means they are committed to the Pokemon on the field.
Damn, they started so fast.
Damage right now. Adi deciding to terrestrialize his Calyrex Shadow Rider into a Fairy type, getting rid of that Ghost weakness. And Montana saying, hey, that's a great idea. I'm going to turn into Tera Fairy as well. So usually Astral Barrage should be the Shadow Rider counter, but you're not even going to do that much damage.
This isn't the trainer's first rodeo, it's their second. They know that they have to be terrestrializing those Pokemon from the get-go to not lose them, and it's going to be a calm mind to kick it off.
Might be the difference between rodeo and rodeo, you know.
Might be slower. Well, he was E-webbed the whole time, but this time he definitely looks slower.
As if he's already gotten 2 KOs. That's how much damage it's going to do when it's able to attack.
Oh.
Or excuse me, the grassy terrain boosted Woodhammer does
A lot from the Woodhammer. Bang!
And the thing is 55% accurate, but Calyrex dodges it from Clefairy. That is so brutal. If that landed, that could have been huge.
It definitely could. That would have been momentum changing right.
Sing is so scary, bro.
Damage that you've taken on your Calyrex definitely doesn't fare well with the grassy terrain recovery, and
Sing is actually just flipping Ray.
It's a little dicey for another bit of a turn, but it is possible. You are also next to a Pokemon that does have that Follow Me, and you did drop your Ghost type weakness, and you do have a special defense boost. So can you try with that Friend Guard to be taking a round of Astral Barrage from the Calyrex opposed to you. Except it's having a nasty block. So you are kind of just donezo from that amount of damage. It was important to not play passive on that turn, but you're still in a rough situation. We might go down to how these Pokemon are trained and all out offensive and hope to get the speed tie.
Clefairy said, I'm not going to sing, I'm going to clap this time. Helping hand to boost Adi's damage from his Calyrex, but Montana protecting smartly so he doesn't take any damage from this Astral Barrage. Then the Rillaboom has Assault Vest, so that means it's going to take a little bit less damage from these special attacks. But how much? The answer is the Assault Vest doesn't help too much. It does crucially help enough to keep Rillaboom around in the red and click U-turn to bring something else in.
Did Lunala make top 8?
From the back, if we are looking at Calyrex,
I don't think so. Maybe one did? I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
I don't know, but even with this Tornadus, now you do not have to play that.
It was Miraidon, Groudon, Koraidon, Zacian,
what is Adi gonna say?
2 Shadow Riders, and an Ice Rider, I think.
For a Hail Mary with the Clefairy, but it's still, when you're staring down this +2, a really, really dangerous situation. The +2 Calyrex, especially with the spell tag, so you already had an additional boost to your damage. So
Inferno.
And with Clefairy leaving the field, that does take the Friend Guard with it, so the damage mitigation has left, meaning that Adi would have to take the full front of this Astral Barrage. Incineroar swaps into that slot as a Dark type would resist Astral Barrage, so even with the Nasty Plot boost, that's still the best option for Adi since it'll do less damage. Astral Barrage doesn't hit Calyrex, and it will land into this Incineroar on the swap-in, so how much can Incineroar take? Looks like it's barely not enough for a 2-hit KO.
Definitely helps when it's a resisted hit, and this cat definitely has a little bit of bulk to it. And you do now, since the terrestrialization has been spent on both ends of the board, have access to the fake out into the normal ghost type Pokemon. If now drop that immunity, you do have an option to stop it on its turn. And with that as well, even if there is the Protect coming out from Montana, when you're staring down the Tornadus on the opposing end, it doesn't have that Protect. You do have the +1, and you do have a potential Draining Kiss to try and recover some of your health back to help with that longevity going on into the match.
A spot that I think Adi, with his Incineroar on the field, this is really different for him because before we have the Clefairy on the field, and it's like it's not providing a lot of pressure, but at least Incineroar has some utility here. Can go for
He caught the protect.
force that protect on Montana's side. You know,
But he probably draining kiss left, right?
his wing condition. He doesn't want to take any
Oh, he
damage.
missed.
Fleetwood misses one of the targets. It's the Incineroar, meaning Incineroar is going to recover up even more HP.
Yeah, he draining kiss left.
Barrage would not knock it out on the following turn. Draining kiss
That's
brings
good healing too.
down to half HP, and Calyrex Shadow
Whoa.
Rider recovering a lot because
This draining kiss move heals so much.
75% of the damage dealt instead of the normal.
I think he only calm minded once.
Especially too with that grassy terrain recovery, that is going to be helping you out. 2 more turns of Tailwind that you have to be getting through on this, and you know the Astral Barrage doesn't pressure too much into that Incineroar, at least not the most. What I'd be worried about is a protect and a potential draining kiss, even coming out from Montana's end, to be dealing some damage if you are worried about something like a resisted hit here. But even just a +2 with the Calyrex, even if you think there's going to be something a little too passive on the other end, you'd either go for another turn of the setup here. The Tornadus as well, if you want to try and be shutting down Pokemon going on forward, you do have that taunt, but even just these Bleak Winds going on forward just seems really safe.
Both these trainers have only revealed 3 Pokemon so far, so gonna have to do
Alright, what did Montana click?
to try to anticipate who that 4th Pokemon is on each side. The Astral
Oh.
doesn't hit into Calyrex as Adi decides to protect it. Now Incineroar resisting this hit as a dark type.
Did he click Bleak Wind? And is it gonna land?
Bleak Wind Storm, 70% chance to connect. Doesn't hit on Calyrex obviously, but finally
Okay,
the
okay.
Incineroar this time.
And that is going
I mean, he missed the last one, so. And actually, it's kind of screwed him, right? He could have got another +1 boost if he landed the one the turn before.
The parting shot that was targeted into it was
But it's fine, I guess. He's just happy it's down.
do have just one more turn of
But the sequencing of that made it bad for him.
Clefairy now can bring this friend guard back out. You've gained a good amount of health back with your Calyrex. You still don't feel like you're quite out of the woods.
I mean, he did dodge a Sing though, so
Attempt at a double protector
all's fair.
I think would be absolutely disastrous. Since you have this special defense boost, you just, I think, have to survive the hit and then go on the offensive to see what can be done beforehand. And if Montana isn't picking up a KO or doing enough on this turn because of that friend guard, well, that's going to be a lot of damage dealt back.
Yeah, these 2 Calyrexes, honestly, Sierra, they've been on the field the entire game. And somewhat, yes, you got set up with Nasty Pop, but they've just been alternating protects.
Torn, what did he bring?
To keep themselves safe. Tornadus wants to keep
His own
safe as
Clef.
well, swapping out into Clefairy, so now both teams
Oh, helping hand.
the field. But
This might one-shot the Clef, no?
is he going to win the speed side there?
Oh.
Nasty Plot instead of an attack, boosting his special attack to astronomical levels. But here is the Astral Barrage with the helping hand boost.
That Clef's
Clefairy
dead.
Completely gone, but the friend guard was still active.
Ding, ding.
So it helped Montana's Calyrex stick around.
I think that might be okay that you lost your Clefairy, though, because now you get this Tornadus back.
Yeah, now
in.
Torn comes back in with Tailwind.
Attack boost. The Tailwind is gone. You needed to make sure the Tornado survived past that turn, and it didn't have access to
He's
protect.
+4, right?
Friend guard, your Calyrex sticks around. You now have a special attack that absolutely nobody wants to be dealing with, and this Tornadus can go ahead, click Tailwind on this turn, and when you're staring down the opposing 2 Pokemon, it doesn't matter whether it's super effect, doesn't matter. This Calyrex is about to show a world of pain to Adi's Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many players have calced their teams to survive a +4 spell tag boosted Astral Barrage from the other side.
I think we're at a +5 now.
Yeah, right with the Grimnay boost there. So just absolutely crazy and perfect.
Actually, he didn't get the Grimnay bonus because the Blink Wind killed him.
Tailwind was expiring because you see Adi
But it's
does not
+4.
have Tailwind. You're going to be able to set up Tailwind and have your speed doubled on your side of the field. Montana with Tailwind, meaning Calyrex Shadow Rider on his end will be moving first. Astral Barrage goes into the protect there from Clefairy, but this Calyrex is not safe from its opposing side. That is
Yeah.
a massive knockout. Adi's down to his last 2 Pokemon.
Montana has played this so
Yeah, Montana kind of smurfed this one. NGL TBH.
Look at that, another great Grim day boost. It's definitely looking grim if you're Adi in this position. Montana's got the speed, he has got the power, and Adi's only got 2 Pokemon left remaining on his
All right, so he does have Sash.
Sash or Shifu, so you know it is going to be the Tornadus has to land the Bleak Windstorm to actually knock it out. So that might be one of the things you wanna play for in this spot is playing around a Bleak Wind miss.
What's really rough about the Urshifu is dropping Aqua Jet. I don't know if it would have been enough, but at the same time, you no longer have that priority on your turn as well.
So if he misses the Bleak Wind,
Storm and be dealing the amount of damage left, that could be everything. You know that you do have an opportunity to at least survive the
Aqua Jet would have been nice here, obviously, but
Tornadus isn't the most reliable with the accuracy of its moves.
it is what it is. I mean, it's gonna come down to a Bleak Wind miss, though, right?
Redirecting anything since it is spread damage, but you can just literally stay safe.
Well, it'll come down to 2 Bleak Wind misses.
Yet again, Clefairy, that's a double protect because Clefairy protected last turn, so he did get that one there, but Urshifu was brought down to 1 HP. So
He still has the monkey in the back, right?
do is connect. 30% of the time, that does not happen. Clefairy's gonna make it dramatic. Everybody's worried,
No.
but there it goes through.
It's game over. It's James.
The nod as well. Urshifu's
That's good, James.
literally does not have an attacking move either.
Same, James.
It's got a lot of heart, that's for sure, and that's about all
Go
it's
for the
got on
sing.
its
That's all that
side.
matters.
Yeah, I don't think we're even getting to that point. Astro
My
Ball
God.
+6 coming on through.
Yeah, he's gonna sing a swan song now in top 4. Adi is a great sport, giving a handshake over to Montana. Montana's had a slow burn.
I've only had Aqua Jet, yeah, but who knows? Maybe he wouldn't be here without Taunt.
Now
You know?
he's in the finals here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships.
Before this round, was said that he was the greatest player at the tournament that hasn't been on stream, and now 1 match away from showing that maybe he is just the greatest player at this tournament. End sentence right there. What a match up against such a strong
That was a good game.
Audience. Really doing justice to this Calyrex Shadow Rider. The way that he was able to navigate the matchup, getting set up.
He played that well.
Incredible, and sacrificing the Clefairy. Well, even going for the nasty plot on that turn, it could be so risky in so many different worlds because all of a sudden if there is too much damage coming on through, you get crit. I mean, you could have just lost your restricted. We see plenty of time that people get very, very punished for clicking one too many nasty plots, but it worked out so well.
Well, it is important to note that Montana had the wiggle room, right? That was game 2. He was up 1-0, so it's not like it would have been the end of the world. If he lost that set, you still have a game 3 to bounce back from. But that nasty pot was so smart, Sierra, because Clefairy swapped in.
Yeah, the Dacian guy's still in.
Friendship being OP, making it survive long enough.
Dacian guy's on the other side of top 4, I think.
In 1 game, it's effectively GG after that.
I mean, when we're looking at just looking at this Calyrex as well, I mean, going for that other nasty plot into it, there's not a lot of things that are going to be doing too well when you're facing off against a +3 Astral Barrage. But when you go for that nasty plot and the Calyrex doesn't get KO'd on that turn, and you have the Tailwind available for the next, it's basically just putting any chess piece in position and just saying checkmate. There's not really anything that can hit into this Calyrex. You know there's not going to be the priority over onto the opposing end. So it's really, hey, if I can get away with this turn, this is the game-winning play.
Yeah, you see just how much damage Montana's able to do after all of those boosts. Clefairy and Calyrex and friends tried their best, and Adi had a great performance starting.
The E-Web just wasn't enough. Tailwind's Tailwind was better. I mean, it was hard though, right? He made a lot of risky plays, so it was a good game. It was definitely a good game.
To 2 Calyrex Shadow Rider here in the top 4, and Adi definitely well played to make it this far in LA. And I mean, still, top 4 is so much to be proud of, even though that's where the journey ends. But I'm really excited because we still have another top 4 ahead of us to figure out who Montana is going to be going up against in the finals.
Yeah, that's true. We have 2 matches remaining. It's been a long season It's been a long season here.
Okay, so it does end today. Nice, nice, nice.
We've been, it's been an absolute pleasure for us to be a part of it. But 2 matches remain for the final regional championship here before New Orleans. I know everybody. This is kind of the right time to peak, right? For Adi and Montana and Keenan and Ryan. Like you want to be as hot as possible going into New Orleans in a couple of
Joey's saying his guy's doing well.
When we're looking at
Who's Joey's? Joey's guy even here?
regional, and then Zamazenta winning.
I think Joey's guy won in Stockholm though.
Have a repeat restricted for the win here because
Oh, he has another guy in.
We have the Calyrex Shadow Rider
And Keon.
It'll be the Ice Rider or the Zacian of all things in our other top 4 match that are going to be taking.
I'm Team Keon.
So really
100%.
exciting revelations of the world.
He's got the Zacian. He has Zacian Umbreon. He's playing the Unite stuff.
New era, Scarlet and Violet. We was like, oh, Zacian, that's
Weren't allowed me to show you stuff. Yeah, that was racism.
And then back-to-back regionals, essentially Zamazenta and Zacian take over. That would
Me and my coach will be taking our revenge. Don't worry.
So that's where the stories are written.
I mean, this movie is getting a little closer to the end, but of course, there's still so much exciting action up ahead. That was just our first top 4 match, and that is it from us. We're going to be taking a quick break before on to our other top 4.
I don't like Fortune this set. I'm not a fan.
Hey there,
Boring.
Pokemon trainers. I'm here with your assistant head judge for VG this weekend, Kylie. How is it going?
It's going great. It's been an interesting event, but we've
You get 3-star 5 cost? My God.
Y'all have been absolutely killing it out there. So I gotta ask, we were just talking before.
Am I doing some VGC events next year? I think I might after Worlds before the next UCS season starts. I think I might do like Toronto or something for sure. It's local.
Yokohama World Championships. I got a spectator pass from the lottery. I was going to Japan anyway and thought it'd be a lot of fun. And when I was there, I actually met some spectacular VG and TCG judges. And they actually introduced me to the entire scene and the process, and I was so excited because I'd never really found a way to engage with Pokemon. So while backpacking Japan, passed my judge certification, came back, hit the ground running, and have done a lot of events since then.
And you were mentioning as well that your locals is a huge part of why you keep coming back to judge these events.
Oh yeah, the Colorado local scene is beyond special. They are truly a unique group of people. They're beyond welcoming.
Mystery reward, imagine.
I'm beyond lucky to have them as my local players.
So one thing I've been asking a lot of Pokemon trainers this weekend, as this is the last event of the 2024 regional season, is what is their favorite memory from this season? Do you have one you'd like to share?
Sure. I actually got to say that as twisted as it is, it was this event because we had such a rough round 1. And so any other community, you would expect a lot of rage on, honestly. So to see people supporting
Any other community?
and being so kind about the entire
He's talking about Unite.
it's truly remarkable.
Unite players are baby ragers if there's delays. Why can't we play?
Sure. I mean, at the end of the day, I think
The broadcast is making us wait.
Saw a lot of that family love here this weekend. A lot of that family love, and we try to put it right back in because we appreciate everyone who comes and plays out, hangs out with us.
I also have to ask, who's your favorite Pokemon and why?
My favorite Pokemon is Electros, and it gets no merchandise, so no one knows, but I love it to death. I just think he's a funny little goober. He's a Neil. He just vibes, and he's never going to be on the main screen, but I love him to death.
Oh yeah, I'm included in this. Make no mistake, I'm a whiner.
Very far, but it was the case.
But you know, that Victory Road tournament, you know, I remember why there was delays. Wasn't that the Victory Road tournament where one of the casters needed to drink tea because his throat was too itchy? And we had been playing for hours and it's like, guys, you gotta wait, the caster has to make tea. I was like, oh my, there's no way. There's no way we have to suffer. Like, I already hate my life being here for this long. And you're telling me the caster has to go make tea because his throat hurts?
If you're watching this at home and you attend a Pokemon event, regardless if it's a local or the World Championships, make sure to thank your judges, thank the tournament organizers.
Oh, I was so mad.
Magic happen. Thank you so much again, and we'll be back soon.
Can you imagine if one of the players was like, yo, admins, we need to take an extra 10 minutes. You know, we're having a bit of a tummy ache. We're a little hungry. So we're just waiting on our DoorDash order to come in. It'll just be an extra 10 minutes. Taco Bell is on the way. I mean, I remember in what it happened this year too. Someone did do that actually to us, but they stayed within their allotted time. They didn't ask for extra time. The top secret league, was it Klaus's team? Klaus's team did that to us.
In the finals of the LA Regional Championship.
I knew it. I knew it was Klaus's team. Bro, Klaus's team in one of the community events this year, literally, like, we had been waiting for like 2 hours waiting for their team to catch up to us in the bracket. And then I think Klaus was like, we haven't had a chance to eat. Lunder is getting food. We're gonna take our full 9.5 minutes. I was like, oh my god, bro, just FF, let them win.
Zach, that's my boyfriend, that's my soulmate. He's so good at Pokemon. I'm so proud of you, Montana, and how much you've grown and how hard you've worked for, and you are the light of my life, and I love you so much. I hope I captured all of that capitalization energy in that.
Yeah, imagine this guy doesn't even know Montana. No, I'm sure he's his boyfriend, but imagine he didn't. Imagine just a stranger.
Of course, and it has been amazing to watch Montana's journey throughout this season, and already in the finals, already blowing all those other accomplishments out of the water.
Because that's the post I would make if Joe was in the finals. Yeah.
Title to that on top of finalists. Digi Christine, thank you so much for sending in your Iono cosplay. Gita sent me to check out the Pokemon Regionals in LA. It's a lot like Olyncia here. Hope everyone's ready for the Iono zone. We are all caught in your electro webs. I love that. We've had so many talented cosplayers here.
It's really impressive. That's a great costume. The cosplay's so impressive to me.
I just can't believe that you got the Magnemites to stick to your head. I need lessons on how to do that. Up next, though, we do have another tweet coming at us from McJamie, keeping the Slither Wing hype alive.
Well, that's some good art. That's some good art.
For Sierra, honestly. Like, I've Sierra seen all of the art that's come out of the Slither Wing propaganda.
This one is gorgeous. I want to be as relaxed as that Slither Wing, just napping and enjoying the sunlight.
To be a Slither Wing in the sun. That's someday. Someday, maybe after this. Oh, you live in LA, so actually you could do that. You just gotta get like fluffy.
Oh, okay. I'll try to grow some Slither Wing fur.
Coming up next, we have a couple more tweets for you. We've got Nick. I have officially qualified for the Pokemon World Championships. 42 years ago, I went to the second ever Pokemon Regional Championship in San Francisco. It was best of one single elimination. I missed Hypnosis 4 times, and then went and cried in the car. I think we've all been there. Actually, if you know what that best of one is like, it's crazy. But when I decided to go for Worlds at the start of this season, I was not a good enough player to get there, but I worked and I improved until I was. It has been an incredible journey, and I'm so grateful to all the places this game has brought me and all of the friends that I've made.
That's hype.
Wow, congratulations, Nick. That is amazing to go from, you know, those best of one days.
Yep.
You were there.
Yep, best of one, close team sheet, just in and play one round. But yeah, to see the growth over those years and to recognize at the beginning of the season that he needed to improve and then to make that happen, qualify for the World Championships is so impressive.
It is, and it's been such a
GG.
competition. Especially
good job.
Yourself, you've been out there, you felt the stress of what it means to be a competitor in this kind of modern environment. And it's amazing to be able to have the improvement to showcase that.
Yeah, it's so tense. Every round you're being tested by players who are working just as hard as you are to try to be the best. And you're going to have to win most of those matches to get enough championship points to make it to the World Championship.
Well, there's 2 more players that are up on deck to see if they can make this win the next stop to get to the finals of the LA Regional Championships. Ryan Haig versus Kian Campbell. It is going to be an Ice Rider Calyrex versus a Zacian.
Yeah, we saw Keon in the top 8 win using the Zacian. Ryan.
All right, Zacian time.
Calyrex Ice Rider. It should be a pretty interesting matchup. These 2 restricted Pokemon.
Joe lost, sadly.
Each other yet. Ryan, a very experienced player, top 8 already.
Joe got cheated though. Play was not fair the way he lost.
Some solid finish.
He actually got hacked, man.
Yeah, has that finalist there from Hartford Regional Championships in 2023. So
Joe lost one game to a double protect,
regional championship
30%, and then the next game to Draco landing with a crit.
could very well get the job
A -4 Raging Bolt. Just decided to crit with his Draco
Regulation G meta
for fun.
come to this point.
It's been one of the most consistent ones from
Actual pay to win scam game.
huge spike in popularity, but has
A scam game made by scammers.
present in this top 8. And this has been a pretty consistent way to build around that at Calyrex Ice Rider. It has the Trick Room mode with Amoonguss. It has the support from Incineroar, has Pelipper to try and weaken fire type attacks coming in, as well as providing wide guard support, and in this case, helping hand support, which I think is a great tech. And then consistently, we've seen the Urshifu Rapid Strike also paired with Calyrex Ice Rider to give you a fast mode that can also benefit from Pelipper. So a solid construction of 6 Pokemon that we've already seen have success in Predator.
Luhi, Singer the Prime, welcome back.
Also a player that is looking to add that very first
Keon's a newcomer to the scene,
to this list of
but he's popping off.
It's a lot of top 64s this season, which is an incredible feat in itself. 2024 has really been a very strong year of Pokemon.
Really a breakthrough performance though, to elevate from top 64 into the top 4 of this tournament. It's like the next level, the next step on that progression. Really impressive to see, and I'm excited to see whether Keon can bring Zacian and this unique pick into the finals. The Zacian paired with a few interesting Pokemon, the Umbreon.
Stellar, Tera, Qian Pao.
Gives you a bulky kind of pivoting Pokemon
Aqua Jet, Attack Hershey.
but also should provide some value against Calyrex Ice
Tera
Rider.
Ground Rilla. Oh yeah, his Tera Ground Rilla popped off, right?
Can deal a lot of damage, but also help amplify the damage from Zacian.
He's gonna bring his Umbreon, right? It's Umbreon Zacian time.
Rillaboom holding an Assault Vest. Both players with the Choice Scarf Urshifu, we may see them up against each other, and right out of the way, Keon's got one Urshifu, and there's the other one on the other side.
Oh, wow, okay. So we've got the dueling Urshifus ahead of each other as well as the Pelipper. I feel like that's
As a professional pro VGC player, who do I see here an advantage?
Both Urshifu now have...
I mean, I'm gonna give it to Keon. He has Zacian and Umbreon and Water Bear. These are all Pokemon I know are OP.
Versus Pelipper matchup, but of course the Rillaboom on Keon's side is a problem for the Urshifu.
He's out here playing Pokemon Unite.
Or pressure something like a Surging Strikes plus Grassy Glide to
We must root for Ryan. No, I can't. I'm anti-Ryan.
Urshifu is faster. Pelipper, though, is a little bit more difficult to take off the field. Would require a double target and can fire a Hurricane in either slot. No, at this point, just helping handing to boost the Urshifu on Ryan's side.
Well, the Rillaboom's going to go for the Grassy Glide, though. Pelipper is not resistant to that. It's just going to be some neutral damage, as it is the close combat in response. A one-hit knockdown into Keon's Urshifu.
Is that acceptable?
He doesn't get a chance to move in this game just yet. The Choice Scarf helping Ryan's to move faster.
Ryan seizing the speed advantage, has the faster Urshifu Rapid Strike, or just
It's fine. Zacian, look how clean Zacian comes in here.
With the helping hand boost from
Look how clean he's in.
Combat and stop the Urshifu Rapid Strike on the other side before it can even attack. You have to imagine with the targeting from Keon, that's probably looking for something like Surging Strikes plus Grassy Glide to take a KO onto Pelipper before it can get a Hurricane off, but that's stopped in its tracks because of the close combat now. Urshifu does lose a stage of defense, makes it a lot more vulnerable to a Grassy Glide from the other side, and Zacian gets to come in here relatively for free, doesn't have to worry about taking a Surging Strikes on the other side, but of course, the Urshifu is still the fastest thing on the field. It's still going to fire a close combat into one of these slots. It's still going to deal a ton of damage if it doesn't get disrupted by Grassy Glide.
Yeah,
My Tera Fairy here, right?
What you're really hoping for is that you are able to
on Keon's side.
Type of piece of resistance against the Ice Rider Calyrex.
Mm.
You're expecting to be in the back. That's kind of unusual when we see these Ice Rider Calyrex teams to not see that Pokemon led and try to establish that Trick Room right away. But we still aren't going to see it just yet. Ryan actually opting to switch out the Urshifu, reset those drops and the move that it's locked into in favor of this Amoonguss that takes
Did we double? Did we double?
better. And in fact, is going to dish out even a bit more
No, we didn't.
with that Rocky Helmet recoil. But
It's lit. It's
oh. Pelipper, it has an invisible focus sash, and it's just able to hang on through all of that hurt, firing off a
Oh, that's not good. That's not good.
bring it to half already.
That's a really pivotal damage dealt to Zacian. It's going to lower it enough that something like Urshifu...
Yeah, that's just criminally.
Close combat or Surging Strikes.
Straight up criminally.
Effect that the kind of magnetism that Urshifu Rapid Strike had in that last position, Keon already behind in the game, didn't want to give up another close combat. And
It's actually just a rigged game. Scam game made by scammers.
In there, and then of course missing the KO into Pelipper makes that a very punishing turn for Keon.
Well, the Behemoth Blade is going to deal a significant amount of damage to this Amoonguss, but you're still whittling away at the Zacian's HP pool with the opportunity.
Oh, and then he misses his high horsepower. Scam game made by scammers.
With the high horsepower,
And he gets the confusion.
Only the damage from this hurricane, but also with that huge confusion. And the
Hello?
Zacian is just insult to injury here.
Am I just jinxing everyone?
The Amoonguss might have been healthy enough to take that attack anyway. This turn I don't think was going to go very well for Kion regardless. The Hurricane into Rillaboom is just those health bars going lower and lower. Already lost Urshifu on the first turn and now has Zacian and Rillaboom quite low. But Amoonguss not taking the high.
Fine, Kion bounces back, bro.
Relatively healthy here.
He's fine here. He's fine. He's fine.
Towards the end of the game, and Zacian not
Fine.
for a turn now. It's going to be a long time before Kion can get
Umbreon, let's go.
For now, Rillaboom just headed to the back in favor of this Umbreon.
Ooh, well, kind of looking a little bit more forward. This Umbreon actually has a really unique position in this matchup because in its moveset, it does have access to taunt and foul play, which might be a really great way of shutting down this Amoonguss from going for any.
It's fine. We don't need Zacian anymore. Our 1 HP Rillaboom and Umbreon with the Dream.
Now it's down for the count. Does provide an option for this Rillaboom to come back in and have some sort of fake out pressure, but even take a look at how much Pollen Puff is doing to
Pollen
this
Puff did a lot.
The health bars are just getting so low. Zacian only has to sleep for 1 turn before going down to Weather Ball, and now it's a quite low Rillaboom and an already damaged Umbreon.
Don't need Comfy. We're fine. Tee up.
Kion has dealt some damage. Amoonguss is low. Pelipper all the way down to that false Focus Sash at 1 health, but still has all 4 Pokemon. Rillaboom can probably deal with one of them, but dealing with all of the team is just going to be too much to ask. It feels like Ryan has an unsurmountable advantage in this game 1.
Really does. I mean, you can go for the Grassy Glide here to at least deal with the threat of this Pelipper.
Wow, our RNG gets wasted on a crit on a 1 HP guy. We're getting cheated.
Hope that maybe Umbreon's going to be able to do a little bit more. The Snarl, a pretty nice choice to lock into just to help whittle away this Amoonguss, but it also mitigates some of the damage that this Pollen Puff is going to be able to do.
We lived.
It's going to allow this Rillaboom to survive.
We lived. We lived.
For Kion to not go down to only
Alright, now we just have to deal with this guy's box legendary.
the damage coming from the Pollen Puff on the other side.
It's fine. His EX guy is coming out now.
Get some grassy terrain.
Oh, and he says his very. Bro, let's just FF. Let's go. Let's preserve mental. Let's go next. It's fine. There's still a water bear.
No grassy terrain. Also,
No, thank you.
doesn't have priority anymore. So this Urshifu Rapid Strike is going to have free reign to go out.
Just accept the game cheated and we go next.
Before it can move. There's no way to stop it. It's just going to be a Surging Strikes going into that slot.
Yeah, it's such a tough ask, and it's really unfortunate how that grassy terrain expiration.
Yeah, let's go next.
With the return of this Urshifu, but one way to keep yourself in this fight is by having this defensive Tera on this Umbreon to change it into.
Oh, we didn't even grassy glides.
It's going to resist those rapid strike Urshifu hits.
Oh, wait, what did the terrain end? Is that why?
If you were to take a close combat here. So
Yeah, the train ended.
Still has a little bit more stay in this fight. If there's a yawn, there's a way. Return the favor with this sleep.
No doubt that it's going to take Ryan a substantial amount of time to deal with the water type Umbreon. We know that his last Pokemon is the Calyrex Ice Rider. Now as a water type, Umbreon also resists Glacial Lance, and so in another way this game could have played out.
Yeah, just the sound FF.
Resources left on Kion's side, that water terrestrialization could have a big impact, but ultimately it happens when Kion is already down to 1 Pokemon. It's just too much of an uphill
Just
battle.
too much cheating.
Into game 2. I think there are signs of life for Kion and the ways that can play out, but that turn 1 was just so devastating with the helping hand close combat, giving Ryan a 4-3 lead before the 3rd attack even went off.
It's tough because what on Kion's team actually resists the close combat? You have the
Who am I
tornado.
rooting for? Kion.
It's so tough to feel like you can actually bring it into a matchup.
The power of the Google document? It's fake. The Google document's fake. I didn't see it.
One really critical piece is something you touched on in game 1, which is guessing the lead matchup here. For these Calyrex Ice Rider leads, you often expect.
If someone makes a Google document, but then someone else doesn't see it,
Ice Rider is
did it even exist?
Overwhelmed by a Trick Room and a Glacial Lance.
Think about that.
They opt for a different mode, something like the Pelipper and the Urshifu that have instant offense in a different direction that can really backfoot you quickly, and it's how Ryan was able to establish that early lead. It wasn't even a necessarily like critically poor lead into Pelipper and Urshifu, but it was definitely, I would expect something different than what Kion was expecting.
I think it's tough too because you and I talked about this matchup even a little bit
The
before.
Pelipper just procking Focus Band for fun.
Rillaboom choice. Was it the
In the
right
dock.
Pokemon to be able to bring into a matchup like this? Kian seems to think so. Actually gonna lead that Rillaboom again.
It was calc before, actually.
For both of our players.
Pelipper always lives at least one.
Rillaboom, a really key piece for dealing with the Urshifu on the other side, but has a lot of uphill battles in this match. In the last game we saw it have to deal with an Amoonguss that just switched in and dealt Rocky Helmet damage back, and a Pelipper that landed a massive Hurricane for a ton of damage into it, and that's before the Calyrex Ice Fighter that would have been threatening a 1-hit K with Glacial Lance. So a lot of difficult Pokemon for the Rillaboom to fight against, but if you feel like it's your only way to stop the Urshifu Rapid Strike that had so much impact for Ryan, then you can see why it's being led and why we're back in the same leads, as Fake Out goes into Pelipper this time, no helping hand, instead just a close combat into the Urshifu on the other side.
And you can see
All right, this time we countered it.
able to take that without that helping
We faked
hand.
out.
So really smart decision
Oh,
by
we're dead.
Kian to actually just go for the fake out into the Pelipper instead. It's going to help break the Focus Sash. Obviously doesn't matter if you're going to hit it with the Surging Strikes as well. That's going to be a multi-hit attack, but it does.
Why didn't we hit his or she?
Enough that another Grassy Glide will be able to finish it off, or even potentially an Aqua Jet.
Possibly. I think the way this turn 1 plays out explains a lot of the turn 1 of the previous game. You can see that Surging Strikes plus Fake Out isn't enough damage to pick up Pelipper. You can see why the Grassy Glide was targeted into Pelipper for that reason, but also close combat doesn't KO the Urshifu on the other side. We've now seen 2 instances where Ryan's Urshifu moves before Kian's Scarf Urshifu, probably establishing that it's consistently the faster Pokemon. I mean, just able to threaten a close combat into Urshifu again, but has to watch out for now. It already lost 1 stage of defense from the close combat on the previous turn. Grassy Glide might be enough damage to just pick up a KO here. If you just allow a Grassy Glide into Urshifu and a Surging Strikes into Pelipper for 2 KOs, well, that's a massive, massive lead for Kian. So Ryan probably going to be forced to reposition in some way here and find another avenue. That is the Urshifu switching out, trying to find...
All right, Kian, did we play the game? Kian, how did we play the game here, buddy? Don't let us down, Kian.
Just keep that Urshifu safe.
Oh.
Guess what? Kian's not going to make that same mistake twice, going for
Umbreon's out already. That's what I like to see, Kian.
Grassy Glide into that Urshifu slot. Instead, gonna go for the Aqua Jet, which is playing to pick up the Pelipper. So smart calculations there as well to know that.
Good calculations, buddy.
Really good insurance on that turn.
Put that in the Google Doc.
The Urshifu is going to switch out, not take a Grassy Glide, and so he doesn't want to hit into that slot and be 1 turn behind. So he tries to be 1 turn ahead and switches Umbreon in. But you have to recognize the risk with
now
that.
what?
Urshifu just stays in close combat to your Urshifu anyway. Well, a good way to make sure that there isn't as much risk from that is to go for the Aqua Jet and just pick up the KO onto the Urshifu the other side, or onto the Pelipper on the other side that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think
Are we Tera watering this
going to keep doing that
Umbreon? Are we reading him? What's the game plan here?
Bring it in the back. This Umbreon, though, it's going to be so pesky. You still have the opportunity to go for the terrestrialization from Kian, and if you go for the Water Tera now,
he did.
Umbreon is so safe. No longer are you going to get knocked out to something like a close combat, and it's great for the Calyrex, as you mentioned, too, to resist the Glacial Lances.
It does seem like it's the best terrestrialization in this matchup. It gives Umbreon so much staying power. It's going to be really difficult for Ryan to take it out. And having it come on the field earlier...
All right, close combat kills.
Close combat into Urshifu in the first KO for Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, this Urshifu
All
is
right, 3-3 now.
Though I feel like it's going to allow this Rillaboom to come back in, have the opportunity to set back up that fake out, and the foul play.
Foul play did okay.
But take a look at how much more it's going to be able to do. This water terrestrialization also continuing to pay off in spades. Go and remove that weakness to the
Bug.
Pollen Puff as well.
It feels like the
Bug
water
type.
terrestrialization solves all of Umbreon's type problems. No longer weak to Pollen Puff and no longer weak to the close combat that this Urshifu on the other side is now locked into. Rillaboom doesn't have to worry about a Rage Powder and can just threaten a Grassy Glide in that slot. The Umbreon can also threaten a Taunt into the...
You can't press that. You're locked with choice items,
so
bro.
This feels like a pretty strong position for
Maybe he forgot.
Of the Pelipper versus for the Urshifu. We also had it slowed down. A lot of times the most volatile position in a match is the lead, and Kian has gotten it slowed down into a more comfortable position for his team.
It has been much better and still hasn't revealed that 4th or final Pokemon yet. And the patience is rewarded. Finally able to land that Grassy Glide into the target that this Rillaboom was so desperately trying to angle towards. As the Umbreon attempts to go for a taunt into the Amoonguss to shut down all of its utility.
Okay, it's legendary time.
His final 2 Pokemon in this second
What Tera is this guy?
Very quickly moved to the final 2 Pokemon in this game. Just took a few turns for the KO.
Probably Tera Fire, right?
Urshifu and Pelipper. Now, Umbreon, I think, is in an excellent position. Can threaten a taunt into a Mungus, and once that lands, can try to...
Is he gonna read the spore? So side Pollen Puff,
foul play.
Tera Fire, Glacial
I
Lance.
imagine that Calyrex is going to Tera into a fire type here. We'll let it be neutral to foul play and resist grass attacks on the other side.
He doesn't want to get taunted, right?
Will deal a ton of damage into this Rillaboom and start to pick up Grenade boosts and be a big problem, I think.
I think what's tough about this too is that you are going to also kind of predict that. I think if you're Kion, you have the opportunity to go for the high horsepower here.
Did he? Maybe he just U-turned on the Rilla. No, he didn't.
Oh, okay, you're just actually gonna hit it with the wood hammer.
He's just getting some chips.
As much damage as possible if it stays as an ice type. Still does a decent chunk of damage to it as a fire type. The foul play.
Oof, that did a lot.
Gets Calyrex pretty low.
Yeah, but the Glacial Lance in
On
response,
this side Pollen Puff still, right?
is not going to be able to take that.
Ryan's
So it is
preemptively
just a
side Pollen
one-hit
Puffed
knockout
here.
and allows the Ice Rider Calyrex to get the snowball going.
The first boost
Still kind of scary. It's scary.
Attack to Calyrex, but that also does mean foul play starts doing more and more damage as well. This Pollen Puff really crucial to heal Calyrex Ice Rider back up and make sure that Umbreon isn't just threatening a KO on the next turn.
Yeah, I mean,
Foul play is going to do more now, but
like even though we saw the
scary.
super effective nature get taken away from the foul play, it's still doing a lot, even just as a neutral hit. Oh, and with the Zacian in the back as well, perfectly safe.
Yeah, it just heals 50% max HP. Pretty broken, no?
We're down to the last two on either side. Zacian can't hit into this fire type Calyrex very well. Just has steel and fairy coverage, meaning that they're both resisted by the fire type Calyrex. Of course, both of these Pokemon now resist Glacial Lance, since you'd expect to see Calyrex Ice Rider switch to coverage, of which it can threaten a KO onto the Zacian on the other side straight away.
And now, though, that you don't really have a great way to be able to hit the Calyrex, you have to also figure out how are you actually going to deal with this Amoonguss. That Amoonguss Pollen Puff ended up really healing up so much of that damage onto the Calyrex.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Kion.
The Calyrex Ice Rider would have been worn down so quickly, but instead looks pretty healthy. And Amoonguss probably just looking for a taunt here, buying time with a Protector. No, just a double Protect to stall through this turn.
Gives Ryan a little bit of breathing room, tries to figure out exactly what's going to happen.
Oh! He read it! He read it! He read it!
Some of the health of these two Pokemon just set up the sword stance.
Oh.
What a gutsy call to recognize that in a very difficult in-game. Zacian wasn't going to be able to deal out that much damage, and that it needed to get an attack boost.
That's insane.
Be a problem, and manages to find the perfect opportunity for it with Ryan just using a double protect to scout, not really trying to move through any condition on the field or anything, just looking to see what Kion would do. What Kion would do is Sword Stance, grab an attack boost, and turn that Zacian into a massive problem for Ryan. Should be able to threaten a 1-hit KO onto Amoonguss now.
Wins with the Rage Powder.
Likely for a KO from
the Amoonguss is going to get taunted.
Against the Calyrex Ice Rider on the other side, but those foul plays will quickly mount, and if Zacian is able to pick up a KO on Amoonguss, there are no more Pollen Puffs. This turn, though, Zacian just protecting itself.
Smart call. You've already put a target on its back. And
does he get double protect? He doesn't. Okay.
Like a high horsepower, but the Umbreon is able to land the taunt into this Amoonguss after it fails to go for the double protect.
Oh my god.
Don't have the agency anymore to be able to pivot over.
And he got the protect. Okay, I mean, it's looking cooked now.
Also to force no protect on this next turn. It takes away the risk of a double protect. If the Amoonguss had landed the double protect while Zacian tried to attack into it, and then Zacian went down to high horsepower, well, immediately Ryan regains the lead in this game. But with the taunt on the previous turn, Amoonguss just stuck. Pollen Puffing can be totally ignored, and a Behemoth Blade can go.
Still didn't do anything, though. Okay, foul play's enough. The +1 foul play. Okay, game 3. Kion. Kion.
Such a gutsy sword stance that enabled it to happen, and then a couple of really tactical, smart plays, getting the taunt onto Amoonguss, managing to protect Zacian at all the right times, and winning a game 2.
All right, we're drawing the new line. He made the new line.
Kion was able to play that so smart, so patient, and just those tiny micro adjustments that he made on turn 1 and turn 2 of that game completely changed the tides. Allowed him to find this opportunity to get out 2 of those big.
Kion doesn't need Google Docs, he's got IRL Docs.
As well as that Urshifu, and helped him really get his foot back in the game.
He literally won with the Unite duo.
control the speed throughout a lot of the game as well. Once the Urshifu
He brought every one of his Unite mons.
down, Kion consistently had the faster Pokemon, was able to then have a lot of the agency in where the targeting was going. Ryan had to use defensive Trastalizations and try to protect through turns, try to scout out with double protects to understand where Kion might
Ryan is having his life read in a way I've never seen in game 2. This is the most amount of soul reads. Pretty good. Good auto analysis.
To make sure that this Ice Rider Calyrex is staying alive, or it's just helping to redirect away some of the pressure that Ice Rider Calyrex may be under. Being able to shut that off with a taunt was so important, and then you are just able to bypass some of the issues that Amoonguss would place onto a
Game 3.
Pokemon. But we are about to get underway here with
Raging Bolt Incineroar.
top 4 to see whether or not Kion
Okay.
and Ryan are going to move forward to the grand final.
Ryan went back to the Google Doc for that one.
Switch up here for Ryan as it's the Raging Bolt and the Incineroar for this third game.
Kion sticks to the game plan, has Rillaboom and Urshifu on the field, but like you mentioned, a total shift up for Ryan, has the Raging Bolt and the Incineroar on the field. Raging Bolt matches up into both these Pokemon.
Oh, Ryan already has his moves laid out.
Close combat double up.
He knew what's going on already.
Strikes could fake out either of
He didn't even think.
to slow things down for a turn, but it might not be to Ryan's advantage because it's hard for the Raging Bolt to really capitalize on that if Urshifu just protects itself.
For sure, but this Incineroar too, I think, is feeling the stress a little bit. That Urshifu could also pack a super effective close combat into that slot. So what better to take that than the Amoonguss that would be able to deal with
Okay, hold on. We have our own flowchart though.
Fake out into this Raging Bolt means that it is
Oh,
not
that did 0.
to go for an attack this turn. It's gonna give this Urshifu some breathing room to try to whittle away at its tankiness.
Ultimately, Incineroar went untargeted on that turn, could have stayed on the field, but it was still in a poor position even if it stayed on the field. Wouldn't have done much more than parting shot.
Guy's a big side pollen puff enjoyer.
The Raging Bolt takes a close combat for a substantial chunk, but still doesn't look like it's in range of another close combat. The Grassy Golem
Urshifu on the Terra.
keep it a little more healthy as well.
Terra Grass.
Way that you can stop that threat of something like a Thunderclap just KOing your Urshifu, especially after you just dropped your special defense. Just go for the Grass Terra. And the Thunderclap isn't even what this Raging Bolt is going to lock into. It's just going to have to take this close combat, and whatever follow-up is going to happen, but the
Oh, he missed! No! We had him! That's so... Oh, bro, how is this guy so lucky? We got ding-dinged. Oh, every game we just missed the high horsepower.
So much. The Grass Trust.
Oh, God. What a lucker dog, man. Now he gets a side puff, too.
As the roll health Raging Bolt, it would have been KO'd by
Oh, that's just not fair, bro.
about 70% health.
We were gaming.
And the Pollen Puff. Just a massive swing in this.
He got robbed.
That's twice now. Kion has not been able to hit those high horsepowers. And with that punish means that there's an opportunity here too for this Incineroar to keep just lowering the attack stat of this Rillaboom. It might be really tanky. It still has a good tight matchup into something like the Raging Bolt and the Amoonguss.
95%.
Stay a little bit healthier, but Kion's definitely got his work cut out for him.
It's over now.
Incineroar starts to look a lot more difficult to deal with without the Urshifu left on Ryan's side. It can come back in, intimidate this Rillaboom, and lessen the damage coming out from high horsepower, which is probably the best option to hit into Incineroar at this point. It means that Ryan can afford to play a very slow game, mounting damage onto these Pokemon.
Oh, well, I mean, take a look at that. The high horsepower does land this time, but it's only going to do about 30% to this Incineroar. You can see how this
I think RNG is important in a, you know, turn-based kind of game, though. You need RNG to break out of stuff, and it's a part of the game. It just sucks when it happens in these types of ways, but I think you need RNG checks, right, for balance and for breakthroughs.
Advantage between the Intimidates and the Regenerator can just kind of heal back up, whereas Umbreon does not have that same advantage, doesn't have any recovery move. That damage will stick other than Grassy Terrain resetting, and eventually even Grassy Terrain will go away unless Kion finds an opportunity to get Rillaboom on and off the field. Feels like Kion's going to have to make something happen, probably by pivoting out into whatever's in the back to kind of force this into more of an offensive game.
Well, the Amoonguss not going to be able to do too much there, especially if he gets put to sleep. That means that
Yeah, when it happens here, it's annoying.
horsepower instead. As the Incineroar just goes for a parting shot. That's going to be a third drop onto this Rillaboom's attack stat, making those high horsepowers hurt less and less. Also, gives an opportunity for this Incineroar to maybe even get this Amoonguss back in. Take a look at the Regenerator healing.
Yeah, it's looking kind of rough now.
This is exactly the kind of slow pace and cycling that I'm talking about. Ryan can afford to do this and just build an advantage slowly.
Well, the foul play into the Raging Bolt, actually not too bad of damage there. And
No
it's going to
crits.
make sure that this Raging Bolt is potentially in knockout range of yet another foul play, or even just a double up into the slot for insurance.
I think you're right. Keon's doing the right thing to try to punch a hole, and that's how you have to break this kind of cycling core. Manages to find the Raging Bolt on the switch in with a high horsepower plus a foul play combination to land probably the most damage he possibly could have in that turn into the most vulnerable target. Now pretty low in health, and Amoonguss is just going to protect itself and leave this Raging Bolt hanging, trying to get one attack off before going down.
Well, the Rillaboom is able to hit the high horsepower.
Oh my god, man.
Little to take it out. Thunderbolt in response, but this Umbreon does
Okay.
go for the foul play double up. So the Raging Bolt that eluded the knockout just a couple of turns ago.
Finally, dude. Umbreon just took some free chip. We got a low roll probably.
Started a few turns ago and get Raging Bolt KO'd, but all it does is create a free entry for Calyrex Ice.
Yeah, it's not even that good, right?
The very lowered attack Rillaboom on the other side will have no way to get away from that Glacial Lance weakness. Of course, it may just want to get off the field anyway to reset those intimidates. You have to imagine Zacian working in the back, which is going to have a much better matchup against the Calyrex Ice Rider, can try to come into a Glacial Lance. We saw the Umbreon foul playing consistently in the last game. Even after Calyrex Ice Rider becomes a fire type, the damage does mount up. Of course, Umbreon has torn between two goals. It has to both start to deal the damage to Calyrex and build the opportunity.
He looks so boomed, yeah.
Pick up the KO or for foul play to finish.
Yeah, he's got a.
Also stop Amoonguss.
It's rough for him. Can't let it get to your head though. You know, you got to stay in the game, but it is annoying.
Going for a spore, then even one sleep on Zation could be game ending.
Well, here's a little bit of respite here for Keon. Is able to remove that Rillaboom.
I mean, if he hits the taunt on the Cali here, smelling the Trick Room, he's the GOAT, right? He's actually the GOAT if he hits the taunt on the Cali here.
Into this Ice Rider Calyrex, and that is going to make it take these attacks so much better with both of these Pokemon that Keon has on the other side. But it's about whether or not Keon can actually
he did it!
Here with the taunt, and the Calyrex knows that one of the biggest issues that we're going to have here in this game is if this Trick Room gets set up. And
Okay. Ah, it's lagging. Okay, it's back.
Such a
the stream is lagging.
So many different priorities and options on that previous turn. Could have been a taunt into an Amoonguss, could have been damage into Calyrex, but finds the perfect thing, which is preventing that Trick Room from going up and the Calyrex from grabbing the.
I'm gonna open the Twitch on my other monitor.
Battle. Still Amoonguss
Just in case.
Health and Calyrex at full health. The Intimidate still lurking in the back, ready to undo that Intrepid Sword boost. At whatever point Ryan.
It's not me. It's the stream.
They step in the right direction. It's one of many turns that Keon's going to need to get right to kind of claw back.
Yeah, the Twitch chat of the Twitch chat saying it's lagging too. It's just the broadcast is lagging.
Really not being able to find that easy of damage into the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Well, that damage is going to be even harder because one thing that these Zacians on stream have not had to deal with before is the threat of Intimidate. And because there's no clear amulet on this Crown Zacian because it's holding that rusted sword,
Swords Dance?
no choice except to have to kind of take these Intimidate drops. One way that it can get
it's the venue.
for these sword stances as Umbreon's just going to keep firing off.
Nintendo got boomed by the taunt.
Wow. So just kind of forcing these Pokemon to have to make this rotation lest they get put to sleep. And this Umbreon is certainly on a timer when it comes to how much damage it can pack into this Calyrex.
The lag adds to the intensity is what someone in the official Twitch chat said. They're crazy.
That's just a boost into the Calyrex on the other side. Incineroar comes in, takes the Yawn. You have to imagine it wants to pivot out pretty quickly anyway, but the Yawn does make this a lot more risky. You can't go for a fake out for a turn or you might fall asleep, and if you parting shot into a protect, you could also get stuck on the field and end up asleep. So there's definitely some torn priorities here between just safely getting Incineroar away from the sleep, which would also risk Amoonguss if Zacian just attacks into that slot, versus trying to have Incineroar stay on the field through this yawn.
It's so tough too because you kind of have to make the call too that you're not going to take a Glacial Lance.
Okay, he swapped the Umbreon out. Rillaboom's back in.
So Kion risking it, bringing this Rillaboom back in, hopefully to not have to take an attack like that. You get a chance to set up the Grassy Surge, but more of that what you really want
Okay.
is to be able to get out
Fake out was left.
high horsepower,
Play rough.
but the play rough
No! How is he so unlucky? Oh my god, bro.
several misses in a row that Kion has had to deal with.
I'm actually boomed. Oh my god, bro. Ow. Ow.
Still, I don't think a bad turn.
It's so rigged. It's so rigged.
Power had been enough damage to pick up the KO on Zacian, but Incineroar falls asleep. Zacian still on the field. Rillaboom finds a safe entry to now threaten Fake Out into the Calyrex Ice Rod.
Which part of the Google Doc had this in it, man?
Either go for a sword stance.
The scam game made by scammers.
The complexion of the game looks a little bit better for Kion after that last turn, despite the play rough miss. Would have looked even better if play rough had landed and threatened a KO into Incineroar on the other side.
Can Kion actually get another sword stance set up though? As this Rillaboom is actually going to take another reprieve. This Umbreon,
I mean, the taunt ended, right? He probably just clicked Trick Room.
low HP, but needs to make sure that it can still provide that utility after this Ice Rider Calyrex has shaken off the taunt. Wow, we do see yet another pivot of this Amoonguss now coming back in to take that Incineroar's place. But
Oh no, he protected. Wait, imagine Kion sword stance. He did. He's actually such a demon. I feel like when RNG goes bad against you, Kion's just like, fuck it, I don't care anymore. I'm just clicking sword stance.
Doesn't throw the Fake Out into that slot, just trusts that the Calyrex will understand the threat and will protect on that turn. Switches the Rillaboom out.
All right, now we taunt the Amoonguss.
Threaten taunt into Amoonguss on this turn and give Zacian another 2 stages of boosted attack.
I don't know.
+4. That means even if
Zacian is definitely faster, yeah. But there's Rage Powder is the issue.
+3, Zacian is not threatening a KO into this Calyrex because it only has resistance.
Zacian can't get around the Rage Powder.
It becomes very difficult to see how, with Umbreon at this low of health, Kion finds extra attacks into that slot. Something like a Foul Play and Play Rough double up into Calyrex can be really easily disrupted by a Rage Powder at this point.
And Rage Powder feels like the perfect thing to use.
All right.
We know that this Zacian cannot actually deal with that. And it's just going to go for another sword stance. So it doesn't
He's dead to the Glacial Lance, all right.
Rage Powder away, but it does mean that this Foul Play is going to land into it instead. Umbreon going to knock itself out from that rocky helmet collision, and it's just going to leave this
It's over. It's over.
Lance. A huge risk here for Kion that is not going to pay off this time around, losing the Zacian in the process and just having the Rillaboom left to stand.
There's nothing he could do though, right? Because like if he hits, he is gonna hit into Rage Powder into the Rocky Helmet.
To deal with maybe a high horsepower critical hit, but no, I think Ryan has found the window. Felt like he had a big lead.
Yeah, Ryan found the window.
Making all of the right plays to stay in this game, try to stay ahead in this game, but ultimately.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Moves into the finals of the LA Regional Championship.
What amazing gameplay from both of our trainers, though. It was such a hard-fought battle. And I think something really impressive about Kian's entire run is that it was done off of the back of a very underrated restricted pit.
That was so depressing. He actually played so demonic too.
As one of the front runners in a tournament like this, having such a huge
Scam game, bro. Scam game.
Pokemon that, it didn't even do well in our underrated restricted bracket. People did not have a lot of faith in this Pokemon, but Kian showing that it still can have a really important impact. We also saw the problems it can have when it gets intimidated, gets its attack.
What are those shoes? Those are the, what are they called? The Yeezy Foam Runners or whatever?
Problems as well in that game. Yeah, really impressive from Kian.
He missed 2 high horsepowers and a play rough.
Manage the threat of the Zacian and finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, like, Kian just had so many gutsy plays, though, too. I mean, you have to consider the fact that, like, Kian called so many double protects, was able to get the sword stances, even went for some really risky plays that did have high rewards.
And then he had the enemy Pelipper lived on 1, the Raging Bolt lived on 4. He missed 3 90+% accurate moves.
Some of the dynamics of how this matchup went. Not everything, but some.
Absolutely. The shift with that turn 2 high horsepower miss where Raging Bolt doesn't go down, instead gets a Draco Meteor that KOs the Urshifu on the other side, and then gets Pollen Puff back up to full health, so that the next several turns of the match were Kian trying to figure out how to deal with this now more
The math, what would it be? It'd be like 0.1
but Kian played really well to fight
times
deal with the challenges put in front of him.
0.05.
Though, Ryan,
Am I doing it right?
with what he had, played with the advantages he was given, and found the window to win the match.
And major credit to Ryan.
I think this is what it'd be, right? 0.25%.
It's a little bit difficult, I think, to find the right ways to execute this Ice Rider Calyrex. But showed us the flexibility that some of these Ice Rider Calyrex players have to have in terms of getting the trick room set up.
I mean, crits and Unite, and especially in the laning phase, can definitely
Absolutely, the trick room ever feel like a crucial
0.025. Yeah, 0.025. 0.025.
Disturbing, not allowing to easily happen, was able to successfully taunt one attempt.
That's what I mean. Oh man, that's insane though. I mean, that's not how the math is though, right? This is not how you would do the math, I think. Because there's other things you have to factor in, right? Because he did land some of them. That would be the math for it happening in a row. But yeah, it was still really bad, obviously.
Take on this matchup, and Len, would you believe it if we said that it is a tale of two horsemen here in this grand finals?
All Calyrex.
What's up, Knight?
Versus Ghost, fast versus slow.
Montana sweep.
Calyrex up against each other.
Montana was looking good in his other set. I don't know who's favored in the horse matchup. Just like systemically, you know, who's got the favorite?
We head towards the end of our 2024 season, but you're just gonna have to wait around to find out, because we're gonna go to a short break to get that match set up, and when we come back, we will crown our LA regional champion.
Shadow Rider.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
Make sure the best Cali wins. True. It's like betting on horse racing, but it's horse fighting. True, true. The guy that's not Ryan should win. We just hate him because he took down Kian. Oh my god, it's Unite. Oh my god.
Choppa Cross has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent players in North America. He's hunting for that first title, and I know he can take
He won that in Toronto, right? Yeah, I was there.
Use the pairing of Tornadus and other strong and fast offensive Pokemon to really like overwhelm my opponents with damage, and I than your opponent can.
And with another Surging Strikes targeting down that Urshifu, it doesn't even need 3 of those hits to lock in the KO.
The one that I lost to before was Rogov, who I knew was going to be a really tough opponent, and I really had to start finding some like creative ways to win that game and make tough decisions on which Pokemon I was going to have to sacrifice to stay in the game. Like in turn 1 of game 3 against Rogov, knowing like, hey, I think my strategy here is just going to revolve around losing Fluttermane turn 1, and I have to accept that. I have to make a sacrifice to keep myself in the game.
I really like the Fluttermane adjustment there from Choppa. Not exactly the use we thought it would be.
I've proven that I'm really one of the best when it comes to consistency. One of the hallmarks of my plays is I do not mess up very often, and when my opponents mess up, I am ready to capitalize on it. That's part of why you see me in day 2s and top 8s so often, because I don't mess up, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Oh, but he doubled into it! The heat trend is going down. Chuppa was just one big read away from claiming the match.
I want to be one of the best in the country. And
Is there actually a doc? Allegedly.
Chasing it for so long. It's part of why this victory after a couple of second places, as you know, even earlier.
The doc says, play for the good RNG.
One of the best in North America.
Chuppa Cross gets the knockout and claims his first regional championship in the Masters division after so much hard work. Take a bow, Chuppa Cross.
Why don't they have 60-inch flat screens for them?
Can stand up there with the best.
True.
We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and I'm just so happy to show that I am one of them.
None of those misses mattered. Okay. Game 3 for sure, man.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck.
Charizard's the best deck.
That can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts.
Damn, they scrim in TCG?
Those things help me improve for the next tournament.
That's crazy.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta.
Oh, and Pokemon. Damn, they got to get their Pokemon Go scrims in.
Up to the tournament's a great time to talk strategy with my teammates.
When they'll ask Unite players, Unite I'm not gonna get any interviews. Who would they interview? Everyone is either a cheater or an asshole in Unite.
Team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, you know, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that's one of the best ways in order to improve, you know, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my
Not
brother
me.
what I should do because
I would give a meme answer probably if I was playing anyway.
you know, through juniors, through seniors.
MOBA's too stressful.
Family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every
People cheat in Unite? No.
that you know is
Yep.
going to be used and just practice every day.
And New Orleans will be fun. Let the games begin. Unite! Oh my god. A non-Mickey Mouse trophy? I don't know. The trophies are nice. I like my trophy. Oh, they gave the Pikachu's at Aeos? They might do that then for NAIC as well. We'll see. Scripting an issue in Unite? No, it's not.
100 Masters Division trainers walked into these halls at the LA Convention Center, and only 2 are left remaining here in the
Wait, what was wrong with the NAIC venue? It was fine, no?
new and final regional champion here for the 2024 season for Pokemon VGC. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm here with Lendul to bring you through the finals of this incredible tournament. I cannot believe
Wrong with the city? Oh, I mean Ohio's whatever, yeah.
These players already such an amazing achievement to be the last
True.
2 out of those 600 players here in the final, but only one of them will be the last one to take that final regional championship of the
All right, Horsey versus Horsey.
and head into NIC.
Both sides of a Horsey, both sides of a birdie, both sides of a tanky support guy that have a redirection, both sides have a fire cat, both sides have water bear.
almost unlikely single restricted Pokemon we expected to see in the finals of a tournament like this when we had the threats of Terrapagos, Miraidon, and of course, just so many other powerful Pokemon running around this weekend like the Zamazenta. But for Ryan, this would mean a lot, already having been able to accumulate this list of accomplishments with a couple top 32s, a
Korean hot dogs down the street from the venue. Celestial found this we found this gluten-free burger place for Celestial, and I knew the first day we went there we were going back multiple times
to win it all, and
because he's gluten-free and he's too scared to try stuff, and we found him a place in his home city. I knew it was a wrap. We weren't going anywhere else.
Ice Rider is the Trick Room crucial, but for Montana's team and the Calyrex Shadow Rider on the other side, the speed advantage can be huge, but there are other modes lurking in here as well. The
Clefairy's in the dock.
can be led together.
It's getting smurfed on. I mean, just kidding. Clefairy's gonna misfollow me.
So it's difficult for the opposing side to be prepared for either lead, because a lot of the things you look to
Bear burgers all over the US. I mean, I don't know.
Has also been accumulating
I'm just telling you,
accomplishments as well.
Celestial does not know how to. He didn't know how to try different places, and we took him to that gluten-free place, and it was a wrap.
At all of the regionals this year, to be able to add that regional championship title would be so impressive, and also maybe with one of the restricted picks we were not expecting to see at the top tables this weekend.
People have doubted Calyrex Shadow Rider since the major events started. It hasn't been present in the top 8s. It hasn't had the kind of impact everyone expected.
What are we changing in the fantasy team? We probably take Ursaluna out.
A regional championship in just the third weekend of not so much of a fraud after all. It's gonna do it.
And maybe we put in like Raging Bolt or something.
Typical for Calyrex Shadow Rider. Next to double Fake Out with Rillaboom and Incineroar with Clefairy to provide support with Follow Me and Friend Guard. And the Tornadus to provide speed control, and Urshifu Rapid Strike to provide a little bit of extra offense and an extra attacker. And this team, like I mentioned, has to kind of decide what lead it expects from the other side. If the Trick Room goes up kind of uncontested, it can be difficult to deal with something like a Pelipper plus Calyrex offense inside of Trick Room. But if you try too hard, you lead too much to just make sure that it's not the Calyrex on the other side getting Trick Room that can be vulnerable to the rain, the full rain lead from Pelipper and Urshifu. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of hedged bets from both sides, something like Urshifu plus Calyrex Shadow Rider, but no, just the Incineroar and the Shadow Rider up against the Raging Bolt and Calyrex Ice Rider on Ryan's side.
Well, as we enter into the grand finals of the LA Regional Championships, both of our trainers are going to lead with their single restricted right away. The Shadow Rider Calyrex X, the Incineroar, and the Raging Bolt, and Ice Rider Calyrex here for Ryan.
This isn't an Assault Vest Raging Bolt, there is no Snarl, so a little bit more vulnerable to Astral Barrage and not going to be able to disrupt the Calyrex Shadow Rider on the other side quite as much. Of course, the Calyrex Ice Rider has to be fearful of Astral Barrage plus knockoff, probably enough damage to pick up a KO. Wouldn't be surprised to see a very quick Terastallization here to keep the Calyrex Ice Rider safe, but also Calyrex Ice Rider can just protect itself like Raging Bolt, try to deal with these two Pokemon for a couple of turns since the Fake Out could be coming in anyway.
Yeah, and it's not too bad to maybe just try to go for that Terastallization anyway. I think it's really tough when you're taking a look at the Calyrex, though. It's like, well, I would love to be able to just make sure I can set up the Trick Room, but I think you're in a position now, just try to get a little bit more damage, don't you think?
Trying to get as much damage as possible, never a bad idea. Either player could just take decisive KOs on this turn. This is a volatile position. It's not just some safe, diffuse, passive position, and it's the Raging Bolt actually going for the Electric Terastallization, trying to amplify its damage and look for big KOs.
This has been a very, very fast meta as Regulation G has developed, as we do see this Fake Out into the Ice Rider Calyrex. It provides an opening here for the Shadow Rider Calyrex on Montana's side to go for a big nasty plot to increase its special attack, but the Raging Bolt not only getting a boost from the booster energy, but also being able to get that Thunderbolt is going to do some huge damage into that Calyrex before it gets a chance to attack on this next turn.
A really smart play from Ryan. Getting the Thunderbolt into Calyrex on that turn means the Calyrex can't just go out on the offense with Astral Barrage next turn, or it would risk falling prey to a Thunderclap. But if you play passive for even one turn, that could give Calyrex
I'm muted.
the window to go.
Yo, this is not looking good for the guy.
And go into Clefairy. Like, I'll
It's not looking good for the guy.
Safe, because by then there may be Trick Room up.
Yeah,
for Montana.
This Incineroar can really come into play.
And what a lucker dog Montana got the crit on his Fake Out.
Raging Bolt would which means that this Calyrex can no longer get away from something like that knockoff. It would remove the Clear Amulet, do a ton of damage, and also mean that this Ice Rider Calyrex could get kept in check. Just things like the parting shot,
Raging Bolt, okay.
like the
He just clicked it again? There's no way.
even though the Thunderclap was something that Ryan was
Yeah, it's still BO3.
doesn't even fall for it.
Did he Trick Room?
A huge taunt into this Ice Rider Calyrex, meaning that it's
He did! Oh my god!
huge play.
Well, Montana finds a couple more boosts, finds a way to disrupt the Trick Room. Raging Bolt still threatening the Thunderclap, but now maybe a little
Oh
bit safer.
my god, is Montana him?
Like Clefairy to deal with the Thunderclap. And Montana does it in style, not just getting the Protect on the previous turn, but getting another nasty plot.
Is it coming?
Recognizing that it wasn't going to be a Glacial Lance on that turn, wasn't going to be a Thunderbolt. And so now Calyrex Shadow Rider so threatening at +4 special attack. Incineroar weaving in Taunt at just the right moment. Now
Protect.
have Calyrex Shadow Rider protect itself, and Incineroar should be able to get off the field after maybe taking a giant Thunderbolt.
Yeah, I mean the Thunderbolt is definitely still going to
It's
be
gonna
a
hurt.
problem because that is still like a double stab. You got the
Parting.
into this Raging Bolt to lower its special attack.
I mean, he's still he's still in Thunderclap range though, right?
To get something else a little bit better.
Well, he can get the Clef in now.
You have to imagine
Is he in Thunderclap Clef Friend Guard range though? That's the question. Maybe not actually.
Threatened with a KO here. And that opens up the massive offense. Playing with a Calyrex Shadow Rider team, it's all about finding these windows for big offense, and Montana has created one with Clefairy taking the
I'm rooting for Montana.
50%. It can now follow me to prevent a Thunderclap, and +4 Astral Barrage both of these Pokemon. That should be enough damage to threaten a KO into both of them. That's a terrible
Oh yeah, he has to follow me.
to be in if you're Ryan. It's not easy to switch into. We can see what Pokemon he has in the back. The Pelipper could come in and survive with a Focus Sash, but something's going to have to stay.
Imagine he Giga Chatted the Heal Pulse here though. If he Giga Chads the Heal Pulse, he's too Giga Chad. It has to be follow me though, right? There's just, it's too ballsy.
Back in your favor, especially knowing that Trick Room would help to turn the tides for you with that speed.
Unless, okay.
Clefairy going for the follow me here. Just
Yeah, follow me. It's like way safer, right?
At least the Focus Sash will also deny something else really important. Outside of the KO, it's also going to deny that Grenade boost to give the Shadow Rider Calyrex even more oomph.
More oomph.
To survive and actually be on the field as well.
Oh my god, he crit. What a lucker, dog. What a lucker. Kiappa.
Me an Astral Barrage while getting wide guarded, then that Raging Bolt
Yeah,
can just
it's Ash. It's
Clefairy off
Ash.
the field and reopen the opportunity.
Oh, he has wide guard.
And if you try to expect the wide guard and just have Pelipper go on the offense, you could actually just lose both Pokemon on this turn. So I think a really difficult position, a really...
Oh, this is so scary.
Where one restricted Pokemon goes down or creates like an...
Wait, is this Cali Draining Kiss?
This is definitely a very difficult position to be in, especially when a metagame that is as fast as this.
Who would I use as my restricted? I like Zamazenta or Kyogre, I think.
Going to terrestrialize into the fairy type, and maybe if it
Clef doesn't have any damage moves.
actually get a ton of HP back, especially when you know that this Pelipper has this
Wide guard.
to protect your team.
Wait, if he follow, does he have Draining Kiss? No, right? If he does, it's lit. Oh, he does. He has Follow Me Draining Kiss. He's gonna heal so much. He's going to full. He's going to full. Oh my god, he's him. He's him.
Correctly predicts the wide guard is coming out, doesn't fall for it, doesn't Astral Barrage these Pokemon. And
Oh my god.
an opportunity
Plus, what is he, +5 now?
with the Fairy Terastallization and the +4 boost from the two nasty plots that Montana managed to find on turn 1 and 2. The Draining Kiss is actually a KO. Now the threat of wide guard is still here. This game is by no means over. The wide guard can be used to protect the Calyrex for a turn. If it's able to take a now +5 Draining Kiss,
Helping Hand Glacial Lance now. If he clicked Astral Barrage, this guy's cojones are the biggest in the world.
Calyrex Shadow Rider has +5 special attack.
If he actually read, yeah, it's a 50-50, right?
Because it means it's going to be able to withstand hopefully one of these attacks.
How large are his cojones?
Like you do have this Ice Rider Calyrex that typically is on the bulkier side. You might not just be a one-hit knockout for it. With the Helping Hand coming through, it means there's no wide guard this turn, but did Montana call it correctly? Because this Shadow Rider Calyrex is going all out on the offensive with a Helping Hand from this Clefairy as well. And if it is not going to call the wide
Oh,
guard,
I mean, +5 Draining Kiss though.
and that is going
with helping hand. Oh, it's enough. He didn't even need a 50-50 yet. He didn't need the 50-50 yet. +5 draining kiss kills, obviously. We're fine. He's +6, yeah.
You have to imagine Ryan just keeps not expecting quite the sheer damage output that Calyrex Shadow Rider is capable of.
It's Jova. All right, game 2.
Onto Calyrex Ice Rider with the +5 Tera Fairy boosted, helping hand boosted, draining kiss, and just ending this game as Ryan concedes game 1. The horse is unstoppable. It is draining kissing everything, and Montana takes game 1.
It was so tough in that endgame too because Clefairy just follow me's there, and then you're able to take a KO either onto the Urshifu or the Pelipper or both.
All right, Ryan.
A wide guard not being there again. Wow.
Ryan high G.
Performance by Montana in this very
Versus Montana applesauce mod.
Really difficult decisions. Putting the onus on Ryan almost to have to make those calls in these first couple of turns to try to carve out a different advantage.
Who's Steven Stone?
Did such an excellent job of navigating the maze of those first few.
Gonna see the adjustment. I mean, Montana went for some read plays, right? That was a hard game.
The advantage for Montana, and then the Trick Room had been dealt with. The power had been boosted up for the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but there was still an obstacle.
He read the taunt on the right turn on the Trick Room.
And Montana never once fell victim to it, always targeted correctly and landed the damage to pick up KOs with Draining Kiss and just keep the Calyrex Shadow Rider so healthy. And at that point, once it was back to full health and had Friend Guard supporting it, even something like the Helping Hand Glacial Lance, if it had landed, would not have been a KO.
No, it definitely would not have.
Steven Stone's a Gen 3 champion.
Well, Clefairy doesn't just have Follow Me. It also has Helping Hand.
Follow Me, Helping Hand, Friend Guard. What a support.
An Ice Rider Calyrex go down to just 1 attack. That is wild. It's so bulky.
To 1 neutral hit from a very low base power move, but Calyrex Shadow Rider managed to accumulate 2 Nasty Plots and a Grimnay. +5 is so much damage amplification, and when you add a Helping Hand for an extra 50% on top of that, and the Fairy Trastalization to create a 50% boost.
Does he have a prosthetic leg, or was I just seeing something? If he does, that's cool, but I feel like something was like shiny down there. I couldn't tell what it was. Looks like it, right? Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure.
But game 1 is not all it takes. We're into game 2. Montana with the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Ensign led against.
It's giving him superpowers right now.
Raging Bolt for Ryan.
Okay, so a run back for these leads for both of our trainers, but this turn 1 is gonna have to go a little bit differently for Ryan if he wants to keep himself in this fight, in this best of 3. If Montana wins it here, that's the regional championship for him.
The game plan that Ryan brought of immediately electric, trastalizing, Raging Bolt, and going.
Or what are the adjustments here?
Calyrex Shadow Rider seemed really strong in the moment, but it trades a lot away. When you're forced to then leave the Calyrex Ice Rider in the Ice Psychic type for the rest of the game, it makes it a lot more difficult to play with, and ultimately that damage amplification from Raging Bolt didn't quite do enough because Montana.
He's doing it again.
So you have to imagine Ryan's going to be thinking about different game plans, or thinking of some spot, some turn in that sequence from last game where he feels like if I had just done the right thing here, I don't need to change it on the first turn, but if I do the right thing here or here, that goes different.
All right, he's sticking to the flow chart. He's not deviating from his flow chart.
Decision is just not going for the thunderclap, something that Montana played around so beautifully on that second turn after getting that Shadow Rider Calyrex so
But it
low.
does.
So Ryan,
What is Montana doing different?
in this terrestrialization on the Raging Bolt,
Did he protect?
This electric Tera going to help.
There's no way he protected. Did he click Nasty Plot again?
As the fake out goes
He didn't.
into this Ice Rider Calyrex, but this time around, Montana's just gonna go on the offense. It's just gonna be an Astral
Oh,
Barrage.
Calyrex is 1 HP.
Calyrex barely able to hang on through all of that noise.
That's a roll, right? That's a roll.
Is going to be enough to whittle it down once again, but
No, last game he Nasty Plotted here.
where's the staying power now if it's taken so much damage?
You're exactly right. That's the substantial difference from game 1. With Calyrex this low, you don't have to find an avenue for an Astral Barrage. You don't have to try to taunt to disrupt Trick Room. Incineroar can finish off this KO. Anything but Clefairy can finish off this KO.
I mean, we needed the fake out crit from last game.
If you're not going to defensively trastalize the Calyrex and you're just going to go out on the offense, I can match offense with offense.
Draining Kiss is a special move, and the Ice Horse is a physical character. So, and no, yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't get to kiss.
Attacking into protect and getting worn down itself. by Thunderbolt or Thunderclap. Of course, Calyrex can also switch and create new positions for Montana to deal with, but so far on the surface, feels like a pretty strong turn for Montana, but one that sets up a different game where the Calyrex does not have so many boosts it's going to sweep through, instead just going
Pivoting this time.
and come back in at a later opportunity.
Wow, well here's a little bit of a switch up as well. It's going to be the Rillaboom that's going to take that Shadow Rider Calyrex's place. A smart call to make when you are expecting that this Ice Rider
He dodges the T-clap.
itself in the face of danger, and it's also going to help with
And the knock, okay.
knock off into the Ice Rider Calyrex. It's just not going to get a chance.
And he critted it too. My god, how lucky is Montana?
Builds on his lead from turn 1 with the exact right inputs into what Ryan decided in game 2. The Thunderclap is failed. Montana just safeguards the Calyrex Shadow Rider for the future, and the Calyrex Ice Rider stays on the field. It just ends up getting taken down by knockoff. And the real is so different in this matchup when the Calyrex Ice Rider is already down. Still has to watch out for Hurricane from Pelipper. There's still ways to quickly get rid of Rillaboom, but the biggest obstacle
Helping hand T-Bolt.
having to take a Glacial Lance at some point has already been removed.
This Incineroar, he crit the fake out earlier too, huh? Damn. He's a crit demon. Hidden scope lens.
Before it moves.
Yeah, and I think you have to look at the Pelipper as well. Maybe a little bit more vulnerable, knowing that you do have the opportunity to just get fake outed in order to break the focus sash. But one way to get around that is to be able to use this helping hand that does have that increased priority, and it's going to help out this Thunderbolt's output as well into this Incineroar. It's just going to be a one-hit knockout. A little bit.
Hey, they didn't do the ding ding.
Direction to get a huge KO.
Where's my ding ding?
It's gonna bring that Pelipper down so low. Doesn't need the focus sash to be able to hang around.
Not a ding ding, man.
Still continuing to whittle away at this damage
That's
output
messed
that
up.
Ryan has.
Montana makes a trade in a game he's winning. Usually that is the right direction to go, but it's a little bit of a risky one. Incineroar going down gives one of the crucial pivoting pieces off the board, and this Raging Bolt isn't dealt with yet. Of course, Clefairy is a great answer for the Raging Bolt, not because it's going to do damage into the...
Why is it Clefairy, not Clefable? Because Clefairy has Friend Guard. Clefable loses it when it evolves. Friend Guard makes it so that your ally takes 25% less damage. And that way Clefairy can also hold Eviolite, which gives it a 50% boost to defenses.
Might have felt free to just go for a Grassy Glide into that Pelipper, but instead
Doubled into the Clef.
to pack a bit more of a punch, not going for that priority attack. Has to sacrifice this Clefairy in the process, but
Yeah, I thought he'd go for the priority move. I thought he was gonna do Grassy Glide Helping Hand.
Down to his final 2 Pokemon, but it's the same thing for Montana. This has been an explosive set so
Hey, it's a 2v2.
nearing the conclusion.
Both players willing to make trades means this game is resolving quickly. We're down to 2-2, but for Ryan, I think this is the right 2-on-2 to have. Has the Choice Scarf Urshifu left at the end of the game. As long as it can take a Grassy Glide, then it can threaten the KO onto Calyrex Shadow Rider before it can move, which would leave Pelipper.
I mean, Urshia's Scarf though.
Before it can do anything but target into Urshifu. Of course, lots of other ways this can go. Rillaboom can Grassy
The
Glide.
Urshi kills the Cali before Cali can move.
At which point Rillaboom probably wins an endgame if it can get rid of Pelipper. So I think it's some really important targeting for both players, but seems like there's definitely
Yes, he's deciding what he's gonna lock into, right?
that either can make that would win them the game. Montana seems to be in a little bit of an advantageous position because he can just prioritize Rillaboom getting rid of Pelipper. Urshifu, with the Choice Scarf, can't lock into a move that easily deals with both Rillaboom and Calyrex.
Yeah, this is rough for him.
Make a call here, and it's not a very easy one, especially when U-turn is not going to be
Okay, so he's gonna Helping Hand Surging Strikes.
It's got 4 more lives to stand on here as it takes its Fairy Terrestrialization and is going to hope for the best. It wants to maybe even boost up something like that Draining Kiss to make sure that it's going to be getting even more damage back, but as the Pelipper goes for the Helping Hand, it is going to get taken out. So smart call to just go for that increased priority to boost up this Urshifu's damage in the rain with the stab. This Surging Strikes into the Rillaboom. Looks like it is going to be very close.
The Rilla's gonna live.
Just might not cut it as that Rillaboom is able to hang around with the Shadow Rider Calyrex also going to be able to go for an attack.
And then gets Jova.
Be down for the count as it's going to be the Draining Kiss getting a little bit more boost thanks to that Fairy Terrestrialization. It's just
Oh, he one-shot it. It's over. It's over. Justice for Keon. This guy won his first thing that he hasn't top 8'd before, right? And he only recently started playing, I think.
With nasty plot and uses them to just create an unbeatable.
Let's go. Google document down. It's over. It's over.
Boom ends up doing the majority of the damage over that match, landing Grassy Glide into Pelipper for the KO in the end game. The Wood Hammer to set that up earlier on, and the Wood Hammer to KO Raging Bolt. Ultimately, Calyrex Shadow Rider gets the game-winning KO in that game 2, but it's all of the work that the team set up around it. Just so well played from Montana.
Shadow wins.
2 different ways to approach that and to capitalize and succeed with both of them. Just expert play.
That was so well done. And one way to show everybody that there are 2 horses in this race, but only one can come out on top, and that's going to be Shadow Rider Calyrex this time around. Incredible, honestly.
That was good games, though.
Events we've had for this tournament where everybody had their eyes on Zamazenta, had their eyes on Miraidon as just 2, maybe the more front runner options when it comes down to the single restricted picks. But it's Shadow Rider Calyrex that gets to take the day.
I don't think anyone would have been surprised a month ago, but it started to feel like Calyrex Shadow Rider didn't have what it takes to win in a metagame that was expecting it. But Montana showing that with the right tech choices and the right...
It should have been Keon. Keon's matchup into Montana is okay too, right? With the Umbreon. It's not as good because the guy has Clef instead of Amoonguss.
To really put your opponent in extremely difficult situations.
One thing that Montana ended up regulating really well as well is just how and when to sacrifice some of these pieces on the team. Knowing that Clefairy would be able to take at least 2 hits and then allow something else to pivot into its place while denying things like this Ice Rider Calyrex.
This guy actually played around the Thunderclap so well, though.
Absolutely. It was really gutsy trades that Montana...
Feel salty over Coach Joe. Yeah, the way Joe got hacked was just stupid, man. Joe actually played so perfectly, too. Like, he played so clean. And then he just gets the 1 in 16. It's even lower than 1 in 16, right? Because Draco has to land first.
We saw the surging strikes. There's no extra damage from anywhere that can happen. The
Like,
surging strikes can
Draco lands, obviously it's high accuracy, whatever. But then the crit?
Condition in the end of the game, and that is so impressive to make happen from so early on.
Yeah, and allowing that Shadow Rider Calyrex to deal the final blow, or the final kiss, I guess we should say, really sweetens the deal.
1 kiss is all it takes.
Victory with that Shadow Rider Calyrex. It's been an amazing.
Draining the
tournament
HP
so far,
from me.
But to know that Montana is going to be the final trainer of
Tera
the
Fairy.
over 600 that we had competing here at LA Regionals. That's pretty awesome.
Just amazing. Such a great way to capitalize cap off a really successful season for Montana, and build a lot of momentum going into NAIC in the World Championship.
For sure. That was 3 top 32s that Montana accumulated over the course of the 2024 season, and just on the up and up from every single event that he competed at. It's been awesome to be able to
Koopa did say, he said that Montana was the best player that hadn't been on stream yet before he got on stream. And it ended up being true.
Very difficult format to crack.
A player who really puts in the time to understand different matchups, to consider different options, to consider every little detail of the team. So many aspects of how the team is trained and move selections have been so carefully thought through.
So he had the stamp of approval from the GOAT.
And I'm sure
that's how you know it's good.
That we saw in that finals was something Montana's seen before, but the work that went into creating that team is very evident in how successful it was.
I don't think a lot of people know the specific calculation for a +5 special attack, +6 special attack. I think it's just vibes at that point. You're like, I'm pretty sure that's enough to get a KO onto something.
Surely I have enough boost and amplification now to clean up this Calyrex Ice Rider, and surely he did enough to get the KO.
So Shadow Horse, Ice Horse, Zacian, Shadow Horse, Ice Horse, Koraidon, Ice Horse. Damn, that's a lot of Ice Horse.
Big players in the single restricted format left out of the top 8.
No Trapagos, no Miraidon, no Zamazenta. 3 Pokemon that felt like they were establishing themselves at the top of the metagame.
How many Incineroars? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 Incineroars. 1, 2, 3, 4 Rillabooms.
Options to support those single restricted picks. We had a couple Clefairy. We had an Umbreon. Pokemon. The Ditto from Justin Burns. A couple of Whimsicott that have really
Whimsicots,
started to
Clefairies, Amoonguss.
occasion here.
The support options are kind of cool.
Maybe one of the more common partners here for an Ice Rider Calyrex, but still, I think some really unique options in terms of how to really make those single restricted strong.
So much diversity is exposing itself in
A 6 for 6 on Earthshade, or 6 out of 8 Earthshade. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Able to win tournaments and all the different partners they can have. The non-restricted pool is
I see 5. Am I blind?
I'm so fascinated to see what the
No, 6. Yeah, okay.
things we
How do you add in his lead?
for us over the next couple of weeks are, because it feels like every week is something
6
different,
Earthshe's
something
crazy.
new here at these VGC tournaments.
Well, now
1, 2, 3, 4 Raging Bolts as well.
Rider Calyrex being a top threat again. And you can't count Groudon out of this fight either, because that ended up being the better Cyclizar counterpart to the tournament this weekend, and it made a very convincing argument for itself at that.
Yeah, the strongest tournament for either of those Pokemon, Groudon and Calyrex Shadow Rider, and so yeah, the wheel will turn over. The answers to those Pokemon will start getting put in a lot of team builders as people get ready for Bologna and NIIC. But the next hole will open up because
Wait, there's a tournament, a Bologna tournament?
I'm ready for Kyurem White. Someone's gonna make it happen. Maybe not.
Maybe you.
Maybe me. Who knows? But it's certainly not any of the trainers that ended up making our top 8 here, because we only had one standing above the rest with that Shadow Rider Calyrex. Let's go ahead and celebrate our finalists, though, that have made it to the LA Regional Championship.
Where's the Bologna tournament and when?
Thank you so much, Rose and Len. In a city full of stars, 2 trainers shined above all the competition. I want to welcome onto stage our first finalist here this weekend, Ryan Haig. Oh, go get your medal.
Oh, you got a medal for top 2? That's cool.
Congratulations, Ryan. Out of all your battles this weekend, who was your most valuable Pokemon?
Cali Ice, right? But that kind of feels like cheating, so Raging Bolt easily.
I don't think it's cheating necessarily. What made you answer Calyrex Ice Rider?
If you're playing this restricted format and not bringing your restricted, you're probably losing, so that's kind of my take on it.
Here's a Dondozo hat. That's kind of cool.
Do you have anybody you'd like to shout out at home who may be watching?
Yeah, all the goblins, all the town, all the guys right here. Shrey, Mancuso, Eric, everyone. Sorry, I can't name you all, but it's the finalists. It's the other guy's turn to talk. I'm just a finalist.
Well, still, congratulations on your incredible accomplishment this
The
weekend.
other guy's turn to talk. Okay. Yep.
And now to introduce to you your 2024 Los Angeles Regional Champion, Montana Mott.
Let's go.
Montana, congratulations, breaking through top 32 to make it here as our champion. How does it feel?
It hasn't fully set in yet. It's just so crazy. I'm so happy to be here. I just tried to play the best Pokemon I could on stream, and it was my first time being on stream today, so that was super exciting, and I'm just so happy to be here.
He played the best Pokemon.
Of Calyrex Shadow Rider, Clefairy, the Rillaboom.
Wait, do they not give trophies for regionals? Are they medals? I thought they were trophies.
Who's running such an offensive team? How do you play around all of your opponent's strategies?
Yeah, I think a big part of my success with this team was just getting really comfortable with it, and comfortable with some of the damage reduction options you have, whether that's Intimidate or Clefairy Friend Guard, and just being really comfortable knowing hey, I can barely live this turn and get a Draining Kiss off. So I think just being able to always stay one turn ahead and where I'm going to be the next turn is the key to playing a team like this with those follow me and those fake out pivoting users.
Do you have any advice for anybody at home who wants to be up here on stage as a champion someday?
Yeah, just keep at it and always seek to improve. I had made a lot of regional day 2s before this, but I had never just been able to break past top 32, but I just kept practicing, and then if I ever lose a set, I think hey, am I doing anything that I could improve on? Do I need to make more predictions, or just always seek to improve? And even if you win, think hey, could I have played that even better? So yeah, just continual improvement.
Nice. Good answer. Good answer.
Improvement indeed. Do you have anybody at home you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I have a few different shout outs to make. it's all about like the friends who help you along the way. And shout out to like the Chicken Nuggets, the Gambitos, a lot of my
Chicken
friends.
Nuggets?
Shout out to the Seattle squad, the
Huh?
Seattle locals go really hard. And then shout outs to Zachary Carlson as always. Thank you for always supporting me and being there and just being amazing. So yeah.
Well, Montana, congratulations once again on winning the Los Angeles Regional Championships. Thank you all so
Gamer.
much for watching. Let's go wrap things up with Sierra in the lounge.
It has been such a fantastic weekend here, and to top it off, Montana with a fantastic victory. Such a great finals, and I think so fitting for the final NA regional of our season.
Hello, we can
This
still see them,
weekend, I mean,
guys.
it's been
Okay, there we go.
So much fun to see how the metagame has developed, how the players have adapted their teams.
Was this guy wearing a hat before? I feel like his head looks different now.
14 rounds of Swiss and 3 more in top
His head
10.
changed.
Exhaustive amount of Pokemon you have to play to become champion, and Montana absolutely deserved it.
Yeah, it was incredible to see, especially with the team that he was running. Looking back at the meta that we've seen here for the day 2 and for LA, I mean, this one isn't quite our restricteds, but being able to see the Calyrex Shadow Rider and kind of the Pokemon that helped enabled it was really, really cool to see that it was able to actually take down the championships, considering it was so talked about, didn't really do anything, and Montana's just bringing the horse right back out.
I think Montana demonstrating the kind of play that you have to be successful with Calyrex Shadow Rider. Really, really smart positional play, always finding the right avenue to put Calyrex Shadow Rider in the position it needs to be in to be successful. It felt like every turn was so calculated to set up Calyrex Shadow Rider where it needed to be.
It's definitely understandable why Calyrex Ice Rider is at 22%. It is hard in a single restricted format for, if you see Incineroar and Rillaboom and others, that like it's very easy to add them because they can be on every team. But the restricted you can only have one of, so it's really hard to get much higher.
Joe
than
didn't.
22%.
Joe got scammed.
Predictions, how we thought things would be shaking up with a little bit more of our more unconventional picks. Joe Brown, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself here because I know at this graphic at some point I did see a Clefairy. I'll give you credit there.
Yeah, so this is on me. This is me second guessing myself. I did originally have Clefairy in that Latios slot, and minutes before showtime yesterday, I was like, wait, somebody's got to represent Michael Zang's team, put Latios over there. And if I just stuck with my guns, I would have had a Clefairy in finals.
So close, but looking back
Unlucky.
across there, even if I don't think any of us were quite on the mark, we did get to see a lot of representation from a lot of these Pokemon. I mean, the Zacian in the top 4, Groudon making a run for it, a Groudon making a good appearance. Like, there's a lot here.
Yeah, it goes to show the diversity that we can all pick such different Pokemon and all of them show up on stream at some point over the weekend.
We're just playing the numbers. okay, I respect that. Of course, when we're looking at our NA regional schedule for the season, that was the final regional, which is crazy to say and see. Looking back at all these grayed out locations, kind of makes me a little emotional, a little sad there. Of course, we're not quite done for the season. It's going to be New Orleans for our NAIC coming up soon.
Yeah, the 2 biggest tournaments of the North American schedule still left to play. The North American International
Pittsburgh was the first one right after Worlds. I wonder if it'll be Pittsburgh again. Pittsburgh's not that far from me. I could literally take a train ride to Pittsburgh, right? I don't even have to fly if I didn't want to. Can I do a train stream?
Looking back at the season, we have to be looking back.
Take a train to Pittsburgh and stream it?
Coming out on top with a medal, with a victory, and everything.
Is that allowed?
else. And Montana, the newest addition to the list.
You too.
I mean, being able, we haven't gotten to see anything from him until the top 4 and the finals when we're looking at a broadcast perspective. And then as soon as he hit the broadcast, was like, oh, okay, yeah, do not sleep on Montana whatsoever.
Do not sleep at all. Just such an expert set of plays in the semifinal and final. Such a strong slate of players in front of us, all of whom will be representing North America at the World Championships in a couple months.
Yeah, also pretty solid.
Wolf's the only one to win twice,
I'm
though.
not gonna say it's first place. No one's gonna be Toller in my heart, but a pretty solid championship photo out of Montana.
Well, I would be looking forward to be hearing which pose is the best pose for who's going to be taking down NAIC. Is maybe one of the questions at our NAIC preview show, because of course we have to be breaking down all the action and what you can expect beforehand, not just for VGC, but for all of the games that we have here. TCG, Pokemon Go, as well Pokemon Unite.
Pokemon Unite!
You're going to be a part of that, and there'll be
You said Pokemon
be
Unite!
able to deep dive into the meta, who to be watching out for, and you know the the player poses.
Len, if you could just do
Would I ever do a collab with Wolf? I mean, if the time was right, maybe. The content was right, maybe.
We'll work together on it.
I mean, and if anyone else out there has questions and maybe wants to ask some questions to Joe Brown so he can't just cheat off of Len's knowledge over here, make sure to be submitting those beforehand so our expert panel of analysts can be answering that ahead of everything. And the show too, I mean, UIC was the first one we got to see, and I think it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, these pre-shows are really fun to see that the perspective on all of the different games that'll be at the tournament, hear a little bit about all of them. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be a part of it. It should be a lot of fun. I did enjoy the viewer submitted questions a lot from the EUSC preview show, so I'm looking very much forward to that for NAIC as well.
Of course, even though that was the last NA regional that we have, it is not the last major before we get to NAIC. Of course, next up it's going to be Europe.
This is a big deal because the metagame obviously is going to be.
Look, baloney.
There, I'm very certain that there will be European players attending the event next weekend that will then pretty much be immediately heading on a plane to New Orleans to play the
June 1st?
Back to back.
Baloney? Should we watch Baloney as well?
I mean,
Maybe I'll watch day 2 of Baloney.
We're getting into the tail end of the season. Like after NAIC, we're done until the World Championship. So for all the Pokemon action, it has to be back to back. And I'm really intrigued too, seeing now that Calyrex Shadow Rider did take down this regional championship, how that's going to fare for the special event.
Yeah, the wheel will turn over, people will counter it, but like you say, after an AIC, all the players just go and train under the waterfall, take their couple months break, and show up in Honolulu ready to try to win that World Championship.
And of course, if you're like, oh, the NAIC preview show that we're doing, but maybe I want to go and watch, of course, we are going to be having that in New Orleans. If you haven't figured out how to go there, you want to make sure you can stay tuned. Make sure you're following the channel as well to be covering.
New Orleans is going to be fun.
It's sure to be an absolutely amazing time. The International Championships, I mean, it's people all over the world competing. There's nothing else like it.
Yeah, it's a great environment, even if you're going as.
All right, guys, I'm going to hop off.
As a player, you're playing
Long day of watching. We'll go back to doing some Unite tomorrow. So, good VGC watching. Back to Unite tomorrow. Maybe I'll play some VGC tomorrow night as well. But, yeah, I'm going to hop off and get ready to wind down. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you for enjoying the VGC streams. I know it's a bit different. And, yeah, I'll see you guys next time. W stream. Bye.